It is one of the most common things among the youth today. Virtually everyone uses it.
Social media is fun. It's like having a party alone.
And it's popular.
Some people go to the extent of just going naked to get popular.
But is it taking over reading?
The fact that today you see everybody with their necks craned and looking at their phones would suggest to me that people are reading less.
Well, maybe not.
Anybody that comes to you and tell you that, oh, Ghanaian children of today don't read, tell them that the boss of Ghana Library says that it is never true.
What are your thoughts? Let's find out more. The power of social media, showing on Monday, November 7 on GhanaWeb TV.
Fellow countrymen and women, today Ghana, our house, is on fire. And as a citizen, I have a responsibility to help quench this fire. That's why I'm here this afternoon. Our economy is in shambles. The youth are unemployed and they are very desperate. Ghanaians everywhere are going through very difficult times. They are lacking the most basic necessities of life. Indeed, this is not what our founding fathers envisaged for us. This is not what a country like Ghana, with tremendous blessings and resources, should find herself. My colleagues, we are in difficulty. We are in danger. And I want to inform you that the time for change is now. There's no other. It is now. And therefore, today, I want to announce to you, and I'm announcing my intention to contest for the flag bearership of the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Anytime the party opens nominations. I've led a great public and private life, one of success and accomplishments. I will offer myself once again to serve the land of my birth with humility and sacrifice when I'm given the chance to do so.
For person what say another dan kwekufado any speech obema on the state of Ghana's economy in one tissue nia what here ani scam pedede and this until the offer baby a scam pedede ukosoro biska ko se wakasado do na scam pedede nti on maw eno na trend until say Shatta Wale and Bullgod want to kwa ibe came na just say revelations na secret ni ade e bi kwa mama dey Ghana please grandpa respond na what chi dey unim sensem ne se wo hia me se na ye nkomo ho on GhanaWeb TV show biz more celebrity news trends ne just na ni na ma abesan egwo na tema cheche mu na ma che on ye kɔ ne ye konti na watwi de se na me ye mamodan ye nsem rekwa ye ntwa ye ho na ye kɔ ban komo no ma abesan egu ho amamo Oriana me baya adun se krom ha se aye hyewan kasa na so de bi yesrew na de bi hwe uko internet isu kaka na se joke bi na o de atechore cause wo de government na chi de ne woti ko be payo na na dodan kwekufado president of Ghana na for more ya me kan se na mo amokoto man se ne ati bia ye ti o man ni mu no be deliver a speech bi no chire mate se de se Ghana ne me ma ye de nti nhyehyɛ ya na aban de egu akwam se na be wo solve problem na say inflation ni amane ekoso nyina je se obi adwebro ya kwakoda na amafo chire man sem no de betudwa na wante hwe wo se na wo hwe ni mu se bia obeka so we bia corruption se me abeyi se galam se bia odin se matu wode nyama ato akwam se na be ya price control se de ukogu aso bia bubu opa bia na ode ato is na Ghana fo hwehwe mu se obabe evidence na ode se odin se ma ye arekyekyere se ma betudwa o chire man sem no be kan ni nyina se onwan me hwe Twitter trends are more be reacted to president's speech. You say man she. And your mum some celebrities, key celebrities will chrome heart to say Bridget Otunanaba, Anna Moa, Sandra and Kobia Nomnia. A lot of celebrities ebe chirema. One she also man pay na ye hwe pass obeka sem te say una wo ye mpehi una wo ye first gentleman of the land wo chema wan kashe na ye sika mpedede no man pehi asem bi okan mafo chirema opehin kasasa wo se man pehi kwa wa jabe Ghana for wokoto abaman wo se na asemesi na ye ho che na ye ka wo se scam pede wo pese o kire se wo ka sese dey yes mo solve a problem mo fix the country na mo save the economy abegina se scam pede na chese bia wo fa han kofo dey aye skate wo social media na akọ Twitter baby abefe bia scam pede na me se mo no just a month mo de be trend sa
as the French would say, l'argent n'aime pas le bruit. To wit, money does not like noise. Sika mpe dede.
Mamembo komo na watwi de menante sem nyina ye Shatta Wale and Bullgod want to call what dey see any social media ma revelation bi na ase bi no snitch ne ade na just say in some dey bebre but mehye no fi top to bottom na just ma church mu nyina wo be kaya ye Shatta Wale de betu dwa se Bullgod ne me bi o ye nani nso o se una wa se oni neja adwuma it's been years so bia forget it now so as any gift of God album yo babeye e wo ma na wo ka ho asem nsem na obeka no Shatta Wale cheme nya arechechesem wa na de kotu dwa se ye ne album ye perform compared to Black because of say Black wo ye empire mu distribute nsem bebre Shatta Wale anya ne de no so be twem o so no de asa wakwakoye se wo kana asem bebre into the one in bre ye Bulldog se se friend Bullgod o se Bullgod o se wan kasa se uko media uko shows uko grace any show abomodin na mboni de o se ni din fi wenu men kana asem into the one yi betu dwa yenim se ne hono ma Shatta Wale couple of me follow no Facebook ne se ne o be posti say na Bullgod yes na den na ombo bre bia ye na che se oko shows ne se ne be ye okoka ne ho asem no Shatta Wale chempa ya agenda e na sa Bullgod ajoin industry players se ne be ya obeka ne ho asem na che se asem bona ye se Ghana for the wa chechire po bia to ya dream se Shatta Wale embo bre bia ye ombo ne ho mode ne fan kosi ebi no so be chema wo se Bullgod papa Shatta Wale ni senti na ya oka nsem ba asem ne kwa ye bebre sa no na che se one se medical catch say Shatta Wale e the one na by Bullgod so onfa na onyi ni din fi na enum enye honom kwa Shatta ye video bi betu dwa be kire mu se Bullgod o say no you were never his manager no say enye Bullgod no di we ti wa support we industry mu first and ka obi kwa kan ho asempo na bu ye jide mu on kan ho asempo no po bi on kan Shatta Wale ho asempo until now asem na akokọ ebebeja an ka be ma Bullgod inti ade na wo ka say no onye wo manager Shatta Wale chema 15k bi am on no na na ohwe so to me man sam $20,000 $50,000 o say wo Bullgod wan be bobre bia o te pa in some of them who na me rahu and kasa koso nim say sometimes e bi no be say agenda they will love it but I've seen that friendship that bond it was so perfect it was so nice nti me hu is an very me say afem I didn't like how things were going but when him say for life is for life SM fans will be so chema Bullgod will odifo o say who say support Shatta Wale you should support him to the end but we must have kind of one say maybe no so chema yes I your back kind of one ka say Shatta Wale dey yen kana asem so this me be too dwan no Oko Facebook live no or friend papa or phone so I was watching that live as it was going on no say ne papa mbedi dance eye Shatta papa mbedi dance say Bullgod time oya ne manager na enye brebia na ogbo na so modibbo bia na man wo chema so some Guinness some deal bia na wo sign na wo ko meeting say payfo ehiem say be toto adwen say na ye de be ma wo say na obeji na eye wo chirema na eye Bullgod te wono na te so odro ade bia say fish o say ni peti o say den na wo chema wo kan pese wo ko ti say Bullgod te say he was very unserious te say on father ni serious Shatta papa kwa confirm say you also not in chair one try the papa be say be abejo ti down so our artists go take dollars one year no na say on fan say go Shatta papa san so ka kan hu say Bullgod ko say ni dress na so ni o say obu amuko events be say your official dress that is bibi abehye bia na say unya na wa hye na nhye dan so ni o so no de bia na wa kase ni dress there so ne ba mun kai say ni na allegation because enti Bullgod side of the story but some dey be na say na den na ekoba ya fe dey one friendship no cause him say I am misunderstanding no mbeko kakra they get back together but that revelation ya say papa so ba kebini ade na ehusu asem de emu ayedin na ye wo ho no ma na enim mafocus so say na enyema ne kono eye Bullgod be respond na Bullgod oko so social media Facebook and oko make some post bi na wo hwemu na say we leaky eye GOG Gift of God album some songs on it ochimu say Shatta Wale album na che fans who waste yen time, who delay yen time. Also say who release the album ya. Ebema wanya sa hate ni sa attention na open. Inti jai say who ni beef no so no kon ye ready so they be an ni beefy. Inti onu so be eba no be leaky sa eyi. Ochimo say eye Shatta Wale has got a song with a John Legend. I American in Tunisian songwriter. Also, Shatta has got a song with John Legend on a popcorn ewonyum. Or also the Vice Cartel ewonyum. And a Steph London. I Bena boy ni former girlfriend also no so ni wonum no chema na ntema fo hu sa leak na Bullgod be leak no say Shatta Wale who are these people on your album na only release be see na ye na what are you waiting for na me fo say Bullgod wa anya because Shatta Wale no say album ya no de so original na just say ase oni fans no ni edi egori kakra we ma no be release ba kwa cheyen and also be release na when releasing tini na is anticipation of the big day or no person or launches our album see ade na obefa na echi akoko leak ebenum so chema say Shatta Wale ade na Bullgod here and you can take him on legally but me na court because say no quarry say indeed these are the songs and these are the collaborations na say we leak and I just say as a welcome hype and we do moja kwa we ebenum so chema their Bullgod here and ebwa is in all parts of the story say omo promote album it is send me dan kan him say kwa kwasiwa but ade na Bullgod here and me say Shatta Wale ankasa ekwa ni dodom ne senti emi so no so otena asedwe ho bebi ode be wo Bullgod e be kan pa amanfo ekomana ye do so no it's a bit sensitive make us say it's sensitive obeka Fenix Ochre in March 2014 and nipa bonifu bi meka ne sa nipa bonifu bi ko nifi ekobo no ti okum ni ya twa branti nkwa so short no ye kwa okese manager besi na me ne wo kase ya wo hwe mi say de me bo nkomo ide ye hu ni okum ni ye na wo beka ya eye owu yi hu asema wo che eye Bullgod because no wo che mo ne wa asem na there was threads bi ni ade later in 2008 no mo release no inti Shatta Wale mbeka meye nti a ose otubi se na dance ni wa bochimenti we de Shatta Wale lutom post no make you Facebook o say Bullgod ka che ni so on ne boys bi ene ko yi abranti fi ho Shatta Wale na kan mo say Shatta Wale what is information you so na say no quarry for all these years over 8 years on ba me ka say wonim wu yi hu asem ana so wonim no okum no na em say asem ne beto no say o make it possible for chemo say police for time say police for chain and kasa cause we the akwa say accomplice but others say beto no chemo say he's willing say Ghana police service or be assist him with investigation no what say obechiri Bullgod say obechiri won a ochiri ma ne boys no kokum na obechiri but o hwe eye post na Shatta Wale make na din no Fenix no spelling FENICK but Fenix Ochre ya ke ono no spelling FENNEC Fenix no odi Ochre na account man for say bia na enye kwa okese manager but ne tese ne mutiati ane say eye Ghana police service I responded to Shatta Wale post no chirema wani ehu one fresh Shatta Wale so ene na kasa nti se de wo be pese wo ka che Ghana fo mo wo te ase se wo ne Shatta Wale adwuma na se ne mepemu no se ne beti bia wo de be to ma fese chema Shatta Wale wo ye snitch who say wo ye ghetto youth who say wo street ne so why would you snitch on your brother but ma fese chema it's illegal issue we nya about snitch so nim say information to who kum fene kwache say this sa information be to dwa iti akoko say 50-50 ebi nim kire ma asem na Shatta Wale akoko na ebetumi de asema bre bulldog an kasa ebi nso kire ma sa asem na Shatta kan ne say nya no kware no ni evidence video ene na Ghana fo mra ene ni bedi an kasa but sa asem ni ko ba na gidigidi ena kwa kese abodam crazy mad time ono so dey adu disemeto jo chema Ghana Police Service mo hu se Shatta Wale abede edins ba betudwa it mo bom de na mo kam ho na mo kwache ono ni former manager bulldog no na enfhwehwe mo bia mo beye ko se mo benya justice ama the late Fenix Ochre no mo nyama no na asem ne kopa adwa na te se ye hu se police phone so are responding to say they akwa to say police case a mo hwe ni na say information bia ono abetudwa but me hu se Shatta Wale san so call live November 2nd na or call live chema you should wake up. You should fight for justice for Fenix Ochre late manager. To say then somebody there be brave, but asem no binumu ya pan cause we chema bulldog ne Shatta Wale you had a very good relationship. Iti akoba ne den e na akokwa yete say mente me ho asefede mo bese mo nyina mogum ho anim ase but binu chema Bullgod one nya de sa leaky na leaky the supposed collaboration or possible collaboration on the GOG album one nya de but me many di echi asem na akoye police case because a lot of people are interested but akoba ne sa na me hu say medical and so a trend e wo Twitter wo chema medical the one do ho abo Shatta Wale just say no ye wo deeper than blood say na mo kan wo se twa hu so ye papa she said the world dey dwumo dey di bulldog no no be ne pan we kire say uni nya asem ene be be high GhanaWeb ene community van na ya bomu kon aka hu sem nyina wa ye but somebody dey akokoye police case but say na me mam de bia me di mani di echi Bullgod Fenix Ochre wuyi kwa kese ene Ghana police nsem ne bibebe echi a me di munche munyina eba besomo so aso na me kan say mo hwe mo husu yo say industry ni mo say court case here rebe ni ade nyina obi anda ne ho so ye mfa anya sua ade ma ye nyina ho nti wa wo hwe me ye njaage bebi a ye mbo obi echi mbo bechi wa watensem nyina nti wan kasa na wafa abefim na ye to aso de ye Ghana Tourism Authority wo be kai omo ne Ghanaian artist Kirani Ayat won se me o chirema guda video ko use video bi wan siki permission wo be kai sa video na mampa ni share na say de ansem na baby no say wan settle amicably asem bi ani wo GTA say one settle Ayat and Ayat so it was a joint statement on so jetum say they one sorting out bibia na Africa so and e be we dey one why sika gbefua ma abrantie a hye ni kotokunam so na so brefo ana so dwumayi ne edidi na adwuma ho tezi one why amana say anka esi ho no ma but wo chema in future no omo ne Kirani eye collaborations beyond so aso to videos ni ade ni ahwe ni say asem ne dey settle no say dey asem bia ni ho eye Ghana Tourism Authority any Ayat asem no ye de hako ashele mama nipa ba sanyomi say you need a cleansing so betumi ye fi wa dream finally Miss Bell releasing nyum ne single 2022 single out to the din Asibolanga amanfo etie fu mu kire ma ye this song to bara Efia me pacho minke bien komboke na yedi mo futema is a Dixon so efia shwas nigga oba shwa Vaulentina but Miss Bell so dey about to so say where there was no target Asibolanga o chirema nchiremu no kire say obiaya ni bufu ntem na Asibolanga say Miss Bell jawa asem ye nyina ye nim ne atima mbeka se bia kata ne amaso oja na waso fitem na soko crowd David Besse David nyom fitem na me pese me reference na Asibolanga wa nim say Miss Bell ka so be release na wa ka so release na fine kosi na finally we release na amafo dey esomu na say wo dey ayatuemu da uko TikTok amafo dey videos ofa here say amafo chema de na wo say wo twa say Miss Bell be release video too ni single ya friend Asibolanga but nyom ne dey very explicit na nsem no kekan dey say ye ntumi bo radio so I just say ye kone ye kokoro ho na ye dey anointing oil because nsem ne dey boy but more much now how would you rate it? Say that if you be seen at on react to a num I na diamond appear one is on the baseball beef kitty be. No born who musu na tese so oye TikTok video bi no do nyomi attach na mafu chema tese wa join the challenge no na eye won won ni nche da won efia shots nega e won tokwa no safu ni na including Aisha Modi so camera si won so I tese nyomi bo wo background mafu chema say eye kutia so efia shots nega no nyomi de eye de won say it's very typical of Miss Bell because won say Miss Bell that say 18 plus we west no be you so ti asibolanga ne de esi ho no man enti Miss Bell mafu chema bo modern na release eye music video to 2022 single aya to the Asibolanga and na yenjina eye Miss Bell nsem yi to na yen twa ye ho kakra na ye koba nsem no de e theater bank situation ma besang ni negu ho yen twa ye ho brasisia ba I'm come on GhanaWeb TV that say you go so just am abonu say dwuma na na say meeting na sa na watwe nya wo ho e wo krom ha say wo ho bia wo fi America na wo do ani be kira ha NBA legend when Wade and na yere actress Gabriel Union one background in na do ani be pie wo Ghana ha say na say wo nya welcome be mood un say Ghana for dey wo do ani kira ye krom ha dey na sa adowa ketefu bi na just say wo be share airport say dey wo chia kakra e be display na ma quick wo be share fe now oba no do any tray eastern region ko be friend nyame betre I was is between adults ni Kofodua eastern region asem na MK na Diallo Sambri ayo GhanaWeb has a TV presenter oba diaspora link no hosti na Diallo si a was in nkoso hene wo nyame betre na say doing Wade and na Gabriel Union edi wani ko pie wo hono na say wo ko hono na say akwa ba wo tu bia wo je wo eseboni ense won ka kire na ye hu say kentei wo de bi ma wo na wo fry ni ade mo background yi ni ade na say wo se o chema wa ma won Ghana foodin nti union e fe ni akosi asafo na do ni din aka ho na ne kunu so fe ni kosi safo na do ni din aka no so Ghana food unim say ye dey very hospitable ye ja wo ho oje a wo ho Ghana food ye na ye ni eti wo je won wo tu fe but amfo chema is part of Gabriel ni 50 years anniversary I didn't we didn't birthday 50 years into tour Africa na we call Zanzibar na do ni ya beche Ghana is near has a coordinator other parts of African country but say Ghana there ye ja ho so posti video ni sa kentenita asa on mi so no kasa posti on social media platform ye can say we know say you enjoyed your stay na Ghana jollof no manye bia dia na yen to aso na watch the moon say viral videos ba ko pan Prophet Azuka amia na me ni interview or talk entertainment on GhanaWeb TV na ensem bi ne bombshells bi a wa drop na tesama food fine na tese what trend ni ade Prophet Azuka chema krom ha say secular artist no ye ni favorite pan Shatta Wale o chema Shatta Wale na muhu ne sa ne keke no nye nipa keke he's got a unique spirit o say sunsum bi etini mu no say no yo it's very unique I don't know setting apart from other musicians so chema Shatta Wale ka so be ya ade just obeye no ye Prophet Azuka so hwe ne ho a on Shatta Wale beka say they are similar no the two just say o say or the advise man nyum to fe okrom o say o pese wonwum hete o album bi a pese o de bana say Jan na so na say 3 days ye say nyum na nyum na just drop it they are falling down flat o so pen side bia e say wunya spiritual back no chema so de ko ma agbala aba fu igbe a mba ya ma bet enche but yakopon de na be chintifa nyum ana project whatever it is no fashion nyam na nu sa na be say be hit na tema for jam to it no advice or the man nyum to fo osanse kaka hu say udi wani chekrom ase ya nyum to ni bi wo mo say we share Christ or the ne crab afara manyame na te say bi obo wiase nyuma na waka so we ja wiase nyum no we ja yanka bo bra pa na te say yenkwe ni mo be say na wasanse aka say wo kwakote asore o chirema asafo no be say o ma 1 year 2 years na asore na egu bi ka say pastor lewe mpacho menka na mesrew fa men koso hwem na yimi fi boni mesrew o say asafo no uhia spirit emu odin o say usunsun nya din o be yiwa fi wo ti mo say pastors for kra krom ha say akoye say competition wo mu a wo pese wo didi won ho ase na wo secular artist na nka wo wi asansa na wo se Nyankopon afre wonti o so srem se wo ye secular musician na so pese wo te wa sorry ma we show se wo hu ye den anka se nyesa se de wo betwe wase ekunwa na interview ya ye Professor Soka de se mebre tuto kire ma wo se ye nyame ya che ni se 2024 MPP breaking the 8 na wo kan wo se beba so pa wo se obewe ni but want to me antu anfa ntu dwa se bia ye ala na ba o mi ana se any other MPP flag but chirema o say NDC for mumbo mode na mpa mu nya den na muka so we bia Ghana fo se na waka say economy ni ma ya de ne se nti obevote ama mo se de o say se de we hu sunsu mu wi ase no apana kwakodi ama form of no nti mumbo mode na mumbo mpai se na ebeye ebejira mamo na me ne twetwe nkomo na me bisa ne so akokoye se krom hankofo ka so ne miracles bo mu ye rem o ye fake on fenya me cause Black Star Prophecy kra antoye ni ade no so onye no kware o se krom ha de mu hwe mu se ni page na ho na mo de ajaje no ne se nti o se opam chow se mu onye eyi correct prophet of God no so ofi hefa ko na ko to dwanim na ko bisa kopon so ofi hefa ne after that unya answer na wa ba na ka se ofi nya me o chema so no de living life eya na mo beka e na obetie Aya Jankoma Ekufado na na Dranko Ekufado Ghana man pay ne bad girl aye na se ne ho akokoba asem but ono de na no disema betudwa mo beka ya eye Kevin Taylor de betudwa so some award bia wo de man $25 million say eye under bridges baby a won say na say o de mural say go out say we paint off fefe won kran potem ha baby no o say $25 million na wo de man no but say we kote na ka say anya ne de o chema man for say we say ni din cause modern boy ma creative art ni nyina echi mo fa seda PC en fa ma no so na mu say conflict of interest e fa he ko si he o diska na wakwakọ ye say why ye shoddy contract ade Jankoma say enye no kware o say under bridge painting si amoka ho ase mebe wo de ma eye creative art agency bi say wonye enye ono no ono ati mo so ono afi na akoma pem odo owo ma Ghana funti na sa akwa oyi ni sika mboto e na ode kan na say wo ye paint si na ni na wanje muska inti ade na mo be say mo twantre mu odin go ni so ade na mo Ghana fo mo tesa mo de efi papa son ene wan kan ba ma fo chirima o de efi di papa son o de abedu sig Jankoma so enye no kware Jankoma kaka hu se any statement or releasing so no de contacting lawyers I mo na mpese mu twantru go no so se say mepe mo no bedi but o chema eye onu on di ska bia ye $25 million e fan ko so enye no kware onu ankasa mpo di ni bottom ska aboa masa paintis ni na akosema fu chema na position your head enye conflict of interest na obiso bisa say wo se wankasa wo ska na odi ye sa paintis ni bia ene sa ska no nya wo na fu chema so your man penyi ba se ska de e tefieta bank situation na sana me sorry so na watwi de yanti asem de we say etua yonko ho a etua duem de say Nigeria numtuni Davido wonum se Ghana ha de otade na ni kire ha say de say I say hanuma na odi eguru ye koda sorry a ye kwoti a eye October 31 na we say ne ba eye ne ba boy ifanye ai onu aka so de ne papa na de ne ba ne din tonu so di eye David Adelike also so one say name no na say ifanye say Nigeria din me bucha na mo fanche mo say ye Ghana fo na wo say ne babo yi je say wewu waka baby na man fuche ma je say ye ti hu social media that's how it started na say enye no kware binum say ye fake news ma fuche ma na wo hwe nim say David Obabeka so mo am spreading news na je say be oka so he will take you on but man for enye no kware what say no kware enye David Oba ifanye je say 3-year-old na say no di ni birthday je say di ni birthday je say na wo twa bie nkran beto so ye na asem de mama minche mumwe eya abufi chioma ayi say David ni fiancé je say wo si o chema next year 2023 kwa ba ware o on ni fiancé ne epie ko baby na eye ni fi David fi ba ko na wo Banana Island na honum na asem ni kosi na wo swimming pool bi wo honum na asem po na eye asem ba besi ne yehu se na oni oda swimming pool ni mo ne ba bo yi na so train swimming na chema we de obehu swimming in tem kra na abofu ekọ eyi baby a wo kọ event na wo ja won do be ema eye nani chef and some kofo wo fi honum wo ye dwuma makoma 7 ene wo fie ho no woja abofra kitwa in their case wo kwaba amanfo wo honum wo frɛ won se ne ba newu the banner at home so much. I say, when you're just from Pobia Besonimo, I say, or one day I am out for Yawan Casanako social media, a yen fans, family, colleagues, celebrities, even one I want in a wasam crampo, one in a once I do one message of condolence. At some day, a Yawan Casa. Now, you remember news in the breaking. As I'm going to me and Dow. To solve Jones, Davido. November ya Davido bedeni birthday na maunu said last year no yes I donations and nkwafu bia send 1 million naira owie na tese odi bobo eska nyina no do call chair orphanage home so na wo chemo nipa o akoma passe ya tese he's a happy go person den na ne badoba efimu na asem ne de asefem but police for ekwotre kofa wo yedwuma ofie won akire won nyina wo se for investigation ba wo chema se de won ajai nkan na aka chef no ene ne nani no na tese akoko say blame game sources chirema na ni se no ofele se na abufra ne wo chef no so no ofele se o na ne no nsem ne de say de besi ne the information is bit sketchy enya total we ni but asem ne de akoko ya manfo ya pano che na wo de abufra jama den na mama abufra ifim mu nsa na ho no okohia ne nkwanhia gu se benu nso chirema what is meant to happen will happen but owuni de ya wankasa na wo de wani trade Nigeria dia oh ho 30 billion gang ne Davido ne nkofui je say aya won asefem ba besi ne de chioma ene ne fiancé ni payo no wo so be in next year besi ne de won make official statement to confirm say won benefit but sources reliable sources and a big media outlet are confirm ya report say ne ba boy 3-year-old no waka baby na yedu eni chekom ha say ya ni papa rapper sa akode na dancer musician Stonebwoy what one message of condolence akakoma Davido Stonebwoy imposo chirimo se asem no te sa if anye won to me and say the whole night went to me under and sa akode so chimo he's a father he can relate on him say na Davido how ne amani okom sisi aba wonyina achima on chenere but say dan sem yikoidi there's been so many is abakaya debate years ago ni ba so efimu ya tu drowning ya wompumu a be say ye kan obi asem na say obi aboje sese na say wasa nsu na de esi wo de ho nti unim say wo pu wo ofia na mofra wo ofia bomodian na pesa na eti ya wo de kata ho na you barricade bibi cause akwashan de betumi esi na asem de aye manfo ya pa na wo say Davido ni choma je say wo pronounce say won baye film je say card na nka ya fa Davido team kwa mo fitima choma young girl how is she even coping cause ne bad ne do baba ko won di ne ho egoro party crowd ni birthday party a wo ye celebrity say ban na fa hin ne kosi hin but owuni de aye ya pa na ye kan say Onyankopon chichi one which is some people are just hoping say we enquire to say be akwaye say blame game not to say one relationship but as akwa empire wobo social media in-laws shema we strength in one relationship not to say be next year say na wode betudwan we to me aware but say the be seen dey on social media pages are budin honum ni na ye din na what change so am abroni wonu say nsem ne dey me mu achimi ni na bemen but the major one is between Shatta Wale ne former manager Bullgod say we rebranding me the many disansem ne chi pa ye court case nti me mani di echi ti na be si bia Ghana police so ama public arrest mo say wodi woni di nsem na chi nti wo be investigation that is one find justice for Fenix Oche because it's about time service murder case because Fenix wu ne de ebesi na man for ya he also got loved ones and family no be back this asem na ya o man pa kwa case because Ochema Fenix film de ne career na it's a bit shaky o mo say this year or kai Fenix no Ochema okofa wa bon won yina safo yina where you want but me the need is story na chibian ye be pie mu bia ma bonum se de bia me ma modan ma be som me de ma se pa se munya abrenya de chew ehwe da se ne ye be san so ehia peace out.
It is one of the most common things among the youth today. Virtually everyone uses it.
Social media is fun. It's like having a party alone.
And it's popular.
Some people go to the extent of just going naked to get popular.
But is it taking over reading?
The fact that today you see everybody with their necks craned and looking at their phones would suggest to me that people are reading less.
Well, maybe not.
Anybody that comes to you and tell you that, oh, Ghanaian children of today don't read, tell them that the boss of Ghana Library says that it is never true.
What are your thoughts? Let's find out more. The power of social media, showing on Monday, November 7 on GhanaWeb TV.
In the 2022 budget, government projected that it will receive a total amount of about 6 billion for the whole of 2022. That is what was projected in the budget. Today, as we speak, from the PIAC report, in less than 3 months, and I mean just 1 quarter, government has received over 8 billion cedis from our petroleum resources. So in 3 months, government has received more than it projected for the whole year. So government is making supernormal profit. In fact, even the price stabilization and recovery levy, which is supposed to subsidize fuel, government projected that in the first 2 quarters, it will receive 269 million. As we speak, from the Ministry of Finance's own record, government has received about 800 million. And so this notion that government is not making revenue is a fallacy. It's a complete falsehood. Government is making so much money from our petroleum resources. I therefore call on President Akufo-Addo and the outgoing Minister of Finance that they should do something about this price increment. They should sit up and think outside the box. Yes. And apply these huge supernormal profits to cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel very sad as a member of parliament when on a daily basis I receive calls from my members in the constituency who cannot even afford 1 square meal a day. People cannot even send their kids to school because of the exorbitant fuel prices, which is having a cascading effect on food prices and the general cost of living. We hold the view that government can do something about the fuel price increment. Government must sit up, government must do something, and government must cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. It is indeed sad. Wallahi, wallahi, the people of Ghana are suffering. And something must be done. President Akufo-Addo, this is not what you promised the people of Ghana. This is not what we were told.
Last week was hot. Today promises to be exciting as we sit for a perusal of issues relating to the arts and entertainment, of course, with a touch of wit. The show is E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us. It's 60 minutes of unlimited entertainment. The name is Abrantipa. Today we have a musician at the corner. So we have that interview later after our discussion. But there are a number of things happening. We decided to have a cocktail today. Cocktail, a bit of everything that is happening. But something just happened, and so we decided to focus on that. And that's because Shatta Wale has made some allegations on his social media page. I guess you want to know what it is. and what the implications could be. We'll be speaking with a lawyer on the show today. But before that, let me introduce to you my guest. McDonald Nanea Asari, aka Romeo, is event organizer, artist manager, Miss Ghana voice coach, or talent coach, if I should put it that way. He is an actor. He has too much. And finally, he's a Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We are fine. It's the economy now, because last week, no shitty up. No shitty.
Sometimes survival is not just about you.
Yeah.
It's about others. And as the others, okay, the burden actually rippling effects.
Yeah, yeah.
Folly.
Obiya ba be dan o.
Yeah, na ya until o kan o anya wa asem kwa na o kan.
Yeah.
O kan crofo nsam so eden. Mom. It's a 423 cities per liter.
The man I've not seen for a very long while. I think since last year, right? Okay, when we ended Bloggers Forum, and then we started E-Forum a few weeks ago. I have not seen him. In fact, the whole year, I've not seen him. I only see him on Facebook posting big things.
I was here for Mr. Blackson's vigil.
I didn't see you.
For the vigil, I was in session.
Did you see me?
I came to pay my respects. I saw you.
You saw me?
I saw you.
Did we interact?
We interacted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Then I've forgotten.
You might have been high on something. I don't know what it was, but...
Hey, Tofi.
All right.
The man, Mystic Mike, a.k.a. Black Pepe. Charlie, thanks for joining us.
It's always a pleasure.
Right. So let me just give you a breakdown of everything that has happened. It's about Shatta Wale and Bullgod, formerly known as Bulldog. So last week he was here. Bulldog gave a total bomb and easy cry. Now, I'm sure you know that they have been working as an artist and a manager. Even though now Shatta Wale says Bulldog never managed him. He was not an artist manager. Omuko meeting I say, "What do you say Bulldog extra name?" I say, "Oh, draw fish." Nah, Charlie, serious. So this is what happened. You remember Black Sherif released his album. Now on October 7, 2022, Bulldog was reported to have said that Black Sherif's album, The Villain I Never Was, would be more successful than Sarkodie's Jams and then Shatta Wale's GOG albums. Well, this is what Bulldog said. He said, "I woke up this morning and I was like, yo, this month of October is a serious month because we have 3 of our artists releasing. Black Sherif just released, Sarkodie will release, and in a few days, Shatta Wale will release." Now listen, off the top of my head, I say Black Sherif will do better than all of them. If you look at the numbers, Black Sherif has a label. They don't. Shatta and Sarkodie are about to compete with Empire. That's the record label Black Sherif is on. And they don't have the strength to do that. Shatta reacted and said, "If Blacko's album will do better than me, we hear. At the end of the day, Ghana wins." And he added that the music business they are all doing is about money matter. Now that post, that statement even had some insults on printable words, and so we don't want to go there. Now fast forward, a few days ago, they were trading, words on social media, and then Bulldog said Shatta Wale is frustrated and all. Shatta came out to do a video and gave it to Bulldog. Now this morning Bulldog makes a statement and said, "Insulting me will not make you top charts around the world and will not earn you headline spots on events as well. Your album will. Kindly release it for your fulfillment and our enjoyment. Since you are afraid to release the album, let me share a partial track list to our SM fans." And so Bulldog released a partial track list. Popcorn Money, John Legend, Vibes Cartel Munina, according to Bulldog, have been featured on the album. So Shatta Wale Bo. Shatta goes to his Facebook, makes a post. "Bulldog, since you are bringing our secrets out, you will tell Ghanaians what happened to Phoenix Meda." And Phoenix is spelled F-E-N-I-C-K. There is S. I'm tempted to believe that there has to be apostrophe S. So that one did not come. And I am not joking about this time. I am ready to tell the court about what you told me about you and your men and how planned that foolish act get ready. So I'm reading as it's written, no punctuations. And so I am ready to tell the court about what you told me about you and your men and how, I guess, you planned that foolish act. Get ready. This Akufo-Addo won't give you a murder chance to be on our streets. Watch how this ends. You can't fight time. For those who may not be aware of the... Okay, so let me put it this way. When Shatta posted this on social media, people began to react. And they are saying that Shatta could even find himself in trouble. Like you shot yourself in the foot, right? And some are making references to Kwakese's former manager who was murdered some time ago at his residence. And his name is Fennek Ochre. His Fennek is spelled F-E-N-N-E-C. Shatta's Fennek is F-E-N-I-C-K with the S. So now people are drawing their own, what do I say? Whether it's the Fennek we know or it's another one. Let me just say that in 2018, Bulldog was acquitted and discharged over the Fennek issue. And so, like I mentioned, we'll have a lawyer's opinion or interpretation of this whole thing. Me, I'm not a lawyer. Romeo is not a lawyer. Brad Penny, Mystic Mike is a relationship expert.
I did some law courses in school.
Oh, really?
But I'm no lawyer. I did media law. I did business law.
But Master, media law, how they bahas.
So it's law.
Media law
I said
ethics.
I took courses in law.
So,
yeah.
What was your initial reaction when you saw this post?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And even for the most loyal SM activist, it must get worrying at certain points in time for their kin, as it were. Many people forget that this is not the first time that Shatta Wale, when pushed against the wall, has come back with the supposed murder of Fennek by Bulldog. This is not the first time he's done that. You know, he's done that over the years, and he's just repeating what he's done in years gone by. As you indicated, the police service invited Bulldog over for questioning, and then eventually he was let go, as it were. What could Bulldog have done to be so distasteful that will push a former associate to then bring a murder, charge back into the limelight again, and then trying to pinpoint your former manager as having a hand in it and supposedly ready to release new information that could finally pin him down? You said you have an album to give your SM fans, and in 3 years, you have been unable to release this album. The latest you pledged to release the track list or even the album itself was October 28th, if I remember well.
Yeah, his birthday. And he gave us one song.
It didn't materialize. It didn't materialize. And if somebody says, look, the SM fans are starved, we have this project, these are some of the potentials on the list, and the person has released it, this is the tangent you go on.
But so, what right do you have to release the track list? We used to work.
All right.
We are no more working. Now everyone is on their own. I have decided that I will tease my fans or supporters.
In perpetuity.
Yes, I mean it's my prerogative.
Okay.
So why would you release it in the first place?
Why wouldn't he release it?
Why should you release it?
Why wouldn't he release it?
Is it your project?
What crime has he committed?
Is it your project?
What crime has he committed?
No,
he was part of that project. Bulldog was part of that project.
But now you are not part of me.
Bulldog was part of that
project. And I
have
decided that.
And he has information. And he's saying, look, sometimes we need the nudge to act. Sometimes we need a push. Many human beings are procrastinators. We need people to just give us that, push, and then we excel. We have people thanking people for their impact in their lives. Perhaps Bulldog felt, look, you have the songs ready, they are mastered, they are ready, but you lack confidence.
I beg to differ.
You are not quite sure that the song will do well in the face of the new arrivals, in the face of Black Sheriff, in the face of all these boys making inroads. And Bulldog, my father, look, my guy, despite the differences we have, you still have a very good material that can still keep you afloat. And so let's go to the next step and then release some of. It's a partial. He didn't give everybody.
But you have no reason. You have no. What's the word? You have
right or
no right to do that.
And I'm saying, in the face of the law, what crime has Bulldog committed?
It's not about a crime.
It
is about you distorting my promotional plan. That is how I want to promote my album.
I bet
and
to,
you decide to do it.
I bet to differ.
The same word that Romeo used when you were. Romeo says he begs to differ.
You see, the issue of secrecy, regardless of whom you've been involved with, even in business.
Sorry, I would have to cut you. I understand that we have lawyer Susu on the line. Lawyer, thank you for accepting to speak with us on eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, good afternoon.
Right. So we have a case at hand. It's about Shatta Wale and Bullgod. Now, some years ago, Fenwick Autry was murdered at his residence, but when the police arrested Bullgod, took him to court, he was acquitted and discharged. Now today, Shatta Wale posts on Facebook and said that he knows, he's ready to tell the court how Bullgod and his men murdered Fenwick. But there's a difference in the spelling of the name of the deceased, the one that we know. His is Fennec. And then this one Shatta has posted in his Facebook, on his Facebook page is Fennick. People are drawing correlation. Can anyone be faulted for trying to link the two names in the first place?
Well, I think that I don't even know where to pick it from, but if even the correlation is drawn between the two names, that may be presumptive. I think that if anybody really believes that Bullgod indeed has committed some crime and know that he has evidence to that effect, the best place to do is to go to police station and not social media. So I think that we may just have to ignore that post and then move forward, because I mean, crime investigation is not done on social media. It is done at the police station. So if anybody has critical information that can help any court to convict somebody, then it is the police that you go to.
Okay. So does it mean that Shatta Wale cannot be taken on in any way with what he has said?
Well, I mean, there could be, suits in defamation because of a legal principle known as innuendo. If you do a publication which seem to, undermine the another person, or which is defamatory of another person, or which seeks to reduce the image of the person in the eyes of right-thinking members of the society, the person can always bring an action against you. But that is all dependent on whether the person even decides or not decide. But the question is that per that post, can a logical conclusion be drawn as to the person in question, the accused person in question? If such logical conclusion can be drawn, then he may be able to maintain some action against the person. He may have a cause of action.
So let's just say Bullgod decides not to pursue the case, to sue him for defamation. In relation to the murder of an individual, does it mean that if Shatta Wale doesn't go to the police to provide whatever evidence or information to the police,
can he be invited?
What has been put there, it doesn't mean anything? Can he be invited, or it just dies?
Well, I mean, I mean that would be completely presumptuous, and whether he could be invited, the police can invite anybody. If anybody says that he has vital information in respect of the death of another, of course, the police can invite the person. But I mean, he's not under any obligation. I mean, he says he has information. So if you call him and he say he won't come, he's sorry, he will not give. There is no compulsion under any. It doesn't. There's no like anything that can compel him to necessarily come and give that information. Indeed, if a trial were ongoing and there was real evidence, or there is a logical basis to believe that he actually has some information, he could be subpoenaed to come and give evidence. But beyond that one, as it is now, the matter is not before court. The person is only saying that he has some information, can tell the real people. Well, the police, as part of their investigation, could invite him over. But beyond that one, I don't think there is any major, it raises any major concern at all, or major issue.
Okay. You mentioned that those who are drawing conclusions about the Fennec that we know, that's presumptuous. But let's, I don't know if we should still swim in assuming or presuming. But in any case, when someone is acquitted and discharged,
yes,
does it mean the case cannot be opened again?
It is. I mean, this one is not acquittal. I'm sure there's a discharge, because you can only be acquitted after the case has gone through full trial. And when it is only a discharge, you can always be rearrested if there is fresh evidence that connects you to the crime.
Okay. Right.
All right.
Okay. So essentially, there's nothing serious about what Shatta posted.
I mean, that's a point. Like, I mean, it has no consequence. I mean, but if the investigators, CIDs are interested, they may invite him for further information if he really believes he has it. But you see, the question is that if you do have it, why has it taken you this long? Because you heard that somebody has been arrested in that crime. So why didn't you go and volunteer that information? So that's why I doubt whether we should take that post seriously.
All right. Lawyer, thank you for speaking with us. I don't know if any of my guests has a question, other than that.
Lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to know if he's been acquitted and discharged, would they be able to reopen the docket to reconsider the evidence?
An acquittal is after the full trial has been conducted.
But I think he's been acquitted
in his
and
case,
discharged.
Yes.
Yes, so this was a discharge. So when it's a discharge, you can be rearrested, and then that is if there is a fresh evidence connecting you to the case. That is when there is real evidence connecting you to the case. But if you are acquitted and discharged, you cannot be rearrested on the same facts again.
Oh, okay.
All right. Lawyer Sosu, thank you for that education.
All right. The pleasure is mine. Do have a good day.
All right. You too. So that's Lawyer Sosu. He's a legal brain and MP for Medina.
Yeah.
Right. Romeo, you were on the floor.
Yeah, I was like, you see, when you have business, you're engaged in business with someone, regardless of what happens, the business secrets should remain the business secrets. Because, for instance, if I'm managing maybe a Darlington or something, there's sort of Darlington, and there's a debacle or there's sort of confusion between us. If I have some secrets of his leisure or some things that he's protecting from the public, I have no right to put it out there. Baiting your fans or your supporters with your album as to whether, no matter how long you prolong it, it's no business of anyone.
Shouts to Assem.
The reason here is that there are people who spend 5 to 10 years to release an album, and they try to bait people to see, okay, sometimes you want to release, Darlington wants to release an album or maybe a track. Realize that this track, if I release at this time, maybe Black Coast track would overshadow it. And he's targeting an award. So, okay, let me just hold on and read between the line, and then he sneaks it in, and then he wins an award. An artist like Okovelli may not have won and maybe have not been recognized in this era for Zanzan, right? But maybe he had Zanzan 20 years ago, but he released it 10 years ago, and maybe was lucky to have even won nominations or an award. So it's about timing. It's about the business principles. So yes, Bulldog didn't have that right to put those details out. But then again, you go to Shatta's page and you see that he discredits what Bulldog puts out and said, that's not my track list. So it means that Bulldog was just even teasing him. So let's assume that that wasn't the right the detail he put out. So if you go and say you are putting my secret out, so then let's play, then I think the double standards here in Shatta Wale's presentations. Because in one breath, he said he's putting your secrets out. Someone questions you on your page, go to the Charles Niama Mensah page. I think the third, fourth comment. He replied, the person was like, this is not my track list. So in essence, you are saying that, okay, what Bulldog put out there is falsehood. It's falsehood. So it means that it has no locus in terms of exposing any secrecy. So you have also no business to talk about something that is dangerous. Lazosu, yes, has talked about the nitty-gritties of it, but there's sort of a caveat where the police could also develop an interest. Bulldog is not a friend of this government, and they can easily ride on it and give him trouble. And I think if we are guys and we have issues, let's treat it or deal with it like men. Let's not throw this kind of weak shades that will indict people at the end of the day, and later we come and tell ourselves it's a joke. Shatta and Bulldog, to me, I feel they could be pranking all of us in wait of his release of albums. Because Shatta could even go to an extent of telling Ghanaians that he's been shot. Like, come on. So what can't he do?
So he may have, per what you are saying, he may have interacted with lawyers and say, if I say this, what are the implications?
Exactly.
And like lawyers,
they could have weighed everything, say this is what I want to say, and even the spelling of Fennec, you think that he wouldn't have checked the spelling of Fennec? If he tells you it's Fennec in some Abidjan, a thing that he were to, and the murder is just sort of a movie concept.
Fennec can even be a dog.
Exactly. So in whichever case, Shatta is one business guy who would always play on the intelligence of Ghanaians. So if you're smart, you'll be able to decode the templates of what he's been doing over the years. And listen, this is not the kind of Bulldog we know. The Bulldog, when he comes at you in terms of you have a beef with you, he won't go soft and be typing things and be saying things. He comes with video and attack you like you're attacking him and tell you things that you don't want to hear. But if Bulldog wakes up in the morning and go like, okay, yeah, your artists, our SM fans are waiting to hear. Someone who is no longer with you, how would he even contextualize our SM fans? Because, come on, no, let's call it.
No, I'm not with you, but doesn't mean I have moved away from the movement.
Doing critical analysis of these two people, and the issue of murder, and people have interest in this Fennec issue.
Yeah,
and you remember when we met last week, I was even telling how he was put under pressure when Gary Nemako was his lawyer those times and what have you. So I know the kind of stress he went through, and I know how some people also wanted to hear that that kind of resuscitation of that issue. So if Shatta pins it in such comment just to raise eyebrow, I mean, I feel it's a gimmick to promote an album. And honestly speaking, it's high time if you're doing music business, yes, you can't fault him for his promotional gimmicks, but sometimes some jokes are too expensive.
Mike, Brian Mike, do you have a feeling that this whole thing is a publicity stunt?
I don't reckon this stunt. I don't reckon. And you see, earlier on I told you that Bulldog and Shatta had parted ways in October 31, 2015, and asked why they parted ways. They parted ways because Shatta Wale claimed that Bulldog wanted to kill him. And once he had killed Fennec before, he was afraid for his life. That parting of ways...
that was the naked pictures thing?
That parting of ways led to Bulldog's wife pleading with people to beg Shatta Wale not to release naked videos. and photos. It only took Xylophone to make Bulldog head of Xylophone music and artist manager for them to reunite at Xylophone to work together. So this again, you the same Shatta Wale again, and you know this is bad for business. This is bad for business for Bulldog, because you cannot have the murder of a very beloved operative. Fenekotri, bless his soul, wherever he is, he was beloved across board. And many even had hoped that Madame Eslawusu, now being in power, would have at least take a look into it, because as it stands, the murder is unresolved. Nobody really knows what happened to Fennec. And it is quite unfortunate that Shatta would always want to immobilize and cause injury to people he has fallen out with because they don't always see eye to eye. I find it very most unfortunate. And even in the larger interest, what if it was true that this was your partial track list and that it has been released? What's the harm? In the greater end of it, your fans will get to serve the music that you have cooked for them. So what harm could this have caused for you to bring back that? And many people are now wondering again. And as my man said, this government and Bulldog have already crossed paths once. And even on UTV's program the last time, he exploded on a show that he's tired, they can arrest him because of the hounding that was going on behind the scenes. And so why would you do this to a brother who has served you many years? And this is not the only time he's done this to his managers. Shatta Wale has done this to Mr. Logic, Rude Boy Sterling. The two of them I met at XFM when I was a worker there, and so I saw it up close, how tight they were. And later when the falling out came, what he also did to Mr. Logic, calling the police on Mr. Logic. And not only Mr. Logic, he had gone on to cause trouble for West Wise Production, his earlier management, who managed the Bandana album. He parted ways with them, Emmanuel Barnes, Mr. Logic, and in a TV interview had disclosed that Bulldog was a pillar in his music life.
But as for parting ways there, it be normal.
So
I think it depends. It depends on the manner it is executed. But if we are working and we think that at this juncture we need to part ways.
Of course, I subscribe to people walking out of relationships. But it seems for Shatta, when you leave, you have to shut up. Don't talk at all, else I'm going to invent things that did not even exist. Shatta Michi was not spared. Even Abdullahi Abu Sadiq has not been spared since their 3 Music Awards issue. Look at the slander he put the way of Sadiq. It had to take Sadiq being an industry stalwart, someone who accepts the industry well, for his music to still be credible.
Okay. Black Pepper, Mystic Mike, Oko Moons and Cardles, so a Mystic Mike, or Bahano Betuja, also the Black Pepper. We'll take a quick break. When we return, Charlie, I have a surprise for you, yeah? Don't go away. So I had been watching him on TV. The first time I met him was at the launch of Ghana Music Awards France at Golden Tulip. Now, it's a nice song. Honestly, it's a nice song. But that day he performed Nipa. Now, who said, Bessa Simon, or Tieni Muho. And everyone who knows Bessa, you know that he's a producer, he's a musician. Most of the gospel music, our Tego sisters, Numni, Home Crony Benina, Nina Bessa, Wadimo Aquatenepa, na Bessa Tiho, na young man ye rappe, na Bessa, Ebony Trinko, no bonny in Sam de Mapa Penam say, hey, naturally say yes, Bessa feeling Nipa. And Nipa is a very nice track. Kwaku Darlington is our guest on E-Forum today. Kwaku, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
So, there is something that you say in your song. I don't know what it means. That's your signature.
Horiba.
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 So
that's an abbreviation. Only him lies intelligence, bravery, and art.
Walk far away.
I prayed, and God gave me that.
Holy Ba?
Yeah, the hymn I'm referring to is God.
Okay, yeah. I see. So let me first begin with Onipa. How did that concept come about?
Okay, so honestly, I wrote a song like 3 years ago in my room, and before that, I was rapping, I was doing the hardcore rap, yeah, mena. But then I sat down and realized, no, I need to do something different. Like, I mean, something that should have impact on the people as well. We shouldn't be just doing the music. We should be doing things that should, I mean, impart positivity into people's lives. So I realized, no, I should be doing things like this, because the people that I looked up to were doing songs like this, talking of the likes of Ochame Kwame, Reggie Rostone, or Comfort Kwade, or Bradford. These were the people I looked up to, and they were doing beautiful songs that up to now we still listen to them. So I just wanted to be some like on top like that for people to recognize me as, I mean, a songwriter or not just an artist. That even I can grow to my sisters and people will still be listening to my song. So that was something I planned to do. Even though I can just switch to do, I mean, other genres, other songs, you know, just for them. You understand? Yeah. But then I should. You understand? But I should come back for the cash. What I should be known for, what I represent.
Okay. Yeah. So around that time, what was going through your mind? There are so many things you could have written about, but I decided to write on Nipa and how our nature is. What was running through your mind at the time?
When you know, I'm a producer too as well. Okay, so when I was playing the beat, I didn't have that in mind that I want to write a song about Nipa or something. I was just playing the keyboard, and you know, most of these songs it comes to me as a message, just like, and I don't put pen down to write them. I just speak them like I'm just talking to somebody. So it was more like what do you call it? A poem or spoken word or something. I was just talking, and at the end of the day, it was a full music. Yeah.
Getting Ochame Kwame and Famia on the song, how did it happen?
For me, it wasn't anything difficult, because Ochame and Famia, we are more like brothers already. Before me blowing up, I had a chance to meet these people. We talk, we do everything, and so after 3 years, I realized, no, these are the. Although I had options at that time, but then I realized these are the people I should put them on the song. So I contacted them. Then everybody was cool with the song. So I met with Ochame Kwame in a room, and we spent the whole night together. We didn't record only one song. We did like 2 songs, and I mean it was amazing working with Ochame Kwame. He's somebody I've looked up to. He's more like a brother, a father, a mentor, and everything to me. And anytime we meet, we don't only talk about music. We talk about so many things, not even related to music, business, life.
So the second song you recorded with him, when is this scheduled for release?
Oh, that's his song.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. Sikabe fiunya skase.
A lot.
How rich did that get you?
A lot. I mean, that song really pushed me to the top. Like, that song really made people felt what is inside me. So for Sikabe, I would say it's my first baby. Yeah, it's my first baby. And big shouts to the brothers I put on that song too. Big shouts to Kwaku Flake, and yeah, so.
It made you richer. Eh? What have you been able to do from the Sikabe Fie cash that you had?
A lot. I mean, reinvesting, and that's the most important thing. Right now, you as an artist, whenever you cash out, you just don't have to think about you spending the money, or doing. Yes, I can buy cars, I can build or something, but then I need to think about the future too as well.
With the kind of songs that you do, when you hear people say, okay, let me start. Have you heard people say that the younger generation, compared to Titi? What it be that?
Yes, much be that.
Based on what you do and what some of your colleagues do, when you hear these statements, how does that make you feel, and what's your reaction to that?
For me, I have a direction. I know where I'm heading to. So when I hear stuff like this, I just put it in mind that, the people that we say they have better songs, they started just like me. And I know it will take time for people to realize, no, these people were actually talented, or these people really had it. Because I have songs, not just Onipa, I have songs like Go Slow, a lot of songs.
Go Slow is also another fantastic
You understand? But I have a lot of songs that maybe people won't pay attention to it right now, but some days to come, I don't think during the time or the days of the Ampedus, the
Dr.
J.
Adolfo,
Pablo or something. I mean, they were also having different conversations, like sanitary. So it happens. I feel like some days to come or some years to come, people will understand what we are doing today.
We'll talk about your new one.
The new one.
Osama. Osama bin Laden.
No, Osama bin Laden. I will explain that.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What's Osama?
Okay, so Osama, yes, I know I've explained this countless times, but then I have to do it again for the people. Osama is an Arabic name that we all know, and the meaning of Osama is lion. So when I say Osama, not necessarily the Osama that we all know, but I mean, it's a name that we give to people. So, so the song is basically a love song. So I said, anytime you see trouble, that is my baby or something. Anytime you see trouble, I will come into you like Osama, meaning I'll be coming like a lion to save the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're a lion.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm Osama. I'm a lion.
Is there a video of the song yet?
No.
Okay.
Right now we're concentrating on the audio, and later we give them the video as well.
How has it been for you with the promotion of this song, especially at the time where the nation is it is Kahwadi.
Yeah, but then I mean,
and I ask a man for so as one yes.
Sanitary.
Say Ubia Bofu. Ubia Bofu.
It's part of it. You have to do it. You can't just release a song and just leave it like that. I mean, you have to promote it. You have to shoot videos. You have to be doing everything right. No matter what happens in the country or something, you have to. I mean, that's what feeds you. So you need to go all out.
So how has the economic crisis affected you?
Negatively and positively.
Okay. Let's
deal with both of them.
Both of them.
Okay, so the negative aspect is, I mean, things are hard right now in the country. And yes, I also feel it because I buy things outside, lights, all these things I buy. I mean, they are costly right now. And yeah, because I also buy things in Ghana. And the positive aspect is, yes, this music that we do, I mean, we are being paid on stores in dollars. So when they pay me in dollars, I mean, the money rises. You understand? So that's the positive side of it. But then the negative side is way huge.
How do you think creatives can survive in this turbulent time?
Right now, the internet is very broad. That if I really, I mean, let me use the word intelligent, you really get a lot of money because there are a lot of money on the internet that people really don't know. There are lots of money because sometimes I don't even play shows, but then at the end of every month I'll be getting something right because I'm using the internet very wisely. I had a chance, like the people that I work with right now, and they, let me say, they have a, what do you call it, a distribution company. So I had a chance to learn about these things at the early stages. So I was even distributing my songs on my own. I was doing all these things on my own. So me, for instance, it's very difficult for somebody to cheat me when it comes to like this music business or something. You can't just even upload my song or my content for free. I can just be on my home, take my laptop and take it down. We are all about the money, you understand? So the internet is very broad that people can make a lot of money on the internet. Right, very soon, Facebook will also be paying that. I know a lot of people don't know.
Yeah.
Facebook will be paying. Right now, TikTok pays.
Oh, they've started already?
Yeah.
Okay.
TikTok pays. Audiomack pays. Boomplay pays. Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube, a lot of places. They are all paying. So if you don't make good use of these platforms, you always be waiting for shows to survive. Yeah.
Yeah. Romeo and then Black Pepper. Whether a contribution, a question, any, let me hear you.
Yeah, I think the earlier discussion as to whether their music, the current trend, are as of anything good compared to those of old. I think it shouldn't even be a discussion. Every music, with test of time, would prove to be a classic or not. Sometimes when a track is released, you don't see its power, but with time you feel, no, this is the song. the likes of Pabubu, they've left their names in the sands of time, but they also had bad songs during their era. Some people gave bad music, people gave bad songs, and there were good ones too. This era, there are a lot of classics. We have through the contemporary high life, the hip life, and even this trapping you're doing. You just name it. They are giving us variety. And it's more challenging because you have competitors across borders. But in those days of Ampedu, they were looking up to Ghanaians. So they didn't have much competition. They didn't have much pressure. And here, look at the cost of shooting a video. Those they didn't need much videos to prove that you are a stalwart or you are sort of a legend in music. But the kind of pressure these young ones are facing, there are a lot of issues in the world. People are writing stories repeatedly, but with different concepts. So it's more challenging now. So if I hear people say, oh, number 4, but put them side by side, there are a lot of classics in recent times. You get it? And would you say that Lumba is number 4 and also a titinipa? That the Lumba and yet titinipa sa. Which as of Rampons and yet titinipa sa. Aquaba Junior and yet titinipa sa. You get it? There are a lot of classics. When you pick Samini, let's talk about dancehall. You get Shatta Wale's songs, which are classic. You get Sarkodie's songs, which are classic. Mary album, no. So when people make such comments, I feel it's out of jealousy. Sometimes I'm in the diagro. I say it's no more than you the assassin. Didn't much the aircraft. More appreciate it. But on a lighter note, yes, the older generation sets the tone, and the younger generation are building on. So you just appreciate both generations, and they also move. Another generation also pick up. You get it. It's just about growing and growing what has been passed over to you. So for me, I think it's more challenging now. As I said, Titijam and born and Titinukana porn hubs in Niho. This internet you control being in regulations, you know. Easier, see, and that's a contract with that. Obitity by in this time, a bonabaso sent it to the The same has to do with whatever we are growing up with. In the music, there, better say, enjoy because among my variety. Say a band of Sabi, a G near Obi air to Nibedi, Ubenyum, Obisu, aye, no person, and I rap hip hop and Casabra about bragging. To be bragging, because someone can answer Sambia. In context, poetry never makes sense to those who don't understand them. Yeah. What I say? Ufali literature books in baby, how can I poem na unti ase? Because Nyanse. I know they am power. Enye wajuma unti ase. So when people say they don't make sense, I also beg to differ. Because if it's in line, a count story, you understand. Some count story, you wouldn't understand. So for me, there's no bad music. It's about you, how you brand it and throw it out there. Pepe.
I'd love to know which is your management?
Management, that is Eve Records.
Okay, and with the monies you earn digitally, do you run a dollar account here in Ghana, or you run a dollar account so that you remove the dollar hard cash? Yeah. Okay. But other than that, then you would have been in
positive and negative in one.
Yeah, you would have been in serious trouble. All right. So I realize you can sing and rap as well.
Yeah.
Very. And I realize your music has videos. Yeah, even though you are not so, you know, like, I understand. So I see that the dollar is working because you are able to shoot videos.
Master dollar assembly man no trying video
you are able to, you know, run things quite well. So keep it up. Thank you. I realize you are from Kumasi, right? Yeah. I realize the Kumasi guys, yourself, Kweku Flick, a few others are not so much the love. Yours is the money.
The money.
But I realize, you know, the Accra guys started with love. The Saminis, the others. But I realize you guys, you're not so much into the love affairs. You want to make the money. It's all about money.
Very important. No, there's a correlation. The issue here is that, you see, when the women love your song, you see, when most love songs are made for women, just that when men are broken-hearted, they find solace in those love songs. Now, once the people fall in love with your love songs, then they become your followers. Then you can tell them or show them that aside love, there is another thing you can do. That's how you navigate along with your fans. So that the views, they will view your new videos, and so that's where you also make your money. So in making that a commercial effort, you need to have good music to bait people to believe in your craft first. Once you get them, then you can go the rough way. You get it. So for me, I think it's still in order.
So
the wedding is packed.
Yeah.
Just I had that picturesque view of he being like what tuntuma na ujina asante ahemfie nanka
as o chami
as a bo and yes say bo nyum no like ye bo se piano se then whatever aid na ma nti ye wie na say ye bo nyum nanka say on say nkola na nyam nyum fun anom ye den omo
okay. I get the drift.
People would have to know what they are doing, but if your mom say you're dressing, okay.
I get the drift.
Sometimes your packaging could be say management IABB say okay, if you say otumfo IABB and I say a friend say ebrihene IABB na ya arrangement say because musum person will promote amamre also amamre ba ti say wotuntuma enye de bia na ebeko. People see in a different light. Now people will start paying attention to you because this song is powerful.
Very.
The
lyricism is serious. Poet.
If you understand it, you get to know, you appreciate that thing.
And or a comedian, so come.
So something I make an answer. Like sometimes we have a lot of good words out there, but for us to make people appreciate it is what we would have to do. Into Mr. Widdy, the work to be a matwama also. Sometimes I want to see like, come on, like you have it, so use it.
Yeah. Talking about packaging, so Doreen Abanima Abaya, she has a very nice package for you, and so we present to you Vogue.
Premieres his Gidigba music video at the 3 Music headquarters. It's a song that has become popular barely days after its release, and there are indications anticipation for the music video is high. The artist discloses that his music video is more of a movie than just visuals of a song that inspires people to be strong and firm. The Bean Boss takes guests through his behind the scenes of the making of the music video before it's premiered. Let's jump right into it and watch broadcaster Jay Foley interact with the artist.
Turmoil, welcome.
Thank you very, very, very much.
How do you feel this evening? When you woke up this morning, knowing that we're just counting down hours to this evening, giving us the chance and the privilege to watch what you're about to see this evening.
Yeah, I was grateful to be alive because all it takes to be alive, really, and I had to cut my yacht or run down from the UK last night so I can make this happen, definitely. So I'm happy that I was able to be here, and it's important to as well find time to connect with the media, because whilst we do that, there's almost always like a certain kind of disconnect between us, and the purpose of this one is to actually bring together, honorable people so we can share some content firsthand, and here we're about to see everything that ever goes on behind the scenes for materials like Gidigba to be brought to the fore. So we felt like we're not going to just post anything up on social media. Let's just actually go the traditional way, spend time, energy, money, and bring it to them.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, tonight it's a viewing party. We're going to get a chance to understand everything about Gidigba. So I don't even want to ask you questions regards to that because everything is in there. But just before we take a step down and we all enjoy this together, what does it mean for you in creating a song like this or a story like this?
Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. Up on the journey of life, we open different chapters, and this is a chapter so far. I actually have been able to accumulate emotions and feelings and thoughts and put them together on a 3-minute song, which I think is very unique. Everybody can relate to a line or two in there, and the way it comes across But ultimately, all I'm trying to say is that no matter what you're facing in life, no matter what your levels are, there's a need to always stand firm and strong, which is Gidigba. You know what I mean? Yes, so continue to conquer the world and believe in yourself and never fall minimal, because it's not everything you see that is real, not everything that glitters is gold.
In making this, is this a new standard that has been set for Stonebwoy, and post this, what is going to happen?
Thank you very much. I think we keep setting standards for our own selves so that we can continue to reach heights. So at every level, we push ourselves, we get there, we start from zero, we take it to the next level. That's how I've approached life, basically. And that's why, like you say, it's 15 years already, and then we're still here feeling like we have done the least and haven't done anything yet. Just because we always want to push ourselves to the next level, because definitely there's so much to do. There's so much to do, and if this indeed feels fresh, then you can understand that we're opening different chapters as we elevate. What I really wanted to tell in that video is to actually represent a piece of everything, you know, and specifically like this. We have so many kids who are being abducted globally against their wills and being sold today as we speak. We have their parts being harvested as we speak. You hear a lot of people go to, for instance, the Asian countries in search of jobs, and they sweep them all away. You hardly hear back from all of them. There are dangers that are going on. So that is what I wanted to play and depict from the small boy's abduction. Somebody may also ask, why were the parents also killed? I want to tell another story also from the fact that we all stem from families, and these are things that happen. You find out that even if not physically with any like I portrayed in a video, some of us from where I grew up from in the ghettos, people have lost their parents and properties and stuff that belonged to them from robbery, and even family members that seek for them to stain down.
Great film right there, pregnant with emotions, revenge, and what have you. Congrats to Stonebwoy and his team. Tell you what, the viewing party was a blast. Let's get the conversation rolling. See you some other time. I am your girl, Doreen Abanama Abaya.
Thanks, Doreen, for the segment Vogue. And like I always mention, if you are organizing an event, let us know. We are very interactive on social media. All platforms, the handle is at the GhanaWeb. We'll come and cover the event and let our viewers and our readers know what happened. That's Stonebwoy's video premiere and party viewing, or the wedding. Of course, so 3 Music headquarters. Thank you for watching this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. I've been on the show with Mystic Mike, aka Black Pepper of blackpepper.com. He's a journalist, he's a relationship coach. He posts a lot of big things on social media. He's an MC.
Voiceover artist, MC.
Yeah.
And then this Cabin Bremen.
Oh. And then McDonald Daniel Asari, aka Romeo, is an event organizer, an actor, poet, comedian, also a comedian or bois. Those days when I was at Radio Universe, those days I had a show, Groove Mix, Friday, music and comedy. Because I'm a engineer also. Into a comedian. Yes, so Romeo is with, he's an event organizer, Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman, he's an actor, and Miss Ghana voice coach. He's a talent coach. If you want to win a pageant, come to him. He will train you. Kwagu, your social media handles na young creating.
Kweku Darlington GH on Instagram, Kweku Darlington on Facebook, and Kweku Darlington GH on Twitter. Yeah, okay. Kweku Darlington on Facebook as well, and on all the digital platforms.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming. We wish you the very best. And Unipa Debia Mebo. Yeah, it's true.
But you should be playing the new one. Yeah, you should be playing the new
Osama.
one.
Osama is nice.
Very nice.
Baby,
that's your favorite too.
Baby, your favorite.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be back next week with yet another riveting conversation. It's been eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Mpempia kan wadon wasem de train nipa so nipa fom nipa nipa de ho abufu bekum nipa ti ya chiro se bu nipa ni ya chiro se suro nipa ubu nipa suro nipa fi se de obetan wo ye nipa nyame fa nipa so bo nipa so wana nipa bo nipa wo chiri ase afanan de wode ya che okokom nyina da wo che so do nipa wakoma pa na nso nipa ho asem no beka ye yi a ena won ka no kura nyina wo se wo dai bi dai na ni akatan so won dai ya boafo adoso nso aboafo esi na nipa ni nkai ti de obeboa wo maaye hunu se Yesu nda wadwa ni je woni pem kai se nipa na yi Yesu mai nipa na bawu nipa so de be ye be se nipa nipa ni madum ti nipa se nipa de train nipa enya kra wo de ye no ti Yesu sun se nipa eya na refi se nipa wu nipa ne se nipa knocking on the door of your heart da me bo kokko se sikanti na nipa beku nipa de a enya omobo Nyankopon bo nipa se ne seso ni ne suban ne buni ayenti nipa de nipa betoto abo akokko nipa ho be trend dan so nipa na be boa ne da woni mguase wodi akotene woni gemu ohia wo ewum nipa bia ye nipa so nipa ni na anya pe ti nipa bekoto nipa de atrese nipa nyankwada.
In my presentation, by 2020, it is estimated by the World Economic Forum that 230 million jobs, which require some level of digital skills, will be created. There are lots of job opportunities currently today, which require digital skills. And so we believe that if we assist our persons with disability with the digital skills that they need, they can have access to well-paying jobs. They can work remotely and safely. They can work conveniently if they have access to high-speed internet, they have the technology and the tools that they need, and they have the skills that they are required for them to engage with the digital jobs that are being created daily as we speak. So it was important that we get their input. And thankfully, we've worked with the World Bank and we'll be implementing a Ghana Digital Acceleration Project next year. Which is they'll be providing us with $200 million for different components of that project, and part of that will be used to assist our persons with disability with skills training, assistive devices, access to high-speed data, and job opportunities. We're giving them job-ready skills. So once you finish the training, you're walking or riding into a position that is available, and we'll match them up with available skills so that they can also take care of themselves without having to depend on the charity of others. We believe that they are capable, if equipped, to also live meaningful lives as citizens of this country. And it is incumbent on us to work towards narrowing all forms of digital divide, including the disability divide. We're working, focusing on gender inclusion. We're working with including the youth and providing them with digital skills. And we believe that we can extend it to our persons with disability as well and equip them so that they can also contribute their quota to the development of this country. One lesson the pandemic taught us is that without digital technology, services, products, it will be difficult for us to engage or even work. Now, if we don't give our persons with disability also the requisite skills, then it means we're leaving them even further behind. The Kufuor-led government is determined to leave no one behind. And so whatever we will do to provide them with the requisite tools, technology, skills, and opportunities to enable them to engage in the digital world that is unfolding before us, we will do.
It is one of the most common things among the youth today. Virtually everyone uses it.
Social media is fun. It's like having a party alone.
And it's popular.
Some people go to the extent of just going naked to get popular.
But is it taking over reading?
The fact that today you see everybody with their necks craned and, you know, looking at their phones would suggest to me that people are reading less.
Well, maybe not.
Anybody that comes to you and tell you that, oh, Ghanaian children of today don't read, tell them that the boss of Ghana Library says that it is never true.
What are your thoughts? Let's find out more. The power of social media, showing on Monday, November 7 on GhanaWeb TV.
My brothers, my invitation to you mentioned a fruitful interaction amongst ourselves and not about my public and private life. Indeed, all that I have achieved means nothing to me at this moment or hour. When my fellow Ghanaians are suffering, when children throughout the country have no hope of a better future, and when my country, Ghana, is missing the greatness he had displayed under people like Kwame Nkrumah. The greatness of Ghana is unfulfilled. How can I be happy? As I stand here, my fellow countrymen and women, I'm not happy because my country, your country, our country is in desperate crisis. And our president has confirmed that. And as a very famous soldier in the UK once remarked, and I'll quote him, this is what he said: if I have the liberty to wander in the streets, it is not my wisdom to do so when my house is on fire. Unquote. Fellow countrymen and women, today, Ghana, our house, is on fire. And as a citizen, I have a responsibility to help quench this fire. That's why I'm here this afternoon. Our economy is in shambles. The youth are unemployed and they're very desperate. Ghanaians everywhere are going through very difficult times. They are lacking the most basic necessities of life. Indeed, this is not what our founding fathers envisaged for us. This is not what a country like Ghana, with tremendous blessings and resources, should find herself. My colleagues, we are in difficulty. We are in danger. And I want to inform you that the time for change is now. There's no other. It is now. And therefore, today, I want to announce to you, and I'm announcing my intention to contest for the flag bearership of the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Anytime the party opens nominations. I've led a great public and private life, one of success and accomplishments. I will offer myself once again to serve the land of my birth with humility and sacrifice when I'm given the chance to do so. Fellow Ghanaians, fellow countrymen, my brothers and sisters, the temporary shifts that we as Ghanaians have grown used to in this country must give way to permanent change. Permanent change in attitude, change in priorities, change in the distribution, which will benefit all. Generation after generation, building on the successes of the past leaders, their good jobs, once we are learning from the mistakes that others made. Indeed, we are witnessing a real dawn of an era in which country trumps person and progress trumps power. A new era, the era I've been referring to as the Ghanaian dream, giving equal opportunities to all Ghanaians, no matter the circumstances surrounding their birth. Whether you are born by a poor man or woman, a governor or a professor, you should be given equal opportunity to become what you want to become. When I talk of Ghanaian dream, that's what I mean. A country that will give opportunities, equal opportunities to all of us, no matter who our parents are. My fellow countrymen, brothers and sisters, I'm getting to an area that is making me very emotional. Throughout my life, anytime, whenever I've been called upon to serve my country, I have answered with alacrity. In 2009, when you called me to serve as Minister for Finance and Economic Planning, I answered. I'm saying I'm being emotional because I'm going to talk about my boss. During the period 2009-2012, under Professor Mills' NDC administration, the Lord blessed us, blessed Professor Mills, blessed me, blessed all Ghanaians. And the performance of this country and economy has been unmatched. What am I saying so? When we took over the administration of this country, we chalked a lot of successes. Permit me to mention only a few because already my good friend has mentioned a lot of them. I had a good leader. I worked with Professor Fifi Mata Mills, the blessed memory. A humble leader who gave me all the chances from that, do all that you can, so that we lift our country, so that we provide good water for Ghanaians, so that we provide jobs for the youth. And that's how Prof and I worked together. When we took over, the exchange rate was interesting. The cedi 20 pesos at that time could buy you $1. When Professor Mills started his presidency, 1 cedi 20 pesos could buy you $1. 4 years after, of course, he left me 6 months before the year ended. He's rest in peace. When he left me and the year ended, 1 cedi 80 pesos could buy Ghanaians $1. Meaning, for 4 years, our cedi, your cedi, my Ghana cedi, depreciated by 60 pesos 4 years. Meaning every year, your cedi depreciated by 50 pesos. Period between 2009 and 2012. During the period, your economy grew in a way that has never happened before. Amongst, why am I saying so? The gross domestic product, we say GDP, by economists will say so, grew by 14.5% in 2011 and has been the highest growth rate in the history of our country. After Mills was in charge, I was the finance minister. The same year, Ghana emerged as one of the fastest growing economies in the whole world. Amazing. The same period, Ghana registered, or the Ghanaian economy registered the lowest interest over 4 decades. The same year, we talk about it every year, we were able to register the longest sustained single-digit inflation over 31 months. Started from June 2010 and throughout the period to December 2012, inflation was below 10. The average for the period was about 8.5%, 31 months. Who says that NDC doesn't know how to manage an economy? Our record has been the best since independence. At the end of 2011, now listen, the budget deficit that we are now worried about had reduced to 4% from 14.5% we inherited in 2008. That's at our mills for you. And now listen to cocoa industry. For the first time in the history of this country, Ghana produced over 1 million metric tons of cocoa during the 2010-2011 cocoa season. And our strategy was to move to 2 billion. So, Prof. Sekwabra, what do? I said, Prof, let us nurse cocoa seedlings and supply this to Ghanaian farmers free of charge. So, 2011, that budget, we provided for 20 million seedlings, and we're going to raise to 50 million every year so that we'll be able to double the acreage of cocoa farms. Why were you doing that? My brothers and sisters, the only crop you have in this country supporting your currency is cocoa. Not gold, not oil. For cocoa, all the earnings, 100% come to Bank of Ghana. And it is cocoa that supported the currency. And now that we have the challenges cocoa industry collapsing, And instead of moving from 1 million that we attained in 2011 to say 2 million by now, I believe, well, here it's about 800 or 700. We are in danger now. That's why I'm saying that we are in crisis and we have to act swiftly. He's talked about unemployment. During our time, the youth had no problem with jobs. The unemployment rate dropped to 2.2% at the time we were living. And the young people were very happy. They had no challenges, no problems with jobs. My fellow countrymen and women, this is what happened to our economy when I was the Minister for Finance and Economic Planning. The Lord blessed us and blessed the whole country. Our performance, as my chairman, Professor Mpofu, said in WA, our performance is unmatched. It's the best since independence. And all of you contributed. So clap for yourselves. It was not me and Atta Bills. Your prayers also counted. My pastor was every Sunday praying for me in church. Pastor, thank you very much. So friends and gentlemen, my friends, next few weeks, I will tour our great land. And I would like to meet my fellow brothers and sisters throughout the country. I would like to speak about issues, speak about our lives, speak about our challenges, our needs. I would like to speak about our visions and dreams as citizens. I'm looking forward to having these conversations and to explain what I mean by the Ghanaian dream. Friends, stand up. Ghanaians, stand up and let us lift our country to soar again like the eagle she is. As an eagle, the natural place for Ghana is the sky, not the ground. We are now on the ground. Get up. Let's work together so that Ghana will soar again. Let us fight to save our ailing economy to the benefit of our children and generation yet unborn. Let us get together to rescue our economy, to end the hardship, the pain and suffering that we are all going through now. We are a great nation, you all know. We are a great nation, and we have the capacity to rebuild our economy again, as we did during 2009, 2012. Why are we suffering like this? When we have the capacity, we have the resources, we have people. Why are we going through all these difficulties? My brothers and sisters, let us remember that even though Sika PWD Nanso a comfort dede we have everything, but I come there. Now me get they say. Today, I stand here to tell the Ghanaians, because we have everything, but we're not making use of what we have, we are suffering. We are talking, and we are being told that Sika PWD. I said this years ago, but I don't realize Sika PWD by come no madede ba. So I come here, Mr. President. What should we do? Let's arise, all of us, let's arise and build together to avoid the looming national disgrace is coming. Colleagues, we have no other option but to work hard to ensure that the disgrace coming, our children shouting, having no food to eat, no job to do. Those of us who are older, in the sense that we have seen something before, when things were so rosy, we will be disgraced before these children. I'm here to appeal to you that you can pay the day and so a come every day. And the children will disturb us. We can't sleep. When your children are crying, how can you sleep? Fritz? So I'm here to say that let us get together, work together, rescue the Ghanaian economy, which we can do to avoid the looming national disgrace. Thank you very much. And may the Lord may the Lord Almighty, the King of the universe, who is in charge of everything, listen to our prayers. May He, Elohim, Hashem, have mercy on us, Ghanaians. Open our minds, give us ideas to lift this economy and allow Ghana, the eagle, to soar again.
Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favour on this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, and our members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the levers of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. Country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, you have the votes and proceedings of Thursday, November 3rd, 2022. We shall go through them now and correct them if any. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8.
Mr. Speaker, page 8, item 34, Honorable Sam Nate George. I'm aware that he requested for approval to travel for an internet governance forum, and I remitted same to the Speaker's office. Just that table will take note. I won't know where the form is, but I recall that he requested to be on 2 official trips, but I remember that for Internet Governance Forum that I worked on for table to refer to your office. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, you know that unless he submits a form requesting to be excused, the record cannot reflect otherwise. So if he has requested the form, I'm sure if it's brought to the attention of the table office, they will effect the correction. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really sorry to take us back, but yesterday we raised the issue in respect of some of the members of Parliament who had sought permission from us, from the Speaker through us, and we had indeed submitted this request to the Speaker. And so we thought those of them would be captured as being absent with permission. And the list that was submitted includes the Honorable Afenyo on page 7, 4 on page 7, that is 4.4, item 4, number 4. Nana Ayo Afriye, then John Peter Mewu, Anodom Pre, the Chief Whip, then Patrick Yaobuama. Mr. Speaker, even you yourself, and Dr. Mafo and Kweku Kwating. These were the names that had come to me and had ferried same to the Speaker. The Speaker, I even thought that same would be done in respect of the Honorable Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak. And the Minority Leader agreed with me that he's aware that he has submitted a leave of absence. And yet all of them are captured as being absent without any permission. So in respect of those people that we have mentioned, that we can bear testimony that they have sought permission, I think they should be captured as having been absent with permission. Thank you.
Very well. I think we'll need to trace the leave of absence forms. Probably the processing has delayed for it to reach the table office, but it is very well noted. All the members of the Pan-African Parliament who are officially representing Parliament are marked absent without permission, including my good self. And so probably the processing of the leave of absence forms is stuck up somewhere. We'll try to trace them. Very well. I was on page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. 42. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the vote of proceedings of Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. There is no official report for today. Now shall I invite the Majority Leader and Chairman of the Business Committee to present a business statement for the ensuing week.
Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Thursday, the 3rd of November 2022, and arranged business of the House for the third week ending Friday, 11th November 2022. Mr. Speaker, the committee accordingly submits its report as follows. The Speaker may read any available communication to the House. Speaker, the Business Committee has scheduled the following ministers to respond to questions asked of them during the week. The Minister for Youth and Sports, 5 questions to respond to. The Minister for the Oti region, 1 question. Minister for Food and Agriculture, 9. Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, 8. The Minister for the Interior, 11. The Minister for Roads and Highways, 8. The Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, 4. So, Mr. Speaker, in next questions be answered by the ministers. 7 are urgent questions and 39 are regular questions. Speaker, may statements be made in the House by honourable members with Order 72. Speaker, papers may be late during the week and reports from committees may also house. Motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. Speaker, the Business Committee again urges committee to expedite work on same for the consideration of the House. Speaker, leadership takes this opportunity to inform honourable members that there will be a joint caucus meeting on Wednesday, 9th of November 2022 to discuss pertinent issues affecting the House and also members. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160 sub 2 and subject to Standing Order 53, the committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Speaker, the order as set out on the draft before us covers page 1 through to 8, and I don't really intend to go item by item and issue by issue. Speaker, in that regard, I would entreat the Hazard Department to capture the content of the business statement as having been read and capture same into the Hazards. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, honourable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the main business for this particular meeting is the budget. And I have observed that for the days that we've been here, sometimes we come in less than 2 hours, we've adjourned till the next day. I'm asking whether it will not be possible for the business committee to consolidate, pack the activities so that instead of 4 days, we come like 2 days in a week, in order to be able to save on the amount of money we are using for fuel. Because, Mr. Speaker, the day before yesterday, I went to the Goil filling station at Lagos. My light was on and I asked them to fill my tank. I got down to the shop to buy something. When I came back, 3,000 cedis was my bill. 3,000, Mr. Speaker. I had 2,100. I had to call my colleague, Honorable Jaja, to send me money through the Momo that I'm avoiding to use before I was able to pay my bills. So, Mr. Speaker, looking at the kind of business that we have, is it not possible to we can stay for 6 hours a day. Instead of coming 2 hours, we go back, drive here 2 hours, we go back. Part the day, if it's even 8 hours, we'll be willing to stay, do the business for like two days, and then save. That way, we can save like 500 cedis on fuel every week. And this will also be in line with the proposal by President Mahama to organizations to allow those who can work from home to do so, because the fuel situation is killing us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
One notable confession is that he's avoiding paying tax. The honourable member has confessed that he's avoiding paying tax. It's a very notable confession. Yes. Are you on your feet? Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I share the concerns raised by my honourable colleague about what we do here, and if leadership can do something about it, the better. But, Mr. Speaker, last week I raised an issue to do with a question I posed for the Agric Minister to appear here to answer. This was advertised on Thursday, 21st July 2022, he came around and provided the answers for question number 945 and 946. But he was not able to read the answer. Fortunately for me, one of the questions was repeated for the second week. I raised it on Friday that I thought since the answers were together, the other question for the Agric minister should have followed as it occurred on the 21st July 2022 order paper. This business statement has captured only question 945, leaving 946. For the same minister, I think if he is coming here to answer just 945, then they should add 946 for him, so it follows the order that it was on the 21st July 2022 order paper. This thing is of so much importance. Mr. Speaker, it is to do with rice mills and processing of our paddy rice. The minister came to this house and told us they have imported 90 rice millers. We asked for the location of those rice millers, and I was told to file my own question for that information. I did. And the answer the minister provided, which was published on the 21st July order paper, claims that no such thing has happened. So the question is an interesting question. The minister must come to tell us why he told us he has imported 90 rice millers, and the follow-up question he's saying no such thing has happened. Then this house will look. So I don't know why we are avoiding that very question, since he has provided answer. Mr. Speaker, I want you to direct the table office for them to at least get that question on the order paper for consideration. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday a question was advertised in my name, and it was in connection with the health minister. Unfortunately, that question couldn't come on, but I later on got a mail from the table office that it will be scheduled for next week. Unfortunately, when I went through the business statement, I have not seen the question being advertised for next week. In the same vein, today, I was supposed to ask a question on the Sky Train that the government attempted to construct. And yesterday, on the other paper, it was the first question that we would have taken this morning. And, Mr. Speaker, you realize that the issue of the Sky Train, our government has invested money in it, in equity. And as a house, we should be interested in knowing what returns we have made on the equity that we have invested in. So, unfortunately, the minister, this question has not been tabled for today. And there's no indication that it's been scheduled for next week. I just want to find out what we are doing about that, how soon we can get it back. If it is possible, Mr. Speaker, for you to do an amendment for it to be considered next week, I will appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yes, leader. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much. I'm aware that I'm a member of the Business Committee, but Mr. Speaker, two outstanding issues. One is a question standing in the name of the Honorable Member for Nalerigo about the status of the abandoned Gambaga College of Education. Gambaga College of Education is a question. I'm sure it may be is not being programmed. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is a question in my name for the Minister for Finance to come and answer outstanding obligations for statutory pension payment, which question I filed in July, and how much government owes in respect of its obligations to workers as persons' security are being threatened, and the opportunity for the investment of those money by especially those belonging to the second tier pension scheme. That is in my name. I haven't seen that question being tabled. Mr. Speaker, earlier last week I requested that the Honourable Minister for Interior, the Minister for Defence and the Attorney General will have to be hauled before this House to brief us on the state of the failing Galamsey fight, how much we've invested in the 3 ministries with the present plan to deal with it, with the continuous destruction of our environment and water body. I don't seem to see that also being programmed for our purposes. Then, Mr. Speaker, it's early yet, but the Honourable Majority Leader will have to update this House preparations for the 2023 budget statement. Where are we and what should we be expecting? Are we honoring and fulfilling our obligations under Article 179 and the Public Financial Management Act in respect of the Minister for Finance appearing early with a budget so that this House again is not stampeded into a 3-week period to approve whatever he brings? We need adequate time to scrutinize the budget. So we want to hear from him, where are we? Where are we on your preparations for the 2023 budget statement? If you don't have one, let us know, because you are waiting for IMF before you can have a budget. Let's also know where we are on it. No IMF, no budget, or you have a budget without IMF, on which one precedes the other. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to hear from the leader. I don't want to add whether you come in a different capacity for that purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, some of our issues. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Speaker, colleague, the member for the SU German asked about, he says he spent about 3,000 for fuel. And he's saying that on account of that, we should perhaps be working for just 2 days in a week. Mr. Speaker, well, I don't know the quantum of fuel that his own vehicle was able to absorb. So I'm not in a position to comment on the amount that he spent. If your vehicle has a capacity to store about a barrel of fuel and you buy 3,000, Mr. Speaker, I may not be in any position to sympathize or maybe shed tears for you. But yes, we all recognize that fuel prices have gone up. I mean, we are all in this country, we all buy fuel, but we know that fuel prices have indeed gone up. Of course, we may disagree on the cost of it. I'll relate to the price at the international level. I know that crude price now has gone up. It's escalated dramatically. You do know that. Of course, the other factor we must also admit is the strength of our local currency now. So the combination of the two factors, one must admit. But having said so, Speaker, when we are in dire circumstances, that is when we are called upon to increase productivity. And for a member of parliament to say that we should work in just 2 days in a week, the Speaker, that is a very apocalyptic declaration from the member of parliament. What will be the effect on national productivity, this call that you are making? And what will be the effect on GDP? I think that really is an unfortunate call on us that we should be working for just 2 days in a week. Mr. Speaker, and he says that President Mahama has made a request for people to work from their home. There's only one president in this country, one executive president in this country, and nobody can pretend to share power with that president, whether it's a former president or a future president. Mr. Speaker, the country has voted for one president. I remember, you are a young man in this house. I remember in 1998, when the former president, our first president in the Fourth Republic, had delivered the message of the State of the Nation, and President Kufuor commented, President Rawlings was quick to add that he should recognize that there's only one president in this country. May I send the same message to my colleague from Germany. There is only one president who has been voted for, and there cannot be any pretensions about that. Mr. President, the Honorable Kofi Adams is relating to a question numbered 946. It says it's about some rice mills. I would have to check. It didn't come before us for programming. But now that we've drawn attention, we'll see, especially given the fact that the Minister for Agriculture will be coming. If he's coming, as we have listed him to be here to answer 9 questions. Perhaps it may become necessary to add on to that. I'll just look at that. The Speaker, another member also spoke about a question that he has asked of the Minister for Health. We will see. I will address myself to that and we'll see, because again, I have to look at it, and then if it's possible to program it for next week. Because next week, if it's possible for the minister, certainly we'll bring it on board. And then you say to us that there's another question that you filed relating to the minister responsible for railways. I'm informed that the minister has submitted the response. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. And so we will reprogram that for either Tuesday or Wednesday. We will relate to him, and it certainly cannot go beyond Wednesday, either Tuesday or Wednesday. The minority leader is also raising an issue in respect of a question that stands in the name of the member for Nalerego. I think I'll have to look at it, and then we'll see how to bring it back to the front burner. Then the issue about statutory pension payments. We said we have filed a question with the finance minister, and I don't know whether it's been admitted by the speaker. You should know the status of that question. The admissibility of the question lies with the speaker. If it's not being admitted, you don't expect us to program it. And you are a very senior member of the committee, the business committee. You are always reserving some rights to cause internal bleeding when you know that you should be asking these questions at the business committee. Mr. Speaker, the other matter, he says, the state of the Galamsey fight. He mentions 3 ministers. You can't ask 3 ministers the same question. So perhaps you will want a briefing from the ministers in maybe a joint caucus. That could be done. So we could deal with it. But certainly you cannot file one question at 3 ministers. So we'll see what it is that must be done. The Speaker, the final issue that my colleague raised is in respect of the budget presentation. I guess by the close of the day, I should be in a position to announce definitely when it will be coming. As you do know, and as you yourself related to, and as I've also communicated to you, discussions are ongoing in respect of our own negotiations with the IMF. The conclusions, as you do know, shall have to be factored into the budget. The Public Financial Management Act requires the minister to be here to present the budget statement and economic policy on or before the 15th of this month. That is what the statute provides. And it's for a good reason. The IPU that we all belong to, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, I need the course. The Honorable Dr. Ayini is causing some conflagration in my right. Mr. Speaker, a lot will depend on how far we travel on the IMF negotiations. However, I think considerable progress has been made, and as you do know, when everything is settled, because it's a document from the President will have to have a look at it, and the President certainly would do the consideration of it in consultation and indeed with the collaboration of his ministers. Everything is done, then the document will come to the House. I know the minister is working hard to ensure that it comes within time. But given the pressures, we may perhaps also go to the ensuing week, which will be possibly the 24th of November. Certainly not beyond the 30th. Because as you do know, the Constitution, you rightly quoted, Article 1791, provides that the document should come to this House not later than 1 month before the expiry of the financial year. What it means is that it should come before the 30th of November. We ourselves, because, as I said, we belong to the IPU, and because the IPU is entreating Parliament in the consideration of budgets to have a minimum of about 8 weeks. That consideration informed us in crafting the PFMA to state that we should have about 6 weeks, a minimum of 6 weeks to consider the budget and approve of same. So it was with that consideration that we decided to bring the date forward to 15th of November. However, if it's not able to comply with that and goes beyond that to maybe the 24th of November, you will not have breached the Constitution. As you do know, between the Constitution and the PFMA, the imperatives of the Constitution certainly way stronger than that of the PFMA. Of course, if we're able to comply with the PFMA, it will be better for us as a Parliament. So we're looking, and as I said, I had some engagement with him yesterday. I guess by the close of the day, we should be able to have the date that the minister will be able to submit the budget to the House. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, the business statement is hereby adopted as presented. Shall we go to question time? The Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, you may now take your seat and answer the questions. The first question is in the name of the Honorable Member for Ho Central. Question number 481 will be asked by the Honorable Member for Ho Central. Mr. Benjamin Komlakodo. I like your hairstyle.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the road from Volta Barracks through Bengwe, Takla, and Hojo to Tokokwe will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Barracks through Quenoy, Takla, and Hojo to Tokokoi Federal Road is located in the whole municipality of the Volta region. It is a 20.1 kilometer long and in fair condition. The current program, Mr. Speaker, contract for the bituminous surfacing of the above road was awarded under the contract titled Bitumen Surfacing of Whole Barracks to Hojoga to Tokokoi Federal Road. That is from kilometer 1.1 to 20.1 on 20th October 2016. Works commenced on 6 January 2017 with an expected completion date of 6 July 2018. The completion date was revised to 11 March 2020 due to additional works issued. The Speaker, works executed to date include 10 number of 1 by 900 millimeter pipe culverts, 10,649 meters of concrete U-drains, and 9 kilometers of primary soil works. Progress of work is projected at 71% physical completion. Mr. Speaker, the progress of work has been very slow, mainly due to delayed payment for certified work done. The contractor is currently not on site due to delay in payment for certified works. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete the outstanding works. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, this road works has been on for about 6 years now. So I want to find out from the minister what concrete program is there for getting the contractor back to work so that it can be concluded once and for all.
Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have stated in my answer that work on this project is slow, and to be honest with you, it's mainly due to
delayed payment. So every effort is being made. As soon as money is made available, the contractor will be paid part of the certified certificates to enable the contractor to speed up work on this project. But at least it's heartwarming that the contractor is still on site. So we will do everything possible to encourage the contractor to speed up work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the major communities on this stretch are Benue, Takla, Hojo, before you get to Tukukwe. Tobe Kotoku, the 11th, the paramount chief of Benue, greets you. He visited you the last time. He sends you his compliments.
Honorable, can you proceed with the question?
Mr. Speaker. Primer seal has been done from the center of Benue Township to Hojo, leaving the stretch from Volta Barracks, which is the beginning point, to Benue in very deplorable state. Very, very deplorable state. It's dangerous for vehicles and commuters. There are a number of certificates, five certificates. One is 3.2 million, another one is 3 million, another one is 2 million plus. There is one which is 1.6 million, and another is 4.7 million. I have given copies of these certificates to you personally. Would you please facilitate the payment of one or two only of these certificates so that the contractor can return to site? The total amount outstanding is about 12 million. But can you do something to some of the certificates to enable the contractor to go back to site with perhaps a specific directive that go and concentrate on the Volta Barracks to Benue stretch?
Honorable, yes, will you give any
will you do that?
Honorable, yes, Honorable Minister, will you do any such thing? We don't have time, a lot of time today, so we'll make it as crispy as possible. Otherwise, I thank you, I'll intervene. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, even the amount is understated. The certified amount, standing to the credit of the contractor is 15.7. I know it. And the 9 kilometers primer seal has to be facilitated even to be sealed properly so that it does not deteriorate. So that's why I said that we are making every effort. As soon as money becomes available, something will be released to the contractor to work on the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, you see, my worry is that this is about...
Honorable, please.
This is about the third time I've raised question on this route.
It means that there is no answer yet. Can you ask another question? Otherwise, we'll move on.
What I what I'm demanding from the minister is that how exactly does he plan to get the contractor back to site? Because it's always whenever he decides that this is the time he should go, he tells us in Parliament, but the work is not going on. That is why I am putting, it appears I'm putting pressure on him to give us definite
program for this work to be executed.
Honourable Minister, are you capable of giving a definite program?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the wish of the ministry and everybody that every road is worked on in the country. I wish it had been done even yesterday, but as I said, it is dependent upon availability of funds. So as soon as funds are available, it will be done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, question number 626. Honourable Member for Simi. People take advantage of one question to ask 15 different roads. Table office, I think you should check this. One question lists about 15 different roads to be answered as one question. I think you should check and help to break this down. Yes, Honourable and Mercy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Road and Highways what has accounted for the delay in the construction of Atebu Kwame Danso Road and the following feeder roads: Kwame Danso Atremade Bato Road, Kwame Danso Konkonsi Road, Shami Krom Shabuba Road, Shami Krom Tato Bato Road, Menko today Kope Road, Shafa Dogondaji Road, Bunji Donkope Road, Lemu Mantukwa Road, Mantukwa Kwayasi Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I begin with the upgrading of Atebubu to Kwame Danso to Kwadwo Krom Road, measuring 35 kilometers. This road links the Atebubu to Amantin district to the Sini West and Sini East districts in the Bono East region. The total length of this road is 100 kilometers. The section from Atebubu to Kwame Danso is one of the roads under the Critical Road Program. It is a gravel road in poor condition. The section between kilometer 35 to 65 is already sealed and in good condition. From Atebubu to Kwame Danso, that is from kilometer 65 to 100, is a gravel road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Atebubu Kwame Danso Kwadwo Krom Road is being constructed in phases. Phase 1 involves upgrading of Atebubu to Kwame Danso to Kwadwo Krom, measuring 35 kilometers, and Phase 2 is upgrading of Atebubu to Kwame Danso to Kwadwo Krom, that is upgrading of Boadinka to Kwadwo Krom between kilometer 65 and kilometer 100. Mr. Speaker, with Phase 1, the contract commenced on 22nd April 2020 for completion by 21st October 2022. The progress of work is estimated at 29% physical completion. The contractor is currently on site and works are ongoing. Work executed to date include roadside clearing 51%, earthworks 51%,
concrete works 6%, pavement works. There's a correction there. It's pavement, not payment. Pavement works 33% and primary seal 28%. With phase 2, Mr. Speaker, the contract commenced on 10th December 2015 for completion by 9th December 2018. This has been revised to December 2022. The contractor is currently on site, but progress is slow. Work executed to date include roadside clearing 48%, earthworks 45%, concrete works 13%, pavement works 36.8%, primary seal 20%, and first seal 20%. The physical progress of work is estimated at 31.5%. Kwame Damso to Achere Madi to Bator Road. This is a feeder road measuring 21 kilometers long. Mr. Speaker, it is an engineered road in poor condition and located in the Sini West district of the Bono East region. Currently, there is no program on this road. The future program. Mr. Speaker, engineering design studies is programmed to be carried on this road by the end of the fourth quarter of 2022 to assess the appropriate intervention, after which consideration will be given under the 2024 budget. 2. Kwame Damso to Konkosi Road. This road is captured on the Department of Federal Roads database as Kwame Damso to Konkosi Road. It is 30-kilometer long road, and it is an engineered road in poor condition and located in the Sini West district of the Bono East region. Mr. Speaker, currently it has been awarded in 2 phases. Phase 1 is from Kwame Damso to Konkonsi, a feeder road measuring 15 kilometers, and phase 2 is the same road, but the second 15 kilometers. That is from kilometer 15 to kilometer 30. The contracts for both phases 1 and 2 were awarded on 22nd December 2020 and expected to have commenced on 24th March 2021. The contractors failed to commence the works. The Department of Federal Roads issued 2 warning letters to the contractors dated 9 November 2021 and 16 June 2022 for failure to commence the works. The Department of Federal Roads is initiating the necessary contractual procedures to terminate the contract by the end of the third quarter of 2022. 3. Kwame Krom to Chabuba Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is captured in the Department of Federal Roads database as Chiami Krom to Chabuba Road. It is 22.2 kilometers long. It is an unengineered road in poor condition and located in the Sini West district of the Bono East region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, this road has been awarded under the contract titled Sport Improvement of Chiami Krom to Chabuba Feeder Road measuring 20 kilometers. The works commenced on 10 February 2021 for completion by 9 February 2022. The Speaker, the contractor failed to commence the works. The Department of Federal Roads issued a warning letter to the contractor dated 9 November 2021 for failure to commence work. The Department of Federal Roads is initiating the necessary contractual procedures to terminate the contract by the end of the third quarter of 2022. 4. Chiami Krom to Bator Road, measuring 21.6 kilometers. This road, as mentioned, is 21.6 kilometers long and located in the Sini West district of the Bono
East Region. It consists of engineered and partially engineered sections of gravel and sand with poor surface condition over entire length. Currently, there is no program on this road, but the future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering design studies program to be carried on this road by end of the fourth quarter 2022 to assess the appropriate intervention after whose consideration will be given under the 2024 budget. Shafa to Gabon Daji Road. Mr. Speaker, this feeder road is 19.2 kilometers long. The road, as stated, is located in the Sini West District of Bono East Region. It is made up of partially engineered and non-engineered sections. The road is in poor condition, and there is no program on this road currently. But the future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering design studies is programmed to be carried on this road by the end of fourth quarter 2022 to assess the appropriate intervention, after which consideration will be given under the 2024 budget. Mr. Speaker, I am taking 4 projects together. That is Mentor to Dekope Road, measuring 19.2 kilometers. Bunje to Dunkwape Road, measuring 12.8 kilometers. Lemu to Mantukwa Road, measuring 25 kilometers. And Mantuka to Kwasi Road, measuring 16 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the above roads are all unengineered feeder roads located in the Sini West District of the Bono East Region. There is no program on this road, Mr. Speaker. Engineering design, however, engineering design studies program to be carried out on this road by end of the fourth quarter 2022 to assess the appropriate intervention, after which consideration will be given under the 2024 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this is so comprehensive. I wonder whether you have a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think Minister is aware of my area, the problem and the challenges concerning the road. We went there 2014. We were in the same bus, and the whole district, he could imagine, or he knows, that we don't have tar roads. Even the main road from Atebu Kwame down, so is a challenge. So with your outfit or your office, what are you going to do to help to construct Atebu Kwame down road, which always comes every year, comes in the budget and State of the Nation address? You've given me big assurance since you became road minister. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to know from Minister, specifically on that Atebu Kwame down road, the assurance that it could give, because he's saying that it's slow. The progress of the work is very slow, which is true. But to me, I don't see contractor on the road. Wouldn't you think it's because of financial problem? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague has always been in touch with me so far as his road network is concerned. And I believe he is fully aware of the efforts being made and the promises all being fulfilled. And from my answer, it's clear, there's no ambiguity about it, that the roads have been awarded on contracts, almost all of them. But unfortunately, it's the performance of contractors who fail to execute jobs. And this is not peculiar
to his constituency. I believe every constituency experiences it. That is why now we are going through a process, to screen the contractors. And I believe that, God willing, from January 2023, we are coming out with a full list of competent contractors who will be given jobs in this country, so that we end this perennial experience of contractors not working. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's proceed. Very well, yes, I'll allow you one more.
Thank you, Mr.
The rules
Speaker.
are many.
I like the assurance the minister is giving me, and I hope by 2023, as we're saying, at least that Tebu Kwame Damsu Road, I'm looking up to you, and the entire Senate people and the whole Ghanaians are also looking up to you with assurance that you're giving me. And I'm also part of the Government Assurance Committee, so I know I'll also hold you there when the time comes up. Mr. Speaker, my last question. My major worry or concern is about Kwame Damsu Konkonsi Road and also Shamikrom Chabuba Road has been awarded and has been given two several warnings by the Department of Federal Roads. And per the answer, we are yet to consider to terminate the contract the third quarter of this year or this year. So is it not the same issue of financial problem? And if you terminate the contract, what will be the fate of these roads? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's true that the financial difficulties are always there. But anytime we terminate a contract, one thing becomes clear. If we have to repackage and re-award, we make sure that we do so to a more competent contractor. And I hope in this case that is what is going to happen. When terminated, we will find a better contractor with a better capacity to be given the job and to be given the second opportunity. I thank you, Mr.
Question number 638, Honorable Member for Evale Ajomorojira, Ofiaku Nokwe. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the plans the ministry has to innovate the Domnasi Bridge on the Ankova River in the Nzima East municipality. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Domnasi Bridge is located at kilometer 12 plus 900 on the Anibin Junction to Teleku Bokazo Road, which lies in the Nzima East municipality. The road forms part of the regional road R088. The road is a strategic route as it links the Apimanim to Takwa Road to the Apimanim Elubu section of the National Route N1. Mr. Speaker, the Anibin Junction to Teleku Bokazo Road is currently awarded under the Critical Roads Program, known as Rehabilitation of Esiama to Teleku Bokazo to Anibin Junction Road. That is from kilometer 5.5 to 35.7. WR Lot 3, that is Western Region Lot 3. However, this road contract does not include the rehabilitation of the Domnasi Bridge. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no contract awarded for the maintenance or rehabilitation of the Dominacy Bridge. It has, however, been scheduled for rehabilitation works for consideration under the 2023 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Minister, for your answer, for your response. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a bridge that was constructed in 1964, which makes it over about 58 years. And the last time a renovation work of any sort was done on it has been decades. But, Honorable Minister, this is a bridge that links the Ajomoro and the Jura side to the municipal capital. It is affecting lives, it is affecting revenue mobilization, it is affecting everything. So can the minister give some assurance that it's not going to be considered under the 2023 budget, but it is going to be covered? Can he give us, the people of Evalojua, this assurance? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with my honorable colleague. That's why in my answer, it is stated that this particular bridge is scheduled for rehabilitation in our database next year, 2023. And I believe it should also gladden your heart that the enemy to Tele-Bukazo Road has been awarded, under our critical roads program. And the bridge being complained of lies on this stretch of the road. So definitely once we work on the road, the bridge becomes very important and prominent for rehabilitation, as part of the approaches. The approaches are the two roads. So as stated, it will be worked on in 2023 as part of our program. And 2023, God willing, is only about 2 months or so from now. It will be taken up. I thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Minister for the assurance. And
thank you very much.
That it doesn't get to the Government Assurance Committee.
Thank you. I'll proceed. Question number 643, Doma West, Vincent Topon Samoa.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the question on behalf of Honorable.
I know you as Honorable Bofuchumesi, not Vincent Topon Samoa.
With permission.
I have not granted you one.
That's why I'm asking permission from you.
You want permission to ask the question on behalf of the honorable member? Has he asked you to do that on his behalf?
Yes.
Very well. Now you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Road and Highways, when contractors working on the underlisted roads in the Doma West constituency in the Puno region, which were under construction before 2016, but have since been abandoned. When will they resume work? Number one, Atisikrom, Yalkrom, Yabakrom, Ukran Kwanta, Adabokrom, and then Kasapen Camp roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Follow-up questions.
Mr. Speaker, I begin with Atesi-Chrome to Yar-Chrome to Diaba-Chrome Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is a 30 31-kilometer long engineered and inter-district feeder road linking the Doma Central and Doma West districts of the Bono region. It is a gravel road with fair surface condition. Mr. Speaker, currently, this road has been awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of the Atesi Chrome to the Aba Feeder Road. The project commenced on 14th November 2016 for completion by 14th November 2018, which has since elapsed. The contract is being funded under COCOBO. Mr. Speaker, works executed to date include clearing and formation of the road, 31 kilometers, laying of sub-base, 29 kilometers, laying of base, 8 kilometers, spraying of primer seal, 5.2 kilometers, 1 by 900 millimeter pipe covers, 37 in number, 2 by 900 millimeter pipe cover, 2 in number, 1 by 1,200 millimeter pipe cover, 5 in number, 1 by 1,800 millimeter pipe cover, 1 in number, 600 by 600 millimeter U-drain, 6,619 meters, 450 by 450 millimeters U-drain, 52 meters, and 900 by 900 millimeter U-drain, 32 meters. Work completed to date is projected at 55 physical completion. The contractor is currently on site and works are ongoing. 2. Nkran Kwanta to Adabo Chrome Road, measuring 10 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, this road is a regional road known as R054. This road links the Western, North, and Bono regions. It is a gravel surface road in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, upgrading of this road, that is the first 10 kilometers, was awarded on contract under the Cocoa Roads program in 2016. The contract has since been terminated following the rationalization exercise that was undertaken by COCOBO. The details of progress before termination were as follows: clearing 100%, earthworks 65%, concrete works 68%, sub-base 23%, base 23%, primer seal 0%, and seal 0%. The progress of work before termination was estimated at 48% physical completion. Future program. Mr. Speaker, efforts are being taken to repackage the road for re-award. 3. Kasapin to Camp 15 Road. Yes, because this road falls under a Sunafu North municipality in the Ahafu region. The trunk road through the town as well as the town roads are all surface treated, but with sections in poor condition. Currently, this road forms part of the project titled Upgrading of Bediakun to Kasapin to Camp 15 Road, measuring 45 kilometers. The project commenced on 15 September 2019 for completion by 12 September 2022. The progress of work to date is estimated at 24% physical completion. Works executed to date include concrete works 41%, earthworks 55%, clearing 58%. The Speaker, the works completed to date is concentrated between Bediakun Junction and Kasapin, that is between kilometer 0 and kilometer 20. No major works have been done from Kasapin to Camp 15 section, that is between kilometer 20 to kilometer 45. Just because the contractor is currently not on site, efforts are being made by the Ghana Highway Authority to get the contractor returned to site, failure of which will necessitate the initiation of contractual processes for termination of the contract. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have only one follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, per Minister's answers, he said efforts are being taken to repackage the roads for re-award. The efforts has been taken to bring the contractor on board or repackage the contract, meaning it has been terminated. So we are making efforts to bring the contractor on board. And if you go ahead, you said the contractor is currently not on site. Efforts are being made so to bring the contractor. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the minister. Now, the contract has been terminated. You are making effort to bring the contractor. Since that long, what assurance do you have for the people of Doma West to bring the contractor on board so that it can be more trouble? Because that place is also farming community, which we have a lot of food there. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, what assurance are you giving to them for the road to be done? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contractual relationship is between the contractor and the government as the employer. And when work slows down, it might be either the fault of the contractor or the employer, or partially both. That is why it's always necessary to carry out negotiations and discussions in trying to ameliorate what might have gone wrong. And that is the effort I am talking about, because nobody takes delight in just cancelling contracts because of the long processes we go through in awarding road contracts. So we always try to salvage the project. So we are doing that. But if that fails, you can be sure that there will be no other alternative than to terminate and re-award. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll proceed to the next question. Mr. Bismarck Tetenyakung Apamanyakrobo, question 953.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the contractor who is working on the Asisawa Town roads will return to site and when the project will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Asisawa is the district capital of Upper Menya-Krobo district in the eastern region. Currently, the contract for the upgrading of Asisawa Town roads Phase 1, covering 4.9 kilometers, or known as Lot 2, commenced on 14th May 2020 for completion by 13 November 2021. The progress of work to date is at 66% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site, and efforts are being made to get the contractor to return to site by the fourth quarter of 2022. failure of which will lead to initiation of steps to terminate the contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the contractor indeed has abandoned site more than a year now. Speaker, can the minister tell us what caused the contractor to abandon the site? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, is partly delayed payment, and once it involves delayed payment, then it also involves lack of capacity on the contractor. So these are the issues that we have to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Speaker, I have another supplementary question. Speaker, there is one other contractor working on the Kufridua road through Asesewa to Boso. He appears to have enough capacity, but he has been on the road for the past 1 year. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister whether it is possible to reassign this contract to that other contractor, since he will be working through the district capital anyway to Fantiakwa district, if it is possible to do that. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a very fair question and a good suggestion. The contractor is talking about is Maripoma. He is working from Asesewa to Kofodua, and there are two contractors on that road, Maripoma and General Construction. And these are strong contractors with good capacity. So we have given this contractor up to the close of the year. And definitely, if he is unable to return to site, the contract will be terminated, and your suggestion will be taken into consideration so that we don't go through the full haul of the long procurement processes again. We make it a variation order to any of these strong contractors. So it's a good suggestion, and it will be welcome. I thank you.
Very well. I'll proceed. Question number 988, Honourable Member for Memphis Central, Pitaya Ukwachaka. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads will be completed. 1. Asenkregwa Aguna Menfi Hunjibra Road. 2. Asenkregwa Chekrum Bonsie Ohinkrum Road. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Asankragwa to Aguna Menfi to Hanjebre Road is a 53.2 kilometer long engineered gravel road linking Asankragwa in the Wassa Amanfi West municipality through Aguna Menfi in the Wassa Amanfi Central District to Ankwaso near Home Jeble on the Diaso to Sefi Bekwai Trunk Road within the Bibiani Amiaso to Sefi Bekwai municipality of the Western region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading to bitumen surfacing of the road was awarded on 11th August 2016. Works commenced on 1st September 2016 with an intended completion date of 1st September 2018, but has been extended to 1st March 2024. The extension of the contract period was due to the issuing of variation order to add the Nkwanta number 1 to Ejakamanso Road, measuring 7.1 kilometers to the contract, as well as incorporate additional drainage structures to ensure protection of the road structure against erosion, since the location of the road is within an area of medium to high rainfall regime. It was also to provide for further widening of sections as well as reducing some steep gradients. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has completed the laying of the sub-base material on both roads within the contract, but has suspended the laying of the base material in order to concentrate and to complete the construction of all concrete works, including side drains and culverts. Work executed to date, Mr. Speaker, include clearing and shaping to formation level, covering 53.2 kilometers. Sub-base, 53.2 kilometers. Cutting of 638,492 meter cube. Filling, 561,931 meter cube. Concrete U-drains, 17,700 meters. Various sizes of culvert, 198 in number. Progress of work is projected at 41.2% physical completion. Mr. Speaker, the contractor is currently on site working. Extension for contract completion date is yet to be determined to know the final completion date. Asankregwa to Chey Chrome to Bonsier to Ohini Chrome Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is a trunk road and is part of the regional road R124. It lies in the Wasam-Memphis Central District of the Western Region. It is gravel surface road in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the section of the road in question was part of the upgrading of Sefibekwai to a CM to Asankregwa road project, measuring 56 kilometers. The road has been under construction since September 2008. The project started in 2019. A section of the road from Isiam to Sefibekwai has been sealed. The remaining section, that is Asankregwa to Bonsier, is yet to be completed. The contractor has abandoned site. Efforts are being made to terminate this contract and repackage for re-award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. According to the minister, the road, the contractor is still on the road, and I would like to tell the minister if he can find out the imposter who is mimicking himself as the contractor, because just last week I was there and there's no contractor on site. So I would like you to find out the imposter on the road. And I can assure you that road is very in a deplorable state and impassable, even though it was almost completed by 2017. So can you please answer this question, please?
Very well. Honorable Minister, I think he's giving information that there's somebody there pretending to be the contractor, to find out who that person is.
I didn't get his question well. I was hearing something like a new poster or something. I didn't get your question well. I was hearing something like a new poster.
The question was that find out who is on site, who is posing to you as being on site, because you went there and there was nobody there. So whoever is telling you that he's on site is an imposter.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the road is in 2 sections, and as was contained in my answer, one of them, the contractor is on site. That is on the Asankrabwa to Aguna Amanfi to Honjibre Road, and quite substantial work is being done there. It is rather the Asankrabwa, Chekrum, Bonsie, on Hini Krum that the contractor is not on site. And I did state so. But I wish to also remind you that to say that the contractor is either on site or not on site, there are some technicalities about that description. A contractor may not be working, but once he has not collapsed his side cam and has not packed off his machines and has not completely left site, from engineering point of view, the contractor is still maintaining his or her presence on site. So that is different from a contractor who has completely abandoned site. And if you have contractor abandoned site, he moves away with all the machines, personnel, everything. So, but once those things are there, it means that the contractor is maintaining some presence on site. So you have to get the understanding of whether it's on site or not on site. But the fact that it's not working and you don't see them working doesn't mean that he has abandoned site. So I was referring to it in that technical sense. I thank you.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the question was in 2 parts. The first one was Asinkegwa Agronomenfi of Jibril Road. That's where you explained that even though the contractor might not be working, but he has still pitched camp. So that means that he's still on site. If that is so, maybe, yes, then I'll agree with you. But the second portion, Asinkegwa Chekrum Bonsie Road, in the conclusion you said the contractor has abandoned site. This means that he has removed his camp, according to your explanation. And efforts are being made to terminate the contracts and repackage for re-award. And I would like to know the reason why the contractor abandoned site and whether the conditions that made him abandon site will not exist if you re-award these contracts. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, once a contractor abandons site, I mean, it's a clear indication that he is either not prepared or lacks the capacity to continue the execution of the work. And then we, as representatives of the employer, who have no other alternative than to repackage the work and re-award. That choice is obvious, and that is exactly what will be done. But we do so by respecting the contractual rules and the contractual obligation. It cannot be done, arbitrarily. So we are going through the process. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, I'll proceed. The next question is in the name of the Honourable Member from Kwanta North, John Kwabna Bless OT.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. But, Mr. Speaker, this question has been filed several months ago. And looking at the answer provided behind, the answer does not reflect the current situation on the ground.
Honourable, can you ask the question, please?
No, I want
Can you ask the question and let us hear the answer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Masa to Kamauli road will be awarded to a contractor. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kwasa Kabonwule Road is a feeder road measuring 12.6 kilometers, has a 10.6 kilometer engineered section and a 2 kilometer partially engineered section. It is located in the Nkwanta North District of the Uti region and is an access road to fishing communities along the Volta Lake as well as other farming communities. The condition of the road is poor. Mr. Speaker, there is no program on the road. The future program, however, is that, Mr. Speaker, engineering, design studies, and condition survey have been conducted on the road for a proposed upgrading. However, the implementation of the intervention will depend on budgetary allocation under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I decided to ask the question just for the purposes of record. Currently, I believe my ministers, directors have maybe haven't been able to remind the minister about four out of the 12 point something kilometers has been approved, and by PPA, the minister approved that 4 kilometers should be done on the road. It was approved by PPA, currently gone through the procurement processes, and I mean in a few weeks, the award letter will be given to the contractor to move to site. So that was why I was trying to draw attention. Maybe the minister has not been reminded. So I want to thank him for that, and further ask when will he award the remaining 8 kilometers of the road? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the award process has to be followed, and usually is between 4 to 6 weeks. So once it has been initiated within that spectrum of time, it will be completed. Once we have initiated the process, we will go through it, and within a maximum of 6 weeks, it will be awarded. And Mr. Speaker, he knows it, and he has been following up on them, so he knows what is happening. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Aidan, thank you very much, Honourable Members. That brings us to the end of question time for today. Honourable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer the questions. You are now discharged. Statements. The Minister for Youth and Sports is in the House, and he intends to brief the House about the House's Ghana's preparation to participate in the World Cup. I've admitted that, so I invite the Minister to read that statement. I'll permit only 2 comments by the leaders of the House after the statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make the statement before this August House on Ghana's preparation at the FIFA World Cup, Qatar 2022. Mr. Speaker, the FIFA World Cup, Qatar 2022, is expected to be the biggest football festival in the history since 1930. This edition of the premier football competition will be hosted by a country from the Middle East for the first time in the history of the tournament. The tournament will open on the 20th November and conclude on the 18th December 2022. As of today, the tournament is exactly 16 days away from the kick-off as the host nation, Qatar, will take on Group A opponent, Ecuador. The Black Stars will play against Portugal in Group H 4 days later. Uruguay and South Korea are the other group opponents the Black Stars will compete with for a place in the round of 16. Mr. Speaker, the Qatar 2022 World Cup will be Ghana's 4th appearance in the global showpiece. And Ghana's first appearance was in Germany in 2006, where the Black Stars impressively reached the round of 16 stage by following the defeat to the 5-time champions, Brazil. The Black Stars appeared consecutively in South Africa 2010, Brazil in 2014, before failing to reach Russia in 2018. Our return to the global football arena afforded Ghana the opportunity to showcase our nation, our culture, football to the rest of the world. The occasion will also be a chance to better our highest performance of quarterfinals finish in South Africa 12 years ago. My statement is centered on Ghana preparation participation at the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022. Ghana qualified for Qatar 2022 by beating the rivals Nigeria in the leg playoff in March 2022. Mr. Speaker, Ghana targets at the Qatar 2022 about 190 nations played in the qualifiers for the Qatar 2022, and Ghana is one of the just 32 nations to successfully qualify for the competition. This achievement cannot be overlooked due to the failure of more illustrious nations to reach the Mundial. 4-time winners and reigning European champions, Italy, and other several high-profile nations failed to qualify for this year's tournament. Achieving the qualification itself is a big motivation and will enhance resourcefulness towards the preparation, and we are confident of performing optimally in Qatar. Government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, have been collaborating efficiently with the Ghana Football Association to prepare the various aspects of the participation in Qatar 2022. Our target is to better our performance at South Africa 2010, which remained Africa's biggest outing in FIFA World Cup history. Mr. Speaker, specifically the Black Star team realistically targets the following results in Qatar 2022. Qualify from the group stage to the round of 16, which include Portugal, Uruguay, and South Korea, and progress throughout the knockout stages. Government, through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, has been working with the FA on the following as part of our preparation to achieve our targets in Qatar 2022. Keep the players, technical team, officials motivated, inspired, mentally, physically, and psychologically. Develop and sustain a strong team bond, respect, dignity, support, and team ethics prior to and during the tournament. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's preparation for the tournament. Following the match playoff success over Nigeria, the Ministry of Youth and Sports have been working with the Ghana Football Association to prepare the Black Star adequately for the tournament. These preparations span relevant on and off the field activities in order to achieve technical, financial, psychological preparedness towards our target in Qatar. Through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the government supports the FA. The Black Star incorporates 4 practical areas as follows: the technical preparation, the team preparation, team reinforcement, and managerial preparation. Since his appointment after Ghana's regrettable group exit at the African Cup of Nations tournament in January 2002, Coach Otuado has been leading a strong constituted technical team. The Black Star technical team is largely constituted by Ghanaians with continuous local and international football experience at the highest level. The composition of the highly qualified, skilled, and experienced and competent technical team is led by the head coach, Coach Otuado, and includes Chris Houghton, technical advisor, George Boateng, Didi Dramani, assistant coach, and George Boateng is also assistant coach, and the goalkeeper trainer, our former goalkeeper, Richard Kingston. Mr. Speaker, I must also report that 4 local coaches will also be given opportunity as additional support staff and to use the platform to gain experience, confidence, and exposure. This is part of the broad strategy of the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the Ghana Football Association to develop local coaches' capacity. The Ministry of Youth and Sports has remained in constant engagement with the FA in the view of ensuring that every facet of technical preparation is achieved and delivered on our target in Qatar. Team preparation. The playing body of the Blaster team has been following the program by the technical team towards the tournament, and this aspect of the preparation has mainly centered on player selection, camping, bonding for the required tactical and technical drill deemed useful towards targets in Qatar. The technical team has been working with expansive number of players based locally and abroad throughout the qualifying games and friendly matches played until now. Based on these experiments and further monitoring, the technical team has submitted a provisional list of 55 players to FIFA prior to the last friendly match against Switzerland on November 17th. The final friendly match will be played just 1 week to the opening of Group H game against Portugal, and the final squad of FIFA required 26 players will be submitted before the tournament begins. So far, 2 out of the 3 friendly matches have been played with the following results. The match against Brazil and Nicaragua in September produced mixed results. Brazil, one of the favorites to win the title in Qatar, won 3-0 against Ghana in France. However, Ghana improved second half performance against the 5-time world champions was a positive reaction from the team and the technical team, as that is expected to improve before the tournament begins. Days after the Brazil tournament, the Blaster beat Nicaragua 1-0 in Spain as a testimony to the improvement of the team. The final preparation game against Switzerland on November 17th in the UAE should provide more certainties going into Qatar. Team reinforcement. Several players scouted locally and abroad of Ghanaian descent have shown prospects improving the team. The players have been strategically crafted into the team, and with the support of government through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, some of these talents have their Ghanaian nationality regularized for the tournament, having played in countries of their birth at the junior level. Mr. Speaker, the projected benefits for the Qatar 2022, the benefits associated with FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 are enormous, and the Ministry of Youth and Sports put forward the following benefits that could accrue to Ghana from the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 tournament. The pride of participation. Qualifying as one of the 32 nations out of 190 countries that took part in the qualifiers over 4 years is prestigious, glamorous, and historic, and it will enhance our image in the competition that will be followed globally. Tourism and investment potential. Mr. Speaker, the tourism and investment opportunities that could accrue from taking part in the FIFA World Cup cannot be overlooked. Our appearance and performance in Qatar will publicize, advertise, and showcase the Ghanaian culture and other opportunities for foreign direct investment and tourism. This World Cup participation will provide a platform for coordinated activities with other sectors of the economy to market our textiles, chocolate, and other cocoa products, artifacts, artists, and tourism potential. Ghana government officials, such as staff from ministries, departments, and agencies, including the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Creative Arts, Ghana Tourism Authority, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, and Ghana Export Authority will be encouraged to have sideline meetings with investors and potential tourists. FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 Legacy Project. It has been the vision of the host nation, Qatar, to create and sustain a first of its kind Qatar 2022 legacy projects across the world. Part of operationalizing this vision include the creation of bilateral relationships with interested countries, especially participating countries from Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, for the transfer of knowledge, skills, logistics, and other resources after the tournament. These phenomena include the possibility of establishing new projects in the beneficiary countries, and Ghana has been working on exploring and taking full advantage of these opportunities. Enhancing policy for sports development. The organization of the tournaments such as FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 cannot be an event, but a process involving critical thinking, creativity, innovative policies. Policy formulation stem out of experience and thus stimulates concretization of the phenomena in the past and present. The organization of the games, creation and management of the facilities and logistics, formation of partnership and coordination of diversity are worthy of learning. The realities of deficit of technical skills and its enormous effect on performance of Ghanaian athletes at the just ended Commonwealth Games in Birmingham show clearly that technical gap that need to be bridged among sports and sports-related officials. The diverse nature of personalities to be sent to Qatar has primary objective of supporting the capacity building process currently pursued by the ministry. The African Games, Accra 2023, required high level of competence, and we intend to use this occasion to lay down foundation for skills and competent development among our people. Revenue generation and expected expenditure for Qatar 2022 World Cup. Mr. Speaker, having qualified for the tournament, the FA received $1.5 million from FIFA to augment the Black Star preparation, and this amount was useful to the team. Friendly matches to improve technical and managerial readiness for Qatar. Ghana will receive further $9 million for our group stages participation in the tournament, covering 3 games against Portugal, Uruguay, and South Korea. Our group stage appearance will cost us as a nation an estimated amount of $8,166,200 United States dollars, with our side firmly fixed on progressing throughout the knockout stages. And I'm delighted to give more good news. Mr. Speaker, progressing from the group stage to the round of 16th will increase Ghana prize money from $9 million to $13 million. At this stage, our expenditure is likely to increase to $8,792,600 United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, when we progress from the round of 16th to quarterfinals, the prize money will also increase from $13 million to $17 million. At this stage, our expenditure will also likely to increase from the $8,792,600 to $9,512,200 United States dollars. If we progress from the quarterfinals to the last 4, Ghana stands to receive $27 million United States dollars to $42 million US dollars. At this stage, we estimated a combined expenditure for the tournament at $14,184,100 United States dollars. This estimated expenditure include appearance fees, bonuses, per diem, flight arrangements, medical equipment, logistics, and hospitality. Mr. Speaker, whichever way we look at revenue and expenditure commitments for Qatar 2022, the benefits of playing in the World Cup far outweighs the expenditure, with several other unquantifiable benefits. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the entire country that in these difficult economic challenges that we face, every penny will be used judiciously, and we have agreed with the FA that we will maintain the compensation, that is appearance fees, bonuses, as it was used in 2014 World Cup in Brazil. Mr. Speaker, additionally, club of each player will also be given daily amount of $10,000 United States dollars throughout the tournament of the player, and these are money that FIFA will be paying to the players, the benefits. In accordance with Article 37, Paragraph E of the regulation of the FIFA World Cup, Qatar 2022, Each participation association will receive prize money, and those are the figures I gave earlier, Mr. Speaker. And our sponsorship towards Qatar. The Ministry of Youth and Sports has been leading effort following His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, the strategic sponsorship breakfast meeting with corporate Ghana in 2021 to source for financial support. And I want to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, for his leadership and intervention that has inspired and secured several corporate sponsorship arrangements for the Blasters ahead of Qatar 2022. It is important to thank the like of MTN, KGL, and others who are currently supporting the national team to embark on this campaign. I want to also appeal to corporate Ghana to heed to the President's call that corporate Ghana to support the Blaster ahead of 2022 World Cup. Additionally, the general public is encouraged to support the Ghana's campaign in Qatar 2022 by playing Star for Qatar initiative through the USSD. That's star 899 hash across the network. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to all members of Parliament, including my senior brother, the minority leader, to all of us contribute by playing, and I want to repeat the hashtag again, and that is star 899 hash across all networks to contribute your quota to the support to our national team. Challenges, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the preparation of the Blaster for Qatar 2022 FIFA World Cup has not been without challenges. Extensive strategic effort towards this tournament, notwithstanding the challenges across generating the required funding and the timing of club releasing players for the final phase of the team preparation, posed significant obstacle to our overall objective. However, the Ministry of Youth and Sports is in constant deliberation with the FA and other relevant individuals, groups, institutions, and organizations in a continuous effort to minimize the challenges to ensure utmost preparation towards Qatar 2022. Recommendation, Mr. Speaker. In order to overcome the identifiable challenges and harness the prospect of effective preparation for Qatar 2022, the Ministry of Youth and Sports is undertaking the following actions: ensuring intensive pre-tournament preparation. The Black Star team will continue to receive a total support, as it has been the case throughout the qualifiers to date, across funding, organization, and backing to ensure absolute readiness to achieve the targets for Qatar 2022. Reinforcement of the playing body. The Ministry will continue to collaborate with the FA to ensure the technical team requests of player reinforcement through effective scouting of local and foreign-based talent to be achieved. Aggressive support base. The Ministry is working with corporate Ghana to organize massive support for the Black Stars in Qatar. Funding. The support from corporate Ghana emanating from His Excellency the President's call, breakfast meeting, is being leveraged on. However, the exigency of the demands that the Ministry of Finance will encourage to provide them all the necessary funding, especially for the most crucial activities. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Ghana's preparation towards Qatar 2022 is progressing alongside designed strategy to ensure utmost performance through the Ministry of Youth and Sports and government providing the needed resources and facilitation across relevant areas, incorporating technical team, playing body, organized support, and the backing of the entire nation towards achieving a memorable participation and performance. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Very well. Honorable leaders, can I restrict you to 5 minutes each? It's almost 1 o'clock and our time. No leaders, we agree that we'll take only leaders, please. We have to meet our guests at 1 p.m. Please. So, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Speaker and the leaders have to meet a delegation from Panama at 1 o'clock. So understandably, that is why probably, if it pleases Mr. Speaker, maybe tomorrow we can allow for some additional comments. Tuesday, so that for today the leaders will comment on the subject. So probably on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker may allow other colleagues to contribute to the statement. But Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honourable Minister for Youth and Sports for coming to apprise this House of effort he is making to support the Ghana Football Association, to support the Black Stars of Ghana. I can only say, shine, shine the Black Stars of Ghana. They should shine to make Ghana proud. They have the nation behind them. We would need to mobilize additional resources to support them. I should also join him, Mr. Speaker, in commending corporate Ghana. Understandably, I read that MTN is doling out some $2 million. Goyal is reported to have committed $200,000, and I'm sure many other corporate entities will support them. Mr. Speaker, I still maintain my position that along the line, we probably, within the context of corporate social responsibility, will have to legislate so that corporate entities can do more for our country, do more for sports, and in particular soccer, and maybe dedicate a certain percentage of their profit to support football generally. Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly football remains the best uniter of our country. I mean, if there is any activity which unites this country and keeps us together, it's football, particularly the Black Stars of Ghana. What I didn't hear more from the minister is what is it that you are doing to support our supporters to be in Qatar? Because when you mention culture, our culture is better demonstrated sometimes by the Jama group. Because don't forget, your crew of technical men and footballers will be displaying football. Those who would share who we are, what we are, and what we stand for, probably maybe the supporters who would be accompanying. But Minister, I have one observation, and I probably, Mr. Speaker, I'll refer you to the paragraph. And on that one, Minister, we'll need you to come back and brief us. When you state, and I quote in paragraph 28, having qualified for the tournament, the GFA received $1.5 million from FIFA to augment the Black Stars preparations. This amount was useful to organizing the teams-friendly matches to improve technical and managerial readiness for Qatar. How much of it did you spend? Because in the media, we are told that some 800,000, I said in the media, there is some report of 800,000 being spent in organizing the friendlies. How much did you spend on each of the friendlies, whether it was with Brazil or other? I am also aware that Brazil supported or funded a friendly match with Brazil. You cannot make 1.5 million and then you report that 800,000 of that money was used only for purpose of friendlies. And therefore, we need you to report back either to this House or the Sports Committee on the utilization in detail of the $1.5 million and how much of it was spent on the two matches. Mr. Speaker, as I also thought that beyond Kingston as a goalkeeper trainer, I thought that you could still make use of Abukari Damba. Do I get the name right? He's still, you don't need one. We still need to strengthen that. But in terms of strikers, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should commend Otoado, the Black Stars head coach. Inaki Williams of Bilbao undoubtedly holds promise as one of our best strikers. Daniel Amate and Tariq Lamte are very useful additions with Mohamed Kudus. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as was observed by Fatima, I hope I get the other name right, the FIFA Secretary General from Senegal, she is very optimistic that an African country can make it. Ghana, it will be a tough test for the Black Stars, but they should survive the test with our country's support, with technical and tactical discipline. We do have a team that can compete favorably, either with Portugal or with Uruguay. Mr. Speaker, my own view, if Uruguay was to be replayed today, and our rematch with Uruguay should be seen as a rematch of 2010 in South Africa, when we are denied that golden opportunity. Mr. Speaker, today, even what Suarez did in football today, the referee should whistle a goal, not a penalty. My view is that the referee ought not to have said that it was a penalty. I mean, if you give where the ball ballooned to and where his hand was, he should have just whistled a goal for Ghana. But we cannot reverse the events of time and what happened in particular. So Mohamed Kudus also owes promise. So Minister, be assured that we will support the Black Stars. The country is united around you against the GFA, against the Black Stars, to make our country proud. But I think that you have to strengthen the goalkeeping if there is still room to allow Abubakar Damba, who is also a noted goalkeeper trainer, to be able to support Kingston, to be able to do that particular role. I also see that you are announcing some additional names. I've seen Tariq Lamte, very, very encouraging. And then the GFA itself, you have to monitor them to ensure player discipline whilst they are in camp. Things that they can do and cannot do before a match is important.
Leader, kindly wind up.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, let me also express profound appreciation to the Minister for Youth and Sports for the statement that he has made in this House today. The Speaker, I must commend him for the comprehensiveness of the statement and also the transparency that the Minister has demonstrated in this House today. This is the first time in the lead up to a major tournament that a Minister has come to this House to render accounts as to how much has been received and how much has been spent. Yes, the Minority Leader raises some issue about going down the wire with accountability. I subscribe to that. But let's also recognize that this is the first time this has happened in this House, and commend the Minister for what he has done to show such transparency and accountability. The Speaker, whilst you commend him, when he finishes, because monies that are being given, much of it public money, he will still have to come back and account. Speaker, we are all yearning to see the Black Stars progress beyond what they were able to achieve in South Africa. As the Minority Leader said, if we had the goal line technology that we have today, certainly the Black Stars would have qualified as the first African country to have entered the quarterfinal stage. Unfortunately, it was not supposed to be because at the time the goal line technology had not been employed. The Speaker, our qualification was most dramatic. Nobody, or should I say, the majority of football fans and football analysts did not believe that Ghana was going to be able to qualify against Nigeria. Because player for player, at the time, we all recognized that Nigeria was ahead of us, ahead of Ghana. But football is not solely dependent on names. The tactical disposition and the technical disposition of the players and the technical people, when they combine together in a very harmonious way, Speaker, that team that has it could always beat the best team in the world. And that is what we saw. The preparation towards Qatar has been, thus far, very good, as the Minister has said. And it's fortunate for us as a country that in the lead-up
to this tournament, we have not seen or heard any rumpus in the camp of the Blasters. Speaker, and that is very, very impressive. The scouting for the team was also very phenomenal. How the technical people opened their doors to welcome every Ghanaian player everywhere who has the capability to join the team. Speaker, very commendable. And that explains why we have many people from various countries who have assembled to wear the colors of the Blasters. But that in itself also poses another problem, because bringing players from all parts of the country, different leagues, and wielding and welding them together is also another task for the technical people. The team preparation has been serene and peaceful thus far, and we must commend the technical people and the other handlers of the team. The qualification, as I said at the very outset, was a bit checkered, but we managed to pull through. This is the second time Ghana has triumphed over Nigeria in a very crucial penultimate game. In 1991, when Nigeria came to Ghana, at the time we had been missing from the African Nations Cup for a very long time, since the collapse of our effort in La Côte d'Ivoire, in Bouaké. We are not qualified again until 1991, under the German coach, what was the name? Bukat Saize. And he brought up these players, unsung players. The established players that we all thought he was going to include were jettisoned and brought together players that people were not very hopeful in. And yet he was able to bring them together and took us to Senegal 92. As I said, the last battle was against Nigeria. Not in Abuja, because Abuja had not come on stream. The match played in Lagos, and it was one hell of a match. The speaker, I moved from Zimbabwe those days to go and watch that match in Lagos. And when they were finding it difficult, at last minute, a penalty was awarded against Ghana with Ansa in the goal post, and I think it was, who was it? The number 6 player who ballooned the ball over the bar, and because it was Ansa who was recognized as one of their own, because he had played for Juventus, and Juventus had qualified Juventus to play in the Africa Cup, the Clubs Cup. Was very well known to the Nigerians, and they thought they would be able to score. They missed the penalty, and with that, we qualified. Hell broke loose. Ghanaians were assaulted. Many of them maimed, because they never imagined that Ghana would come to Nigeria and conquer the Green Eagles, as they were known at the time. The speaker, so this time around, we're all in jitters that it was going to be exceedingly difficult for Ghana to qualify at the expense of Nigeria, especially given the fact that the first match that played here in Ghana, our own players were not very impressive. But we went to Nigeria and conquered. And that is how I believe we should all express profound appreciation in the technical team. They changed the fortunes and the tactical disposition and tactical and indeed technical play of the team overnight. We hope that with the assembly of these new stars who have come from without, they'll be able to have the team to gel. The minority leader was talking about having an additional goalkeeper trainer. I think it's good. But let's face it, if your back four are not good and they are constantly exposing your goalkeeper, the best goalkeeper will not survive. The emphasis should be on the 2 and 3 and 4 players to have solid defense players so that the goalkeeper will not be overly exposed. The speaker, and we should also
we should also insist that we have good quality attacking players. That's why our attacking proficiency has been lacking. And even the previous one in South Africa, one we did well, it was, as we said, a one-goal project. We score one, and then we strive not to concede a goal. These people have the potential to excel. The good thing for us is the teams that we played, Uruguay and Portugal, their established players have climbed over the hill and they are in sharp descent. Our players now are budding stars, much younger players who should have sufficient stamina to withstand the play of the Ronaldos. And I'm very hopeful that if we gel together, we should be able to conquer both Portugal and Uruguay. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful. Let's all unite behind the team, the players, and the technical people, and I believe that at the end of the day, we should be smiling. My little worry, whilst we are this, Mr. Speaker, we are all in difficulties. We are not out of the woods in terms of the health of members of Parliament and indeed the staff of Parliament. The head medical officer here in Parliament is the same person who is leading the Blasters. So by the time that the Blasters is out, we'll be bereft of a medical director. And I think that we should look at this well. We cannot have one person serving these institutions. Just one person serving the whole of Parliament and serving the Sports Council. And his first job is with the Sports Council and not here. So he's having to leave us while the tournament lasts, or at least whilst the Blasters are relevant in the tournament. We should look at this. It's not the best of circumstances. That is not in any way to denigrate Dr. Pambo. He's been very effective. I know that some of our people, my own, I shouldn't go there, but I know people who are indisposed now that he's taking care of, and he has to go. Who should take charge of them? It's not the best of situations. So, Mr. Speaker, the emphasis and the focus should be on the Blasters. We wish them well, and we hope that the minister responsible for sports, in the fullness of time, will come and give us a good story, which will cause all of us to smile. The country, we all admit, is not in the best of shapes. However, if the Blasters are able to deliver and perform well, they will bring excitement to Ghanaians. That is what we want to hear and indeed see. The Speaker, he just reminded me, because just yesterday and even this morning, we were thinking of having the budget to be read on the 24th. Incidentally, the 24th of November is the same day that the Blasters will be playing our first match against Portugal. That should mean that if we should be able to unite behind the Blasters, we should look at changing the date for the presentation of the budget. Both events are good for us, but we need one must give. So, Mr. Speaker, it's likely that in further consultation with the finance minister, we may have to bring the date for the presentation of the budget forward by at least one day, so that the 24th, as a nation, we will all unite behind the Blasters in the first match that we're playing against Portugal. So, Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for Sports once again for bringing this statement to the House. I thank you once again.
Very well. Thank you, honorable leaders. Well, the suggestion that on Tuesday we should further discuss the statement is well placed, and leadership will make room for other members to make their contributions in respect of this matter. I thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for coming to brief the House. That brings us to the end of statement time. I think we must bring proceedings to a close. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, we can quickly do some public business, a few of them, and I guess we can take an adjournment. So, if we can go to public business and do one or two things.
Yes, leader, what do you want us to do?
Mr. Speaker, to present these papers as listed under item 8. Then after that, we can take an adjournment.
Very well. And the commencement of public business. Item 8, presentation of papers by the Minister for Local Government. 8C. Yes, we can bow once and then we will announce all of them as duly presented. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Mampong Municipal Assembly for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bekwai Municipal Assembly for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Adensi Asokwa District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the German North District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Guadaso Municipal Assembly for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ofinsu North District Assembly for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Adentan Municipal Assembly for the year 2020.
Honourable members, the annual statements of the listed district and municipal assemblies are duly presented and they are for distribution to members. Or they are referring to the, very well, they are referred to the local government committee to consider and report. Now, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if the Minister for Local Government will do the presentation for the Minister for the Interior as AD.
Another one.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Immigration Service for the year 2020.
Very well. The report is duly presented. It's referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Is that right? For consideration and report.
Defense and Interior.
Immigration. Very well, yes. Very well. The report is presented to the, referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior to consider and report. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek indulgence to present the paper on behalf of the Minister for Finance in respect of 8A.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, I will have no problem. But, Mr. Speaker, this request for tax, the A is not tax waiver. Mr. Speaker, where we are, we need a clear direction on these tax waivers. And more so, laying those papers on behalf of the Finance Ministry is a problem. Here is the case: we are battling inflows, and we are talking of widening the tax net. Meanwhile, we are waiving taxes on behalf of the Finance Ministry. We must give him the leverage to do the work himself. And I believe maybe if he himself were to be here, this paper will not have been laid. So, Leader, why do you want to lay it on behalf of the Finance Minister?
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we should be looking for getting maximum revenue into the national kitty. For which reason we now have the Exemptions Act. But this one came with these exemptions, and we approved of this way back. Mr. Speaker, this is something that was done more than 3 years ago. So you should know that it's not captured by the new Exemptions Act, I should say.
Very well.
Request for waiver of import duties, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 9,481,884 euros, 6 cents on materials and equipment required to be procured for the design and construction of the Obechebi Lamte Interchange and Ancillary Work Phase 2.
The paper is duly presented is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report.
The Speaker, if we put all the other ones under B together, I will do so on behalf of the Minister responsible for information.
Which one is that?
Mr. Speaker, 8B.
Are you presenting both of them?
Speaker, there are two at the back.
Yes.
That is page 4.
Right, and
so there are four branches.
4.
Yes.
You're
so
presenting all of them.
Yes.
Very well.
They'll be encapsulated in one bar.
Very well.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Information for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana News Agency, GNA, for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Film and Television Institute, NAFTI, for the year 2020.
The papers are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee of Information and Communication to consider and report. I think it is time we bring proceedings to a close. Yes. Yes. I think we should bring proceedings to a close now. We have guests waiting for us. We give them 1 o'clock. Shouldn't we still be here?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is signaling that we should take an adjournment. And I do know that we have also business to do outside the chamber, except to register this point strongly, so that tomorrow it doesn't come to say that, oh, we didn't have any business, so we adjourn the House. We call for an adjournment of the House. Mr. Speaker, I would want to move. I want to move that we adjourn the House until Tuesday next at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I would second the motion for adjournment. I understand that there is a respected judge from the U.S. who has just joined to see our proceedings. I don't have the name, Mr. Speaker. Just now, I'm sure Mr. Speaker may have the details of the judge, maybe for purposes of acknowledgement. But, Mr. Speaker, I do second the motion for adjournment.
I'm sure Later he will be introduced to the Speaker, then he will be properly acknowledged. Yes. Honourable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adjourning now, say aye. All against that, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday, November 8, 2022, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we bring you business stories that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. My name is Na Oyokwote. Due to the current economic challenges Ghana is facing, particularly with the depreciation of the cedi, the inconsistent increments in fuel prices, and the general increase in goods and services, entrepreneurs are either faced with folding up or laying off workers to stay afloat. My colleague Stella Jejom-Sogli was at the just-ended Entrepreneurs Solutions Summit held in Accra to find out from business owners how they are coping in the current economic crisis.
The current business climate in Ghana looks gloomy, especially for entrepreneurs. Today on BizTech, we are going to be speaking to them on how they are able to build resilience and tenacity during these hard times. My name is Stella Jejom-Sogli.
So I am a human resource consultant.
How is business in today's economy?
Okay, so the name of my business, first of all, is Keeping You Simply Intact Consultant, which in short is KUSI Consultant. Business generally, I think next year we're 10 years in Ghana, and I think business generally has been a challenge in Ghana. You know, so currently it's the US side really that's keeping us afloat. But generally, it's been a little slow, and mainly because of support. I think you hear all the time that the entrepreneurship space, we lack a lot of support from the government and resources. So I think that obviously has hindered, you know, the growth of our business over the years.
Yes. You make mention of business here in Ghana and in the US, and you are into human resource.
Exactly.
How is the human resource ecosystem like here in Ghana as compared to that of the US?
So the human resource ecosystem in Ghana has picked up over the years. I've literally seen it evolve where people weren't really talking about HR. And I think now there's a lot of buzz about HR because of, you know, HR professionals like Dr. Stella, who works with VRA, Irina Sari, who's currently the HR director for BBC. Like all these individuals, Dr. Hazel, who used to work for Guinness Ghana. So all these individuals have really helped because of their appearance and also the digital presence have helped put HR on the map. In the US, HR is established, but I feel like the US ecosystem is going back to the basics, where we are now paying more attention to the human aspect of HR. But the good thing about Ghana is we are literally now developing the HR ecosystem. So we have so much more advantage when it comes to trying to get it right and trying to do it right. So that's why I came here and established my consultancy, because I do believe in HR, I do believe in people development, and I think that's what's going to drive this country to success.
Yes. So as an entrepreneur, how important is the Entrepreneur Solution Summit to you?
I mean, it's everything. It's everything for entrepreneurs, because as entrepreneurs, we need to find solutions. And I really hope that that's going to be the outcome from this, from the summit, right? It's about how do we now equip entrepreneurs and help them to find solutions. For us, we leverage digital to be able to work. So we're a remote business. We don't have an office space, right? So we're able to even provide services to clients regardless of where they're located. But does every entrepreneur have that capability, right? Does every entrepreneur have that digital skills, right? So when we need to identify solutions to really help entrepreneurs to grow. And that doesn't always have to be us relying on the government, because they fail us every year, time and time and again. So what are practical solutions now for entrepreneurs? And I really hope that that's what this event is going to help us to identify.
Yes. So in your perspective, what do you think are some of the challenges that entrepreneurs face in our part of the world?
I mean, it's really obvious. It's the support and resources. Majority of entrepreneurs coming out of the continent are women and also the youth. When you get out of uni, what resources do you really have to push your business? I've worked with young entrepreneurs before. They have brilliant ideas, but when it comes to really running a business, like laying down that foundation of a business, they have no idea, they have no clue. So when we talk about the government really stepping in to help, it can just be training, right? It's not always monetarily, but what in-kind support are you provided? What resources are you giving, entrepreneurs? What trainings are you providing the youth? African women are probably the most strongest women, we have in the world. But we need support from our men who have the networks. They've been able to establish networks. They know how to run a business. Are we getting that support? So I think for me, it's more about support and resources, not just money, but teaching us the practical way of actually doing things,
My name is Anzimo Samanga. I'm head of marketing for BTL at DDP Outdoor.
And so why are you here today at the Entrepreneurs Solution Summit?
Well, as an integrated marketing communications company, we support businesses to get closer to their customers. And so once we're offering outdoor advertising, digital advertising, stadium advertising, airport advertising, we believe that businesses need to be where their customers are. So if entrepreneurs are gathering, then it means that we have to be there to be able to give them the offer opportunity where they can actually reach their customers and all.
So as a marketing person yourself, in these times, what advice can you give to entrepreneurs to be able to put themselves out there and meet their clients?
I think that one, you need to know where your customers actually come from. If you do a business and you realize that your customers are not online, then don't focus too much on online. You have to do offline. And so it depends on what your business is, what your focus is, who your customer and who you are targeting. Then you devise a strategy where you can reach these customers.
How currently, looking at the economic hardships and all the problems that we are facing, how are businesses coping, if you have any idea?
I think it's a tough time. You have to decide where your cost elements are. what is costing you. Is it your cost of production? Is it your employee cost that you have to reduce? This is the time to actually look at it and see where you can minimize cost and then increase your profits and all that. It's a difficult situation for every single company in Ghana or the world at large, but we need to find ways and means. If you don't have to produce your bags, then you can outlet it. Maybe it can reduce your cost. If you want to do a partnership so that maybe your raw materials may be outsourced to somebody else and it reduces your cost, why not? We need to find ways and means to partner to make some of these things easy for us.
My name is Nyota Chumburima. My business name is BU, and I'm into procurement.
Okay, so when you say procurement, what type of procurement?
I work with both public and private sector, looking at the organizations, their needs, and then I buy it for them. Basically, procurement is buying.
Okay, so how has business been like? When did you start?
I started 4 years ago. Recently, business has been a bit tough because of the economic situation, but I'm still pushing through.
How are you doing it? How are you managing to push through? Because there are other businesses that are actually folding up.
Yeah, I think now it's like, because of the business I do, nature of business I do, it's really having a closer relationship with my clients to understand their wants and needs, and for them to also understand, because of the situation of the currency fluctuating, for us to meet on some middle ground, you know. So it's a win-win situation, and then trying to find ways to innovate on business, yeah.
Okay, so moving forward, what do you intend to do to be able to cushion yourself and put yourself in a place where economic situations do not adversely affect you as a business?
I don't think it's possible for you as a business to ever say that you're not going to be affected by economical situations or COVID or things that happen out the blue. But as an entrepreneur and a business person, I think if you're consistent, if you have tenacity and you persevere, and first thing I should have said is God, you can always push through. That's what I believe.
Right. So what influenced your decision to join today's summit?
Okay, I saw it online and I thought what they're going to be discussing today could have been used for me, and an opportunity for me to network and leverage from other colleagues. Right.
And you talked about procurement. And do you import or do you buy locally made stuff?
Some of the things are imported by suppliers outside and some are locally made. It depends on the demand of the client.
I'm Sarah Adelaide Odampton. I'm the Trade Services Manager for the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce.
Right. So doing business between Ghana and the UK, how is it going?
Well, the UK is a very important trading partner, you know, for Ghana, and of course the same holds true for the UK as well. So we're seeing positive growth in terms of trade. But for COVID things were a bit slow, but now that we are just barely out of the woods, things are picking up well. Yes.
Okay, so looking at the trade volumes and what Ghana is able to do with the UK, looking forward into the next few years, how do the prospects, are they looking good, looking at even our current economic crisis?
Yes. The prospects are really bright, in the sense that the UK and Ghana have an interim trade partnership agreement that allows quota-free, access to imports between both countries, and it allows Ghanaians to export to the UK at tariff-free rates. And then, of course, for Ghana, it allows us to also import from the UK at some quota-free or tariff-free rates. For the Ghanaian side, it's quite progressive. It's been rolled out. It's live, but we're hoping that by 2023 it would be fully blown, and that's where I see a lot of prospects. I see a lot of opportunities between the two countries. We're hoping that this will open up a lot of trade. It will increase the trade volumes between the two countries.
So what are some of the key or specific challenges that you've had to face doing business with the UK?
Right. So I would say it's in the area of, for instance, standards. There's a bit. I won't call it a challenge. I won't call it a problem. I think that there are just some gaps here and there that we need to work on. It's very much work in progress.
Okay. So are the standards from Ghana or from the UK? When you say standards,
so standards as in Ghanaian exports, for instance, being able to meet the standard to be able to trade internationally. It's one area that we need to work on. Another area is export financing. But for that, I know Ghana Exim Bank is there. A lot of the commercial banks are also there to lend their support to ensure that there's adequate export finance for our exporters, so that they can be able to export volumes, higher volumes to the UK. And like I said, a lot is being done on the tariff side, on the customs side, hoping that when the interim trade partnership agreement between Ghana and the UK becomes fully, blown, it will open up even more opportunities for increased trade.
Okay, let's talk about today's summit. Why is it important for any entrepreneur to partake in today's summit?
Very, very, very important. I believe that this summit offers thought leadership and capacity development. Every time you hear of entrepreneurship, you think that it would be good to have very, very captains of industry leading the way in terms of capacity development, in terms of thought leadership. And so I think this is quite a very, very important event where you can imagine the people on the bill, all those who have been speaking since morning, and I think it's quite a good event for us to have. Yeah.
My name is James Makion from Kion Animations Limited.
Okay, I hear animations. It means that you are into digital. Yes. How is that space going currently in Ghana?
Well, I'm into digital arts and IT, software, and gaming, actually. And since the pandemic, there's been a rise in digitalization, let me put it that way, yeah. Been a rise in digitalization and software creation, and I think it was an advantage to us. The pandemic helped with the digital artists and the software creation, yeah.
Okay, so how is business going? How is patronage like currently?
Okay, actually, through the pandemic, we had an upper hand because of digitization. But considering this current economy, the rise of the dollar, and digitization is most about foreign currencies. The rise of the dollar has affected the economy and our business in general. So yeah, there's a bit of shortage.
Right. So in a crisis like this, how is an entrepreneur like yourself trying to target out and make the most out of it?
Well, an entrepreneur like myself, I try to find ways and solutions to the economic hardship, because looking at the situation, it looks like it's going to take a long time before we go back to normal. So we find ways to merge the cedi and the dollar. We used to charge in dollars sometimes and in cedis. Now we are charging in cedis because lots of people can't afford if we charge in dollars. And we are using, should I say, our head from the labor market. So we're trying to manage it. And things we purchase, like if you're a digital artist, sometimes you purchase softwares and stuff. We try to get them with discounts at a low price so we can apply our skills to get a lot of people involved.
Right. So what influenced your decision to join today's Entrepreneur Solutions Summit?
Well, I've been an entrepreneur since 15 years of age, and I love to attend summits and network with people. So I read about this summit, and I felt it was a good thing to help me connect with a lot of great entrepreneurs to learn from their experience.
can you say that you've sort of attained your mission for coming here?
Yes, I actually attained my mission even before it started, because I got to meet who I wanted to meet before the show started. And he was a great man, he inspired me a lot, and we got a partnership through him. He's willing to invest, and it's a good one.
So, like you said, the digital space is becoming a big thing in Ghana. What do you have to tell people out there who want to venture into it, but it looks like it's too far off? When you hear some of the digital terms, they are too big and all of that. What advice can you give to such people?
Okay, I think the digital space, we're already in Ghana. The world is moving to a digital sense. It, I think, became intense during the COVID, and now it keeps getting higher. There's no way we'll go back. So I would advise, if you have the time or get any chance, learn a skill, at least in any digital market. It will help you greatly, because there's no way we are going back. We'll keep going forward.
Your name and what you do.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Delasi, and I'm an entrepreneur, an artist, and humanitarian.
Okay, so as an entrepreneur, what business exactly do you do?
I have an e-commerce business. It's clothing for women. As you know, see, I love fashion, so it's my passion. So yes.
Okay. So you said you began in 2020 during the pandemic, and it looks like Ghana has not really come out of the pandemic. There are still some economic challenges here and there. How are you coping?
Well, my business is very diversified. I do work with some local tailors and manufacturers here in Ghana, but I also work with manufacturers in China, Korea, Japan, and the UK. So all of the items on my store are very diversified. And because it's an e-commerce business, everything is virtual. So I'm able to keep my stock in different places globally and not have it centralized like a brick and mortar store would be. So it's actually using the technology of the internet to kind of push my business forward and be a global brand instead of just being localized here.
So how are you facing the economic hardships?
It's been quite difficult. I think I've really lucked up because I've had so much support from friends and family. And yes, I've had a few investors as well to help fund my business and keep things moving forward. So I'm very grateful for that. I've gotten a lot of support.
What are some of the challenges that you've come across in line of business?
I think one of the biggest challenges might be cultural, because I'm an expat, so I'm a Ghanaian, but I moved here in 2018 and I'm from New York City. So New York is a place where we move really fast. I mean, like, time is money, and that's the way we see things. Ghana is a lot more slow down and things are more cool, and people have a different approach to business in sense of time. So I noticed that, you know, working with people here locally, I would go through some stress in terms of deadlines and communication and things just taking longer than I'm used to. But I know it's definitely a cultural thing, so I had to kind of like adjust my mentality to things and respect the cultural differences. So that's one of the challenges, but it's something that I'm working through and I'm getting more used to it.
Right. Why did you decide to partake in today's Entrepreneurship Solution Summit?
Well, that's a good question. I think I'm at the point in my business where I've started to plateau and I really want to get to the next level. So I really need to exploit all the opportunities here locally that can help me with funding so that I can grow my business and get it to the next level of success.
What are your expectations?
I expect hopefully that by next year I would be doubling my ROI and hopefully bringing in upwards of $50,000.
And that'll be all for this edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella J. Jomsogli.
Thank you, Stella J. Jom, for the report. Up next is Biz Headlines. On to our very first story, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has disclosed that government will in May 2023 review the standards required for imports into the country. According to him, the decision seeks to reduce the impact of foreign exchange on imports and encourage domestic production for exports. In an address to the nation, On the economy, the president said government will also review the management of Ghana's foreign exchange reserves concerning the importation of products. He explained the decision comes on the back of the high rate of importation, which has been a contributing factor to the cedi's decline and Ghana's current economic woes. According to him, we must, as a matter of urgent national security, reduce our dependence on imported goods and enhance our self-reliance as demanded by our overarching goal of creating a Ghana beyond aid. Products such as rice, poultry, vegetable oil, toothpaste, pasta, fruit juice, bottled water, and ceramic tiles and others with intensified government support and that of the banking sector can be manufactured and produced in sufficient quantities in Ghana. On fuel price increments, consumers of petroleum products are expected to yet again pay more at various pumps across the country. The increment, which took effect from November 1, comes a few days after prices of petroleum products were adjusted in the second pricing window, which kicked off on October 31. Checks by GhanaWeb Business showed that some oil marketing companies are selling petrol at 17 cedis 99 pesos per litre, while diesel is selling at 23 cedis 49 pesos per litre. As of Wednesday, October 26th, some OMCs were selling petrol at 13 cedis 19 pesos, while diesel was going for 15 cedis 99 pesos per litre. Although there has been a stable price regime of crude oil being sold on the world market, the persistent depreciation of the cedi against the dollar has been attributed to the recent hikes. The significant hike in the price of petroleum has sparked renewed concerns for consumers amid soaring inflation rates, which have accumulated in the rising cost of living in the country. Communications Minister Ursula Owusu-Ekufo has noted that effective 2023, public sector's workers will not be allowed the opportunity to use private emails for government business. According to her, using private emails puts the government's information in a space that can be leaked. She noted that her outfit is engineering a platform that will be used for government emails and will be spearheaded by the National Information Technology Agency. She said, in other countries, you could lose your job for not using your official email because it comprises the security of the entire system. It destroys institutional memory. It makes government information available everywhere in the world. She added, somebody somewhere is using that information that has been provided on those supposedly free platforms and doing all kinds of things with our data which we do not know about. The minister also asked government agencies to liaise with the agency to ensure that they are migrated onto the platform. The Ghana Union of Traders Association has hinted of a possible shortage in items and goods as the country heads into the festive period in December. According to the Public Relations Officer of the Union, Joseph Paddy, the recent economic challenges in the country have since resulted in less import activity at the ports. He attributed the development to the increasing cost of duty and freight charges occasioned by the persistent depreciation of the cedi against the dollar. In an interview, Mr. Paddy said, containers that are coming out of the port are nothing good to write home about. People are not importing, people are keeping their money because if you import, you can't sell and break even or even maximize. So what are we going to see in the shortest possible time? We are going to see a shortage of goods. They rather prefer to keep their monies in treasury bills rather than import and lose. And due to the rising cost of living in the country, you seriously can't import at that point and make profit. So there's less import activity for many of our businesses. Meanwhile, many businesses have begun to fold up due to the economic conditions in the country, with Ghana currently in negotiations with the International Monetary Fund for Economic Support Program. To our last story, the World Bank's new country climate and development report for Ghana has indicated that at least 1 million more people could fall into poverty due to climate shocks if urgent actions are not taken. The report added that income could also reduce by up to 40% for poor households by 2050. The report called for the pursuit of a development pathway that builds resilience to climate change and fosters a transition to low carbon growth through a combination of policies and public and private investment. Ghana's economic and human development is vulnerable to climate change. On average, flooding affects around 45,000 Ghanaians every year, and half of Ghana's coastline is vulnerable to erosion and flooding as a result of sea level rise. Pierre Laporte, World Bank Country Director for Ghana, Liberia and Sierra Leone, stated in an interview. The World Bank report said Ghana as a country further need to take prompt action, else the higher temperatures and heat stress will affect crop and labor productivity, whilst more erratic rainfall patterns will damage buildings and infrastructure. That's it for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Log on to all our social media handles. On Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, we are at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Have a pleasant weekend. My name is Na Oyokote.
It is one of the most common things among the youth today. Virtually everyone uses it.
Social media is fun. It's like having a party alone.
And it's popular.
Some people go to the extent of just going naked to get popular.
But is it taking over reading?
The fact that today you see everybody with their necks craned and looking at their phones would suggest to me that people are reading less.
Well, maybe not.
Anybody that comes to you and tell you that, oh, Ghanaian children of today don't read, tell them that the boss of Ghana Library says that it is never true.
What are your thoughts? Let's find out more. The power of social media, showing on Monday, November 7 on GhanaWeb TV.
Fellow countrymen and women, today Ghana, our house, is on fire. And as a citizen, I have a responsibility to help quench this fire. That's why I'm here this afternoon. Our economy is in shambles. The youth are unemployed and they're very desperate. Ghanaians everywhere are going through very difficult times. They are lacking the most basic necessities of life. Indeed, this is not what our founding fathers envisaged for us. This is not what a country like Ghana, with tremendous blessings and resources, should find herself. My colleagues, we are in difficulty. we are in danger. And I want to inform you that the time for change is now. There's no other. It is now. And therefore, today, I want to announce to you, and I'm announcing my intention to contest for the flag bearership of the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Anytime the party opens nominations. I've led a great public and private life, one of success and accomplishments. I will offer myself once again to serve the land of my birth with humility and sacrifice when I'm given the chance to do so.
Another beautiful day and welcome to GhanaWeb TV. Our guest today is a politician and an economic expert. He hardly shows that side of him. Today with me is Dr. Peter Boama Utukono. Did I get the name right?
You got it, sir.
He's currently the Deputy General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress and he's aspiring to be the General Secretary. Mr. Utukono, sorry, Doctor.
You know, you are pardoned.
Why General Secretary position?
Well, you know, the party has gotten to a point where they need certain kind of leader. You know, as the saying goes, circumstances produces their kind of leaders. The situation as it stands now, the need for political power and the rescue of this country from the incompetent and clueless hands of Akufo-Addo demands that the NDC get certain kind of results-driven leadership. And that kind of results-driven leadership, I believe, is what I possess. The people are clamoring for this leadership and clamoring for my leadership in particular in the NDC because they believe that Dr. Peter Boama Utukono presents leadership of courage, fearlessness, boldness, leadership that, you know, achieves results, leadership that understands the rudiments of winning elections, leadership that understands the rudiments of managing a political party, a leadership that is accessible, a leadership that shares the aspiration and the ideals and values of the people. And you see them call me a grassroots man, the people's general. It's all because I know their worries, I know their sentiments, I know their difficulties, I share it with them, and I'm with them on the ground. And because of the connectivity that lies between us, that makes it easy for them to push for my kind of leadership. And you see, the thing about general secretaryship also is that you want to win political power, you will need to first of all consolidate your party. You will need to excite the base of the party. You will need to get the grassroots well mobilized for that movement. Then whilst you have done that, as an efficient general secretary, you will need to also look at how you are able to pair your stature, your knowledge and abilities, attract various sections of society. So you will need to cut across. And as you are already aware, I cut across the middle class, the academia. I'm a young person. I attract the youth who are going to be the mainstay and the main deciders of the 2024 elections. I believe that, I mean, this is, you know, a divine timing, a divine establishment that I take this position at this time, particularly when I appear to be the one with the most experience in that office and understand the nuances of that office, particularly having studied under General Mosquito and having worked with him directly and gotten impacted by him. And coupled with my other experiences that I've had in the past before I even became a Deputy General Secretary.
What are you doing different from being a deputy to a General Secretary?
Well, the difference is in the name of the position. When you are a Deputy General Secretary, you're a Deputy General Secretary. Yes, according to our Constitution, you are to assist the General Secretary. And when they say assistance, it means that you have to assist. You must offer assistance. You should be there to do things on behalf of the General Secretary. But when you are the General Secretary, you are in charge. You lead the battle.
Does it mean you didn't play a major role as Deputy Secretary?
On the contrary, I did a lot as a Deputy General Secretary. For some reason and by some divine grace, I think that General gave me a huge opportunity to serve, unlimited opportunity to serve the party in so many respects that ordinarily you wouldn't have a Deputy General Secretary do. And that opportunity also afforded me, you know, another opportunity of learning and building my capacity for the office. Before that, I was Deputy Director of Research. And before that, I was a member of the Elections Directorate. My work is there for everybody to see. You realize that the NDC has embarked on a huge revolutionary, you know, program, you know, in our party management. We have developed a comprehensive MIS system that is managing our party. You know, I mean, we've introduced a new financial management system that has all our payments going electronic and all that. You've seen that our processes for nominations and all that have changed. The kind of chaos that visited our processes in the past. It's not, you know, there now. And all through, most importantly, my ingenuity and, you know, the opportunity that was offered by my boss to lead those things and get those things done. So, I mean, that has become a springboard for a bigger vision of growing a party that is robust and formidable.
You have a very big legacy, and your work as a Deputy Secretary can be seen, especially with the school. But is this what you think puts you ahead of your contenders? That's Fifi Kwete and LPC Free.
If legacy means anything, if efficiency means anything, if results means anything, then that is what puts me above them. Because I've shown that I can do a great job as a General Secretary. And I have said, for example, certainly. I have said, for example, that if anybody goes to school to learn journalism like you have done, you become a journalist. If anybody goes to learn any trade like carpentry, becomes a carpenter. If anybody goes to learn any trade like a mason, you become a mason. You understand? And if you go through apprenticeship to learn General Secretary, what do you become?
You have been a former MP aspirant at the constituency level at Abrukuma Central. It means you had ambition in that regard. Have you given up on that?
Oh, well, you see, every good leader is a product of the people. And at the time, the people wanted me in Abrukuma Central. And I gave it a shot. But I think now the people want me as the General Secretary of the NDC. And that is why I'm offering it a shot.
Let's go for a break. We'll be back shortly.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from the short break. We've been speaking to Dr. Peter Boama Otukono, who is aspiring to be the General Secretary of the
National Democratic Congress. Many believe you have a doctorate in agriculture economics, and you, with your expertise, we expect that you want to go into other sections, especially when we are facing economic crisis. Your expertise will be needed. Why don't you wait for some appointments rather than contest the general secretary elections?
And that is where people get it completely wrong, because every government is a product of the party. And whatever government program there is, when the party is in government, is a product of the party's work. We produce the manifesto documents. Governments do not produce the manifesto document. You need a general secretary who understands policy in detail to lead the preparation of a manifesto. In actual fact, manifestos are prepared under the hand of the general secretary. So if you don't have a general secretary who really understands policy, whatever you put out there will not be responsive to the needs of the people. Bear in mind that the party runs on an ideology. We are social democrats, and the understanding of social democracy and what it means and its reflection in our policies and programs is very key to the survival of both the party and the government. And that is exactly what I do. When it comes to the understanding of the philosophy, if there is any new generation politician in the NDC who really understands what we stand for and even teaches that, then it's me. And so that knowledge, coupled with my knowledge in policy, both economic policy, rural development policy, even youth development policy, and agriculture, it positions me in a stead that allows me for efficient contribution and offloading, or if you want, downloading of my expertise to the party, even more than taking a ministerial position. Because taking a ministerial position restricts you in knowledge. But if you look at Dr. Peter Boamotokuno, I'm a versatile person. I cut across various sectors. And that is one gift that God gave me. God made me a multitasker, so I'm able to do a lot of things at the same time and still get very efficient at all of them. If you look at the manifesto we prepared in 2016, for example, and you look at the manifesto we did in 2020, and you see how it was touted as one of the best manifestos ever done. And those manifestos also had my significant, contribution. That tells you that I am better off becoming a general secretary, and Ghana will benefit more from me as a general secretary than even a minister of any ministry.
Many see you to be the youngest secretary too, or youngest aspiring general secretary. I think it's yourself for a very long time. We had even in the other party where we had Sir John, the late Sir John. Don't you feel it's a big tax for you? With many will say, even though you chaired in many boards and you've made certain decisions for the party, don't you think you are young?
The history of leadership is a history for young people. Great leaders who have made history from the days of Adam have been young people. I mean, one of the greatest leaders ever lived on earth is Jesus Christ. In fact, he led this world as a young person. In this party, the party was actually formed and led by a 33-year-old who led a revolution in 1981 and became a head of state. You understand? Yes. And if you look at the history of the PNDC and the NDC, in actual fact, all those people who led the party and made the party to become what it is were all young people. You had the PV Obians, the Totobi Kwachis, the Nana Tudas, who were 23, 24, 25, 26 years old, who coupled with the leader himself, Fly Lieutenant Rollins, who was around 33 years old. And if you look at all these young people, they made great strides. The legacy, Ghana, the Ghana legacy as it stands now, cannot be mentioned without Rollins. In actual fact, Rollins has become the founder of modern Ghana, after the independence. So you cannot overemphasize the role of the young people. And most importantly, let me emphasize that the wisdom of Solomon has nothing to do with the age of Methuselah. You understand? You don't need to be old before you become efficient in leadership. But
because of how huge the general
is Ghana huge than France? Your Facebook that you are on, the internet that you are on, the website that you are on, they were all generated by young people. I think that young people must be allowed to grow. Because look at President Akufo-Addo. He is almost 78 or something. You have seen the bizarre performance the disgraceful performance he and his Baromia has offered to this country. So age is just a number. It does not signify competence. You understand? Competence is irrespective of age, as it stands now. The NDC even need a youthful general secretary more than ever. I mean, yes, yes, a lot of difference, because you see, 2024 elections will be determined by the young people of this country. You need somebody who shares their aspirations, their views, and their values to lead them. And you see, young people would also always want their own to lead them, because their own understands them. And so that is most certainly the reason why the NDC must get a young general secretary now. But why? Even our friends who are not even responsive to the young people, they have selected a 38-year-old general secretary. How much will the NDC? And look at the credentials and the experiences and the track record of who has become the general secretary of the MPP, and compare that to me and see whether he comes anywhere near me. He's completely dwarfed. You understand? So this is a time for the young people.
You're aspiring for a position where they have the current general secretary has said that you are hardly even paid. He lives by allowances, and even the allowances, it is as at when it comes.
Guess what? I've been doing that for the past 8 years without pay. It is sacrifice, commitment, and dedication that yields the results, and that is exactly what I've been doing for the past 8 years, and I think I can do it some more. Life is not all about getting paid. As a professional in my various fields, I do a lot of things that provides, financial support. Yeah. You understand? Right. To myself and my family. I'm a farmer. I've been farming for a very long time. I do a lot of consultancies, both business consultancy and agriculture consultancy, and so on and so forth. So all those things, I have businesses running on the side, and I've solely lived on these things for a very long time, from the time we were in power, when I resigned from government position. So when you are a politician and you would want to live your life on salary or some allowances, then you should be looked at, because you may end up being somewhat corrupt.
There are rumors an attempt to get you to step back and rally your support.
Oh, no, it's not true.
Should there be an instance like that? Doc, will you step back?
Why should anybody? I've picked nomination.
Oh, we see people even on the D-Day.
No, you are behind time. I am the next general secretary of the NDC anymore. Don't worry yourself.
On the D-Day, you may have a change of mind. What if there is a better offer?
What is the offer?
To give you a bigger position.
What is the offer? Why they are going to get the MPP to come and bribe me to step down?
No, I've not mentioned bribe. I'm saying you are in a party and the
MPP cannot bribe me with all the money in the world.
So they say, "Oh, Doc, please step aside. Where your
for who?
For Elvis or Fifi, I don't know with anyone, but where your support on it." So
you didn't also hear rumors that they said they should step aside and not contest because
they shouldn't contest against you.
I am contesting the general secretary of the NDC, and not only contesting the general secretary of the NDC. I'm the next general secretary of the NDC. And mark it somewhere. We'll come back to this.
You spoke about buying K for 5 cities. There are complaint times, hard times in recent time. How are you funding your campaign? I know you just said you're a farmer.
I'm using my Ghana card, frankly.
And what has the Ghana card done for you?
I told you that I'm using Ghana card. You don't believe? You don't believe?
I don't believe.
Well, then you will need to contribute, because it is the people that are contributing. Those who have confidence in my leadership, and they've been very supportive.
You are very hopeful you win this position, and if you win, there's a heavier tax ahead of you, and
Certainly.
That's winning the 2024 elections.
It is actually because of that tax that I'm contesting the general secretary. And that is why there is a need for me to win this election by all means. Because you see, the fortunes of the party, I believe, cannot be gambled with. And the 2024 elections serves two purposes, and it must meet two demands. The people of Ghana cannot afford a minute of an MPP government, and the NDC cannot survive a minute of another MPP government. And these two pressing responsibilities and pressing needs is what is driving me to contest the general secretary. And I believe that my leadership as the next General Secretary of the NDC would be crucially tied to delivering the power. The Power 2024 will not be child's play. It will not be a joke. The MPP are not going to allow us to take it easily. It is going to be the last kick of a dying horse. And you know what the last kicks of a dying horse means. The MPP will do anything to hold on to power. Now, that will mean that you will need somebody who is courageous, who is bold and fearless, somebody who is ready to sacrifice it all, somebody who wants to leave a legacy, somebody who is very hungry for power to lead the party. And that is Dr. Peter Boamotokuno for you.
What's the party's message for 2024? We all hear they said it's going to be bloody, it's going to be this, it's going to be... NDC says they are winning, NPP says yes, we are breaking the eight. What's NDC's message?
I say it's going to be a liberation battle. Because, you see, the people of this country are going through some form of slavery. We are going through another form of colonization from our very own, under President Akufo-Addo. And, you know, battle against imperialist tendencies, battle against, you know, colonization, battle against some form of slavery is no joke. You understand? It requires.
Under NDC.
No, have you suffered this under NDC? Like, would Ghana be here today? What is the similar? You have had your currency depreciate over 15% in 3 days. Have you ever seen one before? From 11 to 12 in 1 week, from 11 to 12 to 13 to 14 to 15, 5 days. Every day you go to bed and wake up with a new, you know, horizon on your currency depreciation. You have seen some before. Have you seen the kind of deterioration to the extent that we can't even go to the international market to borrow $1? Have you seen some before? It has never happened. The economy is actually out of control. Nothing is functioning. Nothing, absolutely nothing is functioning. And the way we are going, if we are not careful, later this month, next month, we may not be able to pay salaries. Look, the government is not producing. They are not doing anything. And they are just living luxury. They are living a lie. They've lost touch with reality. The president is saying we are lucky to have him. And he's telling the people that if you want to go and vote NDC, he doesn't care. That is the level of hopelessness that we have reached. The president himself has reached the crescendo of hopelessness. And the people would be what? You know, they have a saying about the snake, that the snake is just a snake because of the head. When you cut it off, the rest is rope. And that is what is happening. The leadership has deteriorated beyond repairs, and it will require all of us to come together. If we don't take, what is the global issue?
Ukraine,
the factor
Russia
in this
war,
deterioration.
COVID-19, we have, it's everywhere. Dollar to pound is also depreciating, everything. And they've made reference to the fact that yes, they are going to IMF, things will get better. But it is not an event that changes.
You think IMF gets things better? The reason why it is not COVID-19 and Ukraine-Russia war is that before COVID-19 came in, the economy has started slumping. The economy was deteriorating. Actually, COVID-19 saved this economy. We have never had a savior like COVID-19 in the past 60 years of Ghana's history. You know why? We have never had a period, a short period, within which we have had free money of about $6 billion ever in the history of this country. It is COVID-19 that brought that. In actual fact, before COVID-19 came in, this economy was suffering and was struggling with balance of payments. This economy was struggling with, you know, our debt to GDP ratio. Thus, sustainability was a problem. In fact, as of 2019, before COVID-19, our debt portfolio had shot over 200 billion before COVID-19 came in. You understand? COVID-19 brought free money. In fact, since the days of HIPIC, where we had debt forgiveness, we have not had that quantum of money entering one single economy within a period of 1 year. 6 billion. Now, in the at the current rate, he has not accounted. He has refused. No, he has refused to account for. He has refused to account for the money. We have been chasing him for the accounting of the COVID-19 funds.
The minority said they were going to probe further on his breakdown.
We are still waiting for the details, because I recall once the World Bank had to come out and indicate that they didn't give the government $100 million. They had given in excess of about $563 million, and so on and so forth. But having said that, it is important to underscore the point that the kind of deterioration that we are going through is self-inflicted because of the plummeting of our resources by the government. And make no mistake, Ukraine, Russia cannot be the reason why we are struggling, because we are not using Russian currency. We are not using Ukraine currency. In actual fact, our trade currency in Ghana is the dollar, the US dollar. Is US at war? Has Russia invaded US? No. Now, let's look at our import basket. You see, we import a lot of consumables. Most of the consumables that we consume in Ghana, we import them. None of the consumables come from Ukraine and Russia. But we import those consumables from China, from US, from Europe, and South America, and those things. And those people are not at war. Are we the only country that, you know, picks imports from Ukraine and Russia? Go and check the German economy. German picks their gas, their natural gas from Russia. France picks natural gas from Russia. Most part of Europe picks natural gas from Russia. Natural gas is what drives their economy, because they need to provide heat, they need to provide energy, and it is natural gas that provides it. Russia and Ukraine is at war. Yet those countries are surviving. Those countries have not been downgraded. Those countries have not had the worst currency slump ever in their history, like we are having in Ghana. The factor that they are not mentioning to you, which you know, but maybe you may not also want to mention, is the management factor, the Akufo-Addo factor, the Ofori-Atta factor, the Bawumia factor. That is what is missing. They have not managed the economy well.
That we should expect the worst. It gets worse before it gets better. So we are facing the worst time. It will get better. Christ. He said it. Exactly.
At what time?
He said it at his
So 2017, 2016, he didn't know that it gets worse before it gets better. When he came to power, he didn't know that there was some 2016, and when it gets worse, it gets better. In 2016, when the IMF were projecting that Ghana will have the fastest growing economy in 2017, they were still slumping us. He was telling us that if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Well, on hindsight, I think it's a statement of fact. And if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you, like he has been exposed. You understand? Right. So I believe that those excuses is like a broken record.
How would your party have done things?
And that shouldn't be entertained. I think that the people of this country should be angry enough. I think we are not angry enough with this government. I'm not inciting anybody, but I think that we are not angry enough. Because you see, the level of hopelessness and insensitivity and unresponsiveness of the government is mind-boggling. And you see, they do not see what is wrong. And look at what is happening to the economy. Look at what is happening to prices. For God's sake, prices of goods and services is 37.2%. And guess what? This is actually the creative one. The actual one is there. The actual one will hit about 60%.
You understand? How would your party have done things any differently if you are in power?
Well, we have done it before. You have seen how we did it differently. We see governance is a serious business, and it requires serious minds. It requires a visionary leader.
So you say everybody.
Governance is not firefighting. Governance is thinking and anticipating the problems before they happen. And that is why President Mahama, when he was in government, was looking at how we would solve our currency problems even before it starts. Our agriculture revitalization program, which got us to start the broiler revitalization program, reduce the broiler importation or chicken importation by almost 60%, rice importation by 50%, and all those things was a way of domesticating our resources and reducing the pressure we put on our foreign exchange. Guess what? We had one of the worst crises under President Mahama, when there was total commodity price slump, where we were getting gold prices at the lowest in the history of the world, cocoa prices lowest, cashew prices, oil prices the lowest. And guess what? We were relying on our production. Those times production was very high in cocoa, producing over 1 million tons of cocoa, producing oil. We were producing gold at large quantities. Yet we were not getting the foreign exchange. You understand? Right. Now, on the flip side, fast forward, for the past 6 years, the commodity prices are doing exceedingly well. I mean, the commodity prices are top of range now. but you are producing little. Cocoa, all the cocoa farms have been turned to galamsey sites. The cashew galamsey sites, even the galamsey sites and the gold that they are mining, you don't have control. So because of the way you are doing things, they are smuggling the gold to neighboring countries, and the neighboring countries are benefiting. So you are not taking advantage of the price, increases on the international market, and the economy is suffering. What is getting the currency to slump like this in this short time, and it has gone out of control, is that we have depleted our international reserves. Now our international reserves will not even reach 1 day. And so you see, this government is trying every means to get some money in, and it's not working. And guess what? IMF is not going to save Ghana. You know the reason why IMF is not going to save Ghana? You are looking for a $3 billion, facility from IMF. Yes. IMF will not carry $3 billion into your government. They will do it in phases. Yes, they would. They may give you a 3 years program, yes, or a 5 years program, yes, and $1 million in a year. Sorry, $1 billion in a year for a government that is having debt responsibility of about $3 billion a year. You can imagine what is going to happen. Your total revenue and your interest payments is about almost 80%. All your revenue that you are collecting from your local sources, including your so-called e-levy, you are using about 80% to pay your debt responsibilities, your interest payments, and about 20%, and all that goes into the other things, including emoluments. So the government is running on steroids. The economy is actually in coma.
Where will NDC start to solve this solution?
Nimatu, you see, we need to be realistic at this point. And that is what hurts some of us. The economy is in coma. Complete coma.
We know. Look, we feel the impact daily. But we are asking.
But why? That is why you voted. When they were saying 4 more for Nana, 4 more for Nana, 4 more to do more. Now it has become 4 more to do less. Even we have not finished 2 years for Nana and we are all dead. How are we going to survive to the next 4 years? That's why I'm saying that, look, we need to be angry enough in this country. The youth of this country needs to be angry enough. The people of this country needs to be angry enough. We must demand the right answers to the questions. We gave President Akufo-Addo the power. It is within our right and authority to demand answers.
Is there going to be any some violence?
Do or die it will certainly be, because we cannot afford to stand a minute of this kind of incompetent, inept, clueless government. So what exactly and most importantly and particularly so, on behalf of the people of this country, we cannot tolerate the continuance of this government. And so whatever it would take to win political power in 2024, we are going to do that together with the people of this country to make sure that we change government and bring a government that is responsive and sensitive to the plights and needs of the people. And that's what the people are calling for. But, we don't expect that President Akufo-Addo will be recalcitrant in 2024.
So what steps are we taking rather than
wait, we don't expect that he will do that. But should the MPP and President Akufo-Addo and his gang of, corrupt government decide that they want to take the law into their own hands and do what they did in 2020 in the 2024 elections, I am sure it's going to be a very bad time for them. You have seen what happened in Sri Lanka when the youth entered the seat of government. The president had to boot out. That is the power of the people. Never ever underestimate the power of the people. It is part of the power of the people that has been given to the president. And you know how powerful the president is. So it is part of our power. We have just taken a bit, just a small bit, and given to President Akufo-Addo. So don't underestimate the power of the people. When the people rise and they want the right thing to be done, it can be like a consuming fire. In Nigeria, they call it akrika, consuming fire. You understand? Right. So I know that President Akufo-Addo have seen the signs. The national security reports are indicative that the youth have become a national security threat. The hopelessness of the young people of the country has become a national security threat. And I know that he is aware. Whatever happened just recently with his hooting in Kumasi and hooting at the global...
He didn't hear it.
The hooting in Kumasi and the hooting at the global event.
Global festival.
Festival event. It's ample testimony. The majority leader, Osechi Mensah was hooted out and chased out from his constituency. Right. Most of their MPs have been chased out with cutlasses and clubs. Right. And the president is now being hooted out. We don't know where it's going. They should see the signs. We are saying that the people are hopeless. The people need some hope. The people have some aspirations. The people have some needs. The people want jobs. The people need some betterment of their livelihood. And President Akufo-Addo is saying he's not hearing. He's not hearing. In fact, that is the main reason why when I had to do solidarity message at their conference, I had to send the message there. So that if he is not hearing it anywhere, he will hear it from me on the platform where all of them are gathered. After all, I believe that that congregation was the biggest congregation of all of Ghana's problems. So
one of the key roles of a general secretary is building the party. Currently, it is very obvious between even the chairmanship position. We hear this today, we hear that tomorrow. Is there any factions within the NDC? Yet
another reason why I have to be the next general secretary of the NDC.
What difference?
Because I would be the uniting factor. I've always been the uniting factor because I cut across various interests in the party and I appeal across various interests in the party. But let me also emphasize that there's no factions in the party. There's only one faction, which is the NDC faction. Except that, like every other contest, when it gets to contests like this, it's a battle, it's a struggle. And you know, Karl Marx has said that the history of every society is a history of struggle and conflict. So it is out of the struggle that brings stability, that brings strength, that brings unity and progress. So if the party is a party for stability, unity and progress, then such contests shouldn't divide us. And you see, we get out even more stronger from such contests. And if you know the history of the NDC very well, every time that we have gone for major turbulent times where we have had, offshoots coming out of the party, people breaking away to form their parties. And even that is the time that we win political power. You understand? In 2008, when they formed the DFP, we won power. In 2012, when the NDP came, we won power. Most importantly, Dr. Peter Boamo Otokuno is the uniting force, that would bring the party together after the contest. And it boils down to my disposition as well, my personal disposition, and the kind of environment I work within, and the kind of environment I want to work within. You will need to engender that sense of unity and peace around you, such that when you go to contests, whichever faction that comes out of it or whichever interest that plays in the elections, you are able to find a way to bring them together. Because winning political power or election victory is also a function of how united the party is.
Did you get a blessing from Asidi Nketia to contest the general secretary position, despite the fact that you work with him?
Well, I mean, I have the full unalloyed blessing from General Mosquito to contest, and not only him, almost everybody that matters in their party.
What's your relationship with John Mahama?
Exceedingly positive. Exceedingly positive. He's not only my boss and a mentor, but it's like a father to me. So my relationship, in fact, my relationship with almost everybody in the party is very cordial, exceedingly cordial. I don't know whoever in the party will say that I have a problem, from the top to the last person in the party. And most importantly, even the grassroots of the party. They are my people, you understand? Because I am with them. I share their pain, I share their difficulties, I know their desires, I know their aspirations, and most importantly, I know what they want from leadership of the party. And that is why I am the best person to represent them as their next general secretary.
If things don't go well, what happens to Dr. Otokuno?
Things will go well. Dr. Otokuno is the next general secretary of the NDC.
Will you be open-minded in your...
You see, there is no way the outcome would be different. But it's also a contest. You don't underestimate your opponent. I have in no way underestimated my opponent. I know I'm the best among them.
But they have more experience than you?
No, they don't have any more experience than me, apart from the number of years that they have acquired on earth. You understand? So I am very optimistic that I'm going to work with all of them. And I would work very well with all of them, because we have had very good working relationship already, and I think we can build on that when I become the General Secretary after December. I am looking forward to having a great working period that would achieve the ultimate objective of winning the 2024 elections with all of them. And I believe that this contest would not generate any kind of rancor for all the positions. The issues about factions and all those things will neither be here nor there after the elections. We'll come back united. As I said, leadership is the factor, is the cause. Everything else is effect. When you offer the right kind of leadership, you would be able to, engender unity after the contest.
We wish you all the best in your endeavor, and we hope that December, God will speak for you.
Don't worry, God has spoken already. It is written. It's a divine establishment, and nobody can change it.
Thanks for having us on our show.
Thanks for having me to Nimatu. Did you carry your Ghana card?
I always have my Ghana card.
Oh, okay.
We've been speaking to Dr. Peter Boama Otukono, the aspiring General Secretary of the NDC. Thanks for joining us. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese.
Do we think that as a modern at this age or at this time, is someone that should be considered?
For me, that question, I don't think it should be possible, because he himself knows that it's not fit. He's not been playing actively, and we need active players to be called to our national teams.
Hello and welcome to today's edition of Sports Chat. We'll continue our preview of the 2022 World Cup, and today we are speaking to a man who excited us and gave us a lot of memories on the pitch. A Ghanaian football legend, a Heart of Oak legend, and a Heart of Scotland legend. Lai Kingston, I like Bra Lai, is our guest on Sports Chat today. My name is Perez as well. The conversation begins once we come back from this break. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez as well. I'm speaking to Lai Kingston. Thanks for coming out into your office.
Thanks for having me.
There is a question that I always ask players who have switched into coaching. How is the transition like from playing as an active footballer to now being in the dugout?
Oh, it's two different things, because when as a player you only think about yourself and your performance, what is going to happen on the pitch. As a coach, you're thinking for, let's say if you have 25 players, you're thinking for all of them. You think about planning, you think about your periodization, you think about your weekly plan, you think about your monthly planning, you think about yearly planning, and also you think about how your team is going to perform. Also, another thing that is most important thing is for you to get used to the squad, and the squad to also get used to you. Yeah. Winning games, whatever will happen during the year, is something that you should be worried about. You manage players' egos, and now coaches are managers as well, so you have to manage even your backroom staff and all that. So, big difference. As a player, you're thinking about yourself and performance. As a coach, you're thinking about so many people.
You work with the Right to Dream Academy, and I'm sure you came across Mohamed Kudus, who is now doing so well at Ajax. When you look at the talent you saw at that young level to the player has become now, what do you think about it?
I'm not surprised at all seeing him getting to the top. I quite remember when I first visited Right to Dream, I wasn't working with them. Okay. I've been friends with Right to Dream for a long time. I wasn't working with them, so once a while I go and visit the boys. I've even adopted two of their first generation group. One is on his own, but the other one is still with me till today.
Sure.
I visited and I saw someone that I can see that in future will be beneficial for the country. So when I saw Cruz growing through the ranks of Right to Dream, moving to FC Nordsjælland, their feeding club in Denmark, I wasn't surprised at all. But as he grows, he has to change. Before he was playing very deep in the middle, and as he grows, his style changes, or the way Right to Dream developing changed, and also Right to Dream style of play, and the way he's playing, they started playing him as a false nine, which for me I think is a very good dimension for him, and he's doing very, very well.
Now let's come to the Blasters. Last month we played against Brazil and Nicaragua. We lost to Brazil and we defeated Nicaragua. Some say that when we are preparing for matches, the results don't matter a lot compared to the performance of the team. Based on what you watch, what are some of the lessons, what are some of the things that you spotted in those two matches?
Preparation at this crucial moment, we all know that we had just 3 games to play in the main tournament. Yeah. So already, as a technical man, I will already make Ghanaians understand that, okay, this is the team I'm going with. You know, and the players too should understand so that they will be able to reflect on what they should do. But now you're keeping the players hanging. Most countries in the world now, they know they are starting 11. Yeah. Against Brazil, we saw the team they parade against us. Yeah. Their second game against Tunisia, you saw the team did not change at all. Sure. Unlike us, that we played with a different team. Our second game, we played with a total different team as well. You know, so first of all, we should be able to know that, okay, this is the set that if anything happens, the tournament is going to start now. This is the team we're going to present to lead us.
Do you think the coaches have that? They have a clear idea of who the players will be starting for us?
Yes, of course. I'm sure that the coaches have, but we have different coaches. Some coaches too, they like to play with the players' mind. They like to play with the public mind. But for me, from my side, my opinion is it's always clear for you. Like when we were playing in the national team, my time, Ghanaians can even close their eyes and then mention the starting 11. That's how come Doya, Djokovic built the team. And we played together for some time and we had understanding among ourselves, and then we got results that qualify us to the first ever World Cup. So for me, I think we should have it now. And then also in the game itself against Brazil, we gave them too much respect.
Okay.
We gave them too much respect. Fine, it could be a game plan, but the moment, that's why in coaching, you are not a prisoner to your plan. You are not a prisoner to your approach. When you get into the game, things doesn't work, you should be able to change as soon as possible. So for me, I believe we give them too much respect. We sat and wait for them in the middle to press, but the intensity in our pressing in the middle was very low. Playing against a team like Brazil that are very good on the ball, make sure you make it difficult for them to feel comfortable on the ball. We didn't do that in the first half. But I give credit to the technical team because the second half, they realized it and they changed formation. And changing formation also helped us because when we are defending in our box, in our half, we have 5 at the back. Yeah. We have 4 in front and 1 in front of them. So it makes it difficult for the Brazilians to have the breakthrough. That's how come we held them for some time.
I'm happy you mentioned the second half because there are some people think that based on our performance in the second half, where we switch to a 3-5-2 in attack and a 5-4-1 in defense. There are some who think that based on the current crop of players, the best setup or the best tactics should be the 3-back system. There are others who also think that look, Ghana is strong for attacking football, so we should go with the usual 4-3-3 or 4-4-2. You have watched the team. What would you suggest?
Yeah, if you say Ghana is used to attacking football, which means you are saying that if you are playing 3-back, you cannot attack. You can attack. If you are playing 3-back, when you are defending, you have 5 at the back. You have either 3 and 2 or 4 and 1, which makes it very good in defensive. But then again, when you have the ball, you will definitely have 6 or even 7 players going up. The only players that you leave at the back will be the 3 center backs. The wing back, remember, they are wingers in that formation. Yeah. When the team is in possession, they can go and join the attack. The 2 attackers up front, then you have 3 in 2 in the middle as well. So for me, I think when you are attacking in that formation, you can still push men forward because you are on the ball, especially in the opponent half. You can leave the 3 to have the attacking balance for you, and then push the 7 to go and threaten the opponent ball. So I think it's a possibility that we should use it, especially the type of players that we have. Especially you have Salisu there, you have Jeku, and Amate, who have played very well together for some time. Salisu is a player that you won't be able to put him out. Jeku too will be solid. Amate will be solid. So go for 3-back, and you have wing backs that can go and punish. Tariq Lamptey, he can go. Odoi himself, he can also go forward. If you go to the left back, Mabaraman is a bit slow, but he can also sometimes go up and then cause surprises.
Even Gideon Mensah is equally
Gideon Mensah as well. Gideon Mensah at the moment currently is more athletic than Babaraman. So look at, if you have Gideon Mensah on the left wing back, Tariq Lamptey on the right, you have players, numbers that can go up front and then go and punish the opponent. So, like I said, you are right. We can stick to our back 3 because we have the type of players that can play for us.
Now let's come to the group itself. We've been paired against Uruguay, Portugal, and South Korea. Let's take them country by country. Now we are coming up against Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal. We played them in the 2014 World Cup. We lost by 2-1. You look at the current crop of Portuguese players, Rafael Leao, Bernardo Silva, Foden, Diego Jota, yesterday was Ruda, but they still have a number of talents. How should we approach that game? What are some of the things that you would want to see in that game, and how can we shackle the Portuguese attack so that we don't concede, or at least even if we concede, they don't humiliate us?
We take the game to every opponent. I don't know whether maybe that's my style, that's why I'm saying that. But other coaches too have different thoughts. But with me, I want my team to gain total control over the game. Throughout the game, we want to dominate everywhere. So I want to attack. So going into the Portugal game, especially they have players that if you are sitting back, they can unlock your defense. Yeah. Especially if you're playing against a team that they are very good, they will be patient. You frustrate them at some point, but they will be patient. Ask yourself if you can hold them throughout the 90 minutes. So it's always good to take the game to the opponent and see how they also deal with that.
But there is a big question of how do you stop Ronaldo from scoring? Even in 2014, Kokubon Sam said he was going to do juju and he would score, but he still managed to score. Of course, at Manchester United, he's not been playing as regularly, but we still know that Ronaldo on any good day can do that damage. How do we stop Ronaldo from scoring against them? I'm
a type of coach that I don't focus on opponent individual players. Okay. Because I believe it's a team sport. Individual players, of course, he have his qualities, but the way my team will perform will silence him. Okay. Totally. Because definitely the Black Stars will have their defensive principles and their attacking principles governing everything in the opponent half and in their half as well. So Ronaldo, big player. The only problem that I will have with him when he's getting close to our box, and we have Jeku, who is very strong in the air. We have Salisu that have stopped world top class strikers for the past years. So I don't see us having problem at all. Ronaldo is a big player. You can't take anything away from him. But the focus should be on the team performance, but not on individual.
All right, thank you very much, we are going for a break and we'll come back We are going to look at Uruguay, South Korea, and talk about other interesting aspects of the game. His favorite song, his favorite Blasters player, and his favorite teammate in the national team jersey. This is Sports Check. I'll be back. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports. My name is Perez as well. In the first half of the show, we spoke to Lai Atkinson about how to deal with Portugal, his coaching, and other things. Now let's look at Uruguay. There are a lot of people. As soon as the draw is, then one is like, oh, it's time to get on about Luis Suarez to revenge 2010. Should we go into the game with that mindset of revenge, or should we approach this as a normal game?
It should be as a game of revenge, because Suarez cost us. So it's a payback time. I think for me, I think that's what is going to motivate us more.
Wouldn't
to
that
prove
put
to them
pressure on the players rather too?
Pressure is good.
Okay.
Pressure is good. For me, I believe pressure brings the best out of me. So pressure is good. Pressure can make you and break you. It depends on how you deal with it. So for me, pressure is very good. If there is pressure on them, they know that there is something at stake. That's when if there is no pressure, that's when complacency will set in, and then before they realize the game is over. So for me, I think it should be a game of what? Revenge. But they cost us to go past the quarterfinal stage to make history.
Where were you that day when that happened? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember. I was watching. I was home watching. You know, I was supposed to be there though, but it did not happen.
How was the feeling like? You know, when Asamoah missed that penalty, what was your initial reaction?
And looking at the minutes to the game was already over. You know, so you look at these situations and you be like, it's not meant to be. Because when you look at Asamoah, he did everything right. The power behind the ball, the spot he picked, everything was right. The goalkeeper was not even close to the ball, but he hit the woodwork. So for me, I felt it's not meant to be. He did everything right, but
did you cry though?
Not really.
But I spoke to John.
Really,
I spoke to John Pinto. I spoke to John Pinto. He said on the bus, almost all the players they were crying.
They were crying because they know that they were just small to make history. You know, to make history. So everyone will be disappointed.
We'll come to why you were not part of the squad, but let's go to South Korea. Some people feel that they are the easiest in the group. Based on what I've seen of them, I think that they pose the biggest threat because they afforded three. I think they have a solid team. When you say a team that has a plan, that know what they do, should we be scared of Uruguay? Should we, South Korea, should we underrate them? So, and for South Korea, apart from Son Heung-min, they don't have players. So, or should we take that game seriously?
Now, where I'm sitting now, James doesn't play football anymore. James doesn't play football anymore. Now, the dimension of the game is changing. You have a lot of coaches that, when it comes to tactics, they understand they can steady the opponent and have a strategy to beat them. So, mentioning South Korea, yes. And again, in this tournament, there is no underdog in the tournament. You don't have to underrate anybody in that tournament because football has become very tactical now. So the team that will be tactically disciplined and perform well on the day will surely carry the day. You know, so yes, I know people will say, okay, South Korea, but they are also playing good football. They've been in the system. They've been in the World Cup for some time now, so they understand the terrain as well. So they are a team that every opponent that will meet them have respect for them.
I mean, based on, we've looked at all the three teams in our groups and how Ghana is going to play. You feel that we should go with a three-back system. Based on the current squad we have now, looking at our opponents, are you confident that we'll be able to sail through to the next one?
In our group?
Yes, we'll be able to qualify to the
Yes, that's our aim. That's our aim. Every team that goes into that tournament, their aim is to go beyond the stage. Talking of Ghana that have been there three times, this is their fourth time So they also know the terrain, and they know that they have to. The first time we don't believe that we'll go to the next round.
Sure.
And then what happened? We went past it. Our second time, it's the same. You know, so for me, I think we have what it takes to go through our group, because the Portugal we played them in 2014 was very close, to Portugal. So, and Uruguay, we beat them. We dominated play. We should have killed the game even in the first half. So for me, I think we'll be able to go through, and I see Ghana, Uruguay going through there.
Portugal will make it to the next round?
I don't think so.
Wow.
I don't think so.
If we are to go through, I know you say you don't board your team around names, but whether we like it or not, every team has a spine. The generation of young black stars had a spine. John Mensah, Mike Lacey, yourself, Suleiman Tari, that was the spine. If we are to impress at the World Cup, which players need to step up? For which players are we counting on to step up for Ghana to be able to push us to the next round?
You forgot about our goalkeeper that time. You know, yes, that's the most important place. If the ball passes the goalkeeper, then you lose. You score 10, but you concede 11.
Suleiman Tari said during that time, whenever the ball passed, he wasn't worried because he knew
Olele was there. So first of all, we need to look at our goalkeeping department. It looks like we've not had someone that we believe in. You know, so I believe by this time we should have it. So the most important place will be the goalkeeping department. Of course, looking at the team that we have, we all have to pray for Thomas Partey to be fit.
Yeah.
We all know, even Arsenal, if he's not there, you can see the team is not the same.
I'm an Arsenal fan. Whenever we're playing and he's not in, Charlie, I get worried. He's like, for me, he's the most important player for Arsenal.
Yeah.
And I feel he can be the most important player for Ghana.
I agree.
The difference between the Arsenal team when Partey is playing and when it's not playing is huge.
Yes.
And if we are even going to win the league or even make top 4, I think it's Partey. So I agree with you perfectly that Ghana really needs Partey.
Yes, you can see against Brazil when he pulled out of in the warm-up. You can see everything, the planning and everything like got missing. So for me, I think he's the most important player in the team. We need to focus and help him to lead the team. You know.
What about the attack line? What are the likes of Kudus, who are some of the players that you are counting on to step up for?
Kudus, of course. Kudus in the attacking force, and I see Iñaki Williams with his experience and him being the consistency that he put up in the La Liga. I believe he's going to bring a lot for us. You know, so we look at Iñaki Williams leading the attack, Kudus Mohamed, Partey, and then we find a solid goalkeeper for that.
We spoke about the striking line, and this will be a controversial question. Your friend Asamoah, he said that if he is able to prove fitness, we should add him to this. But he would like to be part of the team. Do we think that Asamoah at this age or at this time is someone that should be considered?
First of all, he has to be active, and he's not been active for some time now. So adding him to the squad, it won't be fair on the country and then some of the players at all. And then again, football, sometimes you can play football at home. You've been out for some time now, you can play football at home, but when you get to the bigger stage, you need to be 100% fit. Not only fit, but you should have much fitness, because the energy you put in a game is even different from what you put in trainings. So for me, that question, I don't think it should be possible, because he himself knows that he's not fit. He's not been playing actively, and we need active players to be called to our national teams.
Okay. Now there are some people who also argue that we should have some local players in the squad in the final 26. Do you think we should just pick players just because they play in the local league, or it should be based on quality, or you think that because it's a national team, if there are certain players who have proved in the local league that they can play, we should at least one or two to the squad?
Yeah, it's a Ghana thing, and every Ghanaian player is qualified to play. And you talk about our local league, if someone is performing well and the coach in charge believe that he have what it takes to help his squad achieve something, why not? Efini Branier is part of the squad now. He's a local player. we can still, if another player is there in the coach field, he can help. Why not? They are all Ghanaians. If you can go outside Ghana and bring players that grew up in Europe to come and play for us, why not leave? We should also do that.
Let me go back to 2010. Now we are coming to your incident. How did you find out that you were not going to be part of the team for the World Cup?
A day before we play Holland, a day before we actually leaving to the tournament, that's when I was told that I will not be part of it. The management called me in the evening, around 9 after our dinner. They called me for a meeting, and I got to the room and I saw like we are in cabinet. You know? They posted, oh, okay. And I was like, wow, something is going to happen. And then they told me, no, this is the end of the road. We have a lot of games to play. I said, no, I don't have any more future with the national team again, because I feel I was aging, and that tournament will be my last tournament for the national team, so that I'll be focused on my club football.
So what was your initial reaction when you were told that lie?
I was disappointed. I was disappointed because 2006 I did everything to qualify the team. It did not happen. 2010 too, the same. I did everything to qualify the team. Again, I was dropped again, so I was totally shattered. I was disappointed, because every player's dream is to play in the World Cup. Today, if you ask me if I'm satisfied with my career, I'll be yes, apart from the World Cup.
I personally think that you weren't treated fairly. I have a policy, and I would say that for me, there are certain players that when they show dedication and patriotism to the Black Stars, at some point when they also need the national team, should also give them the platform. That's why I particularly wasn't worried when Mubarak Wakaso was invited for the recent game, because I feel he has been dedicated, he committed, and if you feel that giving him the Black Stars for some 2 games will allow him recover his confidence, we should do that. That's my policy. That's why I feel that the country wasn't fair to you, but it's going on now. We're coaching.
Yeah. You never know. Maybe I will be there as a coach, right?
I mean, do you dream of coaching?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. It's one of the things that pushed me to go into coaching, because I felt what I should do in football, even though I'm satisfied, I'm not done with that.
And if
I have to be in the World Cup.
You win with the World Cup with Ghana?
Yeah, if it's possible. If I'm there, we take it a game at a time and we'll get there.
Now let's go back to your playing career. So you played with Mike Leeson, so that was like a galaxy of stars. You had some of the best footballers we've seen.
Yeah.
Who was your favorite amongst them? Who was like your closest, your friend, aside maybe your brother Olele?
Stephen Appiah. Stephen Appiah, because we all grew up together. Stephen Appiah grew up in Choco. I grew up in Jamestown, Buko. And when we were young, we knew each other when we were like 8, 9 years.
Okay.
Till today. So it's like when Stephen was in Choco, he was playing for Mighty V3, Coach team. I was playing for Cowling Babies. And the rivalry between us was huge. You know, I want to perform well against him, and he also wants to perform well. He has his fans. Those days is crazy. I have my own fans, Jamestown. I have my fans, Stephen Appiah to Choco. He has his fans there. So we've known each other for a while. And when we get to the national team, it makes it easy. Michael Essien, Sule Mutari too, they've been together with Sly Tete. So they also have that love between them. So that's why I wasn't surprised at all that we understood each other very well. That's why the people name us like quartet.
Yeah.
You know, so Stephen Appiah was someone that.
So let's say you guys were like brothers.
Yes. Me and Stephen, we share everything. Okay. Everything together. Yeah.
And what about your brother? What is the relationship? How?
Yeah, he's my big brother. You know, he's my big brother. But as we grow, you know, then the respect started piling up.
Yeah.
So we talk, but the way I will go with Stephen Appiah, I won't be able to go. My brother too will not feel comfortable. If I'm around, he cannot do certain things. If my brother is around, but we are cool.
It's like that with brothers. I mean, at some point, you become so. But my last few questions is: do you follow Ghanaian music?
Ghanaian music? Yeah.
So who is your favorite musician?
Shatta.
Hey. And your favorite Shatta Wale song?
Oh, I have a lot. I don't have one. Even Bandana from Ghana.
The way back.
Yeah.
You can sing
even that one too. Oh, I forget the lyrics. I'm not a good singer as well. And also Kofi Kenata.
Oh.
You know, I love his song.
What about Kenata that you like?
He's calm, you know, and Shatta is so hot and cold, you know. If I want giddy giddy sound, yes, Shatta. But Kofi Kenata, his songs are very cool, and the lyrics inside is well educated.
My last question though, you are into coaching now. What should we expect from Lion King, the coach?
I want Ghanaians to see what I can bring on board. I have my style, and all I need is opportunity. Everyone needs opportunity. Everyone needs this opportunity to show what you have in his team. I've taken my journey, in my coaching journey, a day at a time. I've taken my steps very well to educate myself to where I am now. And I've not stopped, I'm still pushing. I did my CAF B license, did my UEFA B license, and now I'm on my UEFA A license. So I want to educate myself to the highest level to understand the dynamics of the game, because the game keeps changing. If you stop, then people will come and pass you. So my aim is to educate myself well and pass it on to Ghana football.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
So this is Sports Check, and we'll be speaking to the legend Lion King. So we'll come here with another edition. My name is Perez. Welcome.
Hey, that's how you wrap up.